Alright. Hello everyone. Welcome. I gotta make sure the timer is not. Okay. Alright, so welcome everyone. We are back. We're doing the Survivor Challenge run today, part 2. So last time we did this, we started this is not the exact number. I think I'm like a couple of seconds off. It wasn't exactly 2 hours and 9 minutes. Was it? Why is this? Oh, because I have this way up. Like, it's like blasting in my ear. I'm like, it's a great song. Don't get me wrong, but holy shit. I'll lower this again. I don't think we need that much sound from that. But anyways, so this is a new Survivor Challenge run that we're doing. I'm having a really good time with it. It's really difficult. We've already died one time, as you guys can see. I want to see, we're kind of caught back up. We're a little bit above, like a little bit ahead of where we died the original time. And so we're going back at it. We're right now at 2 hours and 9 minutes. I know it was like 2 hours and 9 minutes and like 3 or 4 seconds or something like that. So I'm not gonna go exactly with the seconds. I'm kind of just gonna do the minutes or whatever. I'm writing those down because the thing is, so I left up the timer because you can just kind of I just kind of left up. It's like a small little timer like on the side or whatever, and I just kind of left it up and I moved it over to the second screen and I left it there. I was like, oh, until next time. But then the problem is that my computer just randomly restarts whenever Windows decides they have an update. So it's literally like randomly my computer just like restarts and I get home from work and I'm like, oh, I guess the computer decided to restart. And then the timer, of course, closed down. So it happens all the time and I'm like, I hate that so much. It's like, how many updates can you possibly pump out, like, you know, in a week? You know, it's like, do like an update once a month or something, you know, but they do it like 3 times a week. My computer restarts because of that, you know. It's like, I mean, it's nice to like restart your computer once in a while. I get that, you know, but so. Anyways, welcome everyone. I hope you guys are having a good day. I wanted to tell everyone, like, thank you so much for watching my new series. So my new series was very interesting to watch the views on that because, you know, I hadn't really posted any new videos in a while, you know, and it was so funny to watch, like, to go in and watch like the views and kind of see how like the reception or whatever, because the initial video obviously was like just like a explanation as what the series is going to be about, right? Pretty much saying like, okay, well, you know, this is what it's going to be like, this is what we're doing, blah blah blah, all this stuff. So I didn't expect too many views, obviously, as like, you know, because I think that people are going to be like, it's fine, I'll watch it as more videos come out, which, you know, I totally get, it's fine. So when the first video came out, when Ascalon came out, I was like, the views were what I expected them to be. Okay, they were kind of like, okay, this is cool, you know, we're getting like expected views. So I'm like, you know, it'll probably grow as the videos come out. Well then, video 2 comes out or video 3 technically, right? The second region comes out, which was the Shiver Peaks, and the views completely plummeted. Okay, there was like no interactions, no views, nothing for days. And I was like, okay, well, this is great. Like, you know, the series just started and whatever, right? But then Krita came out and it was just like literally this slope where it's like Ascalon was like a lot of views and then it tanked during the Shiver Peaks, and then it went way up during the Krita video, which was, I think, the latest that just came out was the Krita video. And that was like the views were like super high, boosting all the other views, right? Because like a lot of people were watching that video and then they went back and watched those videos and whatever they were recommended, and I was just like, oh my god, this is crazy. Like, you know how like they kind of like are leaning off of each other like that, you know? It's like how, I don't know, it was very interesting to see. So I want to make sure something, we're gonna start in a second. I'm gonna jump right in. Yeah, so I've kind of decided to do it first person. I think first person is super fun. Doing this challenge first person. So I just want to look at something real quick here. Give me 1 second, guys. Actually, I can't do that on here. Oh, I gotta do it on my computer. It won't let me do it on here. But I'm having a good time. I'm glad that I found a challenge that I can repeat. Like I will probably do a similar challenge like this, maybe with a different class, different race, right? Like if we start in a different region, we also get a different experience. You know, I'm right now I'm leveling a ranger. I've been wanting to make a poison ranger since we got that relic of the Greer relic that helps with like poison and stuff. I've been wanting to make like a poison themed ranger for a while now, so I started doing that the other day, and I was just kind of thinking because I was going through the Sylvari starting area, and I'm like, you know, like Caledon Forest or whatever, and I'm like, you know, I'm like, this is like a different experience than going through Queensdale. You know, there's really a difference to that. So it's just interesting to kind of see. Yeah, never mind. Okay, I just wanted to check that. All right, so let's get started. Let's get in there. We're done listening to that song. But yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying this, and I hope you guys are having a good time. I know the world's in a rough place, but we're here, you know. All right, so I gotta kind of get into this headspace again of we don't have anything equipped. As you guys can see, there's no equipment. We have a bunch of stuff in our inventory. I'm gonna throw this out. I don't need this. I'm gonna just deposit that. All right, cool. Shiny trinket. I can sell all these if I find all right, so environmental weapons. Remember, environmental weapons are okay. Waypointing is not okay, right? We can't waypoint, we can't use mounts, we can glide, which is fine. No traits, no armor, no weapons, no utility skills beside our one heal skill. We do get mending, but other than that, that's it. We gotta do first person, and we're off. So we just finished this. What level are we? 13. So we're a little bit higher than what we died. I'm gonna try to see if I can finish this hard. I didn't finish this, so I might run back over there. I don't know. Because I gotta get to 15. Once I'm level 15, I have to go to Kessex Hills. Remember, I have to go to level appropriate zones. So as soon as I'm level 15, I need to go, like, make a beeline right for that. I have finished all the stuff here. So, yeah, so let's try to, actually, I'm going the wrong way. Let's go over there. And let's see if I can finish that heart. So it's so interesting to me to see, like, sometimes I look at stuff like that, right? And it's like, okay, you can see windows, which would suggest that there is rooms in there or something, but there is nothing. There's no doors or anything. I always find that weird in games. Like Guild Wars 1 did a lot of that, right? Where they like had you know, they talked about like nations and people and like all these things, right? And it's like, but there was like never any houses where people lived in and stuff. You know what I mean? And I was just like, well, where do these people come from? Where do these armies come from? Where do they live? You know, stuff like that. It's interesting to me to see that. So I always like games that are where it's like realistic in that sense, you know, where it has this like yeah, there's a lot of houses, like they live in this village, like Beetleton, for example, makes sense, right? Because there's a lot of like houses that are just standing there, right? There's like 5 houses right there. There's this whole like apartment these apartment buildings here, right? So it makes sense like that it's well populated because there's a lot of houses that they, you know, live in and stuff. So but sometimes I like look at like certain games and certain, like I can't even think of anything in particular, but sometimes I look at those places and I'm like, yeah, that doesn't really make sense. So okay, so we tried to come in here last time and there was people fighting. We have Tatmax over here. I'm gonna try to see if I can see, these guys killed me. Remember how they were like really strong? I gotta be really careful with what I'm doing. This guy is having a rough time with that one centaur. Oh god, I was trying to like sneak around the top. Oh god, no, I'm not doing that. I need to somehow figure out how I can get, yeah, that was where our death was, up there. I don't think I want to go up there. But I can unlock, you know what I can do if I if I can unlock the I get a little bit of experience to just find this. Yeah, so this gives me a little bit of experience. I think I can get close enough to get that point of interest. Is there a way to get... Oh, I gotta be careful. I don't know what's up on this. I wonder if there's a way to like go behind. There's a basilisk, but he's like way down there. But if I can get on this ridge here and get to that, and like, because these guys aren't gonna attack me back here. So if I can sneak up, because the point is right there, I can probably get to the point where I get close enough to get a little bit of, like, I need to find as much experience as I can, you know? Like, I gotta get as much experience, like, here and there as I can, so... oh boy. Because I did finish this part down here. But yeah, it's really like... Oh, I gotta see if she has the winery thing. Okay, this was great. This was a good idea. Okay, last time we ran through all of these guys and that chieftain killed us. Okay, perfect. Look at that. Awesome. So we got a little bit of experience here. Yeah, if she has... I didn't see... But she starts... Where does she start? I think she's up here. I gotta run back over there. I gotta see if she's there. I gotta avoid these archers. Those archers cripple, and that's deadly. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Please, please, please. Oh. Oh my god. It's such a different experience. I tell you guys, like, you know, even for those that are veterans to Guild Wars 2, like, this is such a different experience. It really feels like a little survival game that you have. You know, it's like very what's something like Rust or something? Like I've only played Rust like one time in my life, like many years ago, and I don't remember. But like imagine something like Rust, like a survival game. This is what it feels like. Like naked and afraid, you know, that's what I feel like. I'm like, I have no armor. I know I'm gonna die in like 2 hits. Oh, I haven't started the timer. Please start the timer. Please start. Please start. Why does this not work? Oops. Okay. Oh my god, I totally forgot to start the timer, you guys. Well, it's fine. How many? I started at like 6 minutes, so I'm gonna add 10 minutes to the timer. That's what I'm gonna do. What? Why does it? Okay, so all of my keys reset. Wait a minute, I want to see if this works. Yeah, all my keys reset for that. Okay. Sorry, you guys. Let me edit the split real quick, and let me actually start at 19. I'm gonna add 10 minutes to it. It's not perfect science. Hold on. Why does this not? Oh my god. Hello. Sorry, you guys. Like, I try to be prepared, but then I'm not. Okay. Let me edit this real quick. Fine. I love that. It completely reset it. Okay, so let's say 219. It's fine. Again, it's not an exact science. This is pretty much like a proto run. Anyways, no one takes it serious. Okay. Alright, perfect. Sorry, guys. I totally messed that up. But it should be about 10 minutes, I think. Because I think I started around like 6 minutes. The 6 minutes, I was talking about 6 minutes. I think I started around 6 minutes. Should be fine. No big deal. All right, so yeah, let's see if what's her name, Julia or something, has her like winery thing, because I know we could do that, and that was helping with our it's Pooper Pumper. That's really funny that they allow that. I want to see if that's see I see so many char that look just like that, like in just like different colors. I don't know. I try to be interesting in my fashion, but I'm really not. I'm really boring too. Can't, judge anyone else. Victoria, no, Victoria. How did I get Julia? Apparently she just finished hers. Is there any way for us to finish this? Is there any way to finish this without us having to risk our lives? You know, like crazy people running into that centaur camp. I really wish they would update the rain effect. First of all, I would like to see a little bit on the screen. Like, I hate that there's really no, like... It looks cloudy, but is it really cloudy? Like, I would love it to be more cloudy. Right? Like, the sun is, like, still really strong. And I would also like, I've talked about this before, where the weather, like, when you go underwater or you come out of the water, you get the water splashing effect on the screen. I would like to see that, like, lightly. It doesn't have to be, like, severe, but a little bit on the screen would be kind of nice to have. Like, on the surrounding areas, it doesn't have to be, like, on the main screen. Kind of indicating, but sometimes I feel like you don't really realize that it's raining. Like, especially if you have the sound turned off. So it'd be kind of nice to have that. I guess I need to hope for people to go in there and, I need like a level and a half. Can't do this hard, we've already determined that. I don't know how I even got any credit there. This hard I couldn't do. That was like impossible. Ooh, I could sneak up here. I could sneak up here to the Etten and grab that thing. The thing that I used to drink when I go back to do that. So that would get me a little bit of experience. I just need to find events that I can like kind of get like credit for. Like, you know how like the burning of the, like when they come to the farm over here and they like burn the crops, how we did that. I can probably make that happen. Someone is freeing slaves in there, so there is people in here. At least one people. Oh, it's that guy. I'm gonna sneak in. Is the slave? Oh god, he freed all the slaves. No, there's a slave there. Okay, everyone is killed right now, so I can freely run around. Uh-oh, maybe not. Take advantage of the situation.
Stuff to prosper.
I have a wooden plank. I'm gonna grab that wooden plank. I know that's like the worst environmental weapon that I can use, but at least it's an environmental weapon. At least it's something that I can like knock someone back with. Okay. There's a slave over there. I just gotta be like quick. It's like, I know they respawn and the guy's probably, did he leave? I think he left. Yeah, see, this is bad. Oh, I need to get out of here because they're all gonna respawn and I'm gonna die. I'm gonna be trapped in here.
You will be broken.
I had to knock him back. Alright, I'm gonna go back up top. I'm gonna wait for another person to show up. I'm gonna heal myself. I'm gonna wait. Can I glide on there? Oh, I can barely stand on here. There's an invisible wall. Oh, man. I just... kind of trapped myself a little bit. I can probably make it over there. What do I do? Do I risk it to get... There's that one slave in the back over there. I could probably sneak there and probably get that one, I'm guessing, maybe, without getting that guy to notice me, but then I might be trapped completely, and I have to get out. I can't... Oh, someone's coming in. Is he just flying through? He's just flying through. Yeah, you can't fly there, buddy. What to do? What to do? Alright, yeah, I can escape here. See, because there's that one slave way back there that I can definitely get without anyone's attention. But... it's so annoying. Alright. 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 I gotta... What are we gonna do? Okay, so I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to Shaymore Fields. And finish off Edna's orchard thing. Oh. Wait, there's an event going on. Maybe. Maybe there's people doing that event, and maybe I can get some credit. Enough credit to not have to worry about it. That'd be great. Is there people there? Okay, Kaizen is there. Kaizen Cobalt. Wow. Oh. With Kako! And Chaotic Lollipop. And Chaotic Dom. Oh. It's a little rough on the naming there, but... Alright.
I feel strong.
Oh my god, please kill him. I don't have environmental weapons. Is there anything around that I can grab? I don't see anything. I'm not gonna get any credit for this. Wow, she looks cool. Oh, she's wearing that head. Okay. It's like, what's that bandana on your head? Is she a warrior? What is she? She is a berserker. For the Tamini! I don't have any weapons. I can't help. So I don't know if I'm gonna get any credit for standing on this. Do I get credit for just being here? Being cool? For being a cool guy. I get credit. Cool guy credit. Ow. Alright. You get that sheep attacking you. Wow. Laser. Anna's shooting a fireball lasers. Looks like a laser. I love how that... Oh, you guys can see it, but it cut off. It's really funny. The message cut off. Alright, that was just inside of me. I had to let it out. Oh my god, there's so many of them. I have no weapon. I can't help. I don't know if just being in the area is gonna get me enough credit. Hello. I may not like it, but it's my duty to defend. You guys are doing great. Can I cheer? Cheer! Woohoo! Yeah, I don't see any weapons. Why is there so many people today? It's like a Monday night. I guess everyone's like, well, best way to end the first day of the work week is by playing Guild Wars 2, which might not be a bad idea. Wow, there's so many centaurs. Holy crap. Get them. Alright, we're gonna see if I get credit. I don't think I'm gonna get any credit for this. I attacked one centaur. Oh, I can revive the guys. Hold on, let me help these. Oh my god, I didn't get credit for that. Let them die. Okay, I gotta stand right here. I don't think that's gonna happen again. I didn't even think about that. Reviving people gives you credit. I gotta be smarter than that. Alright, well, whatever. I'm hoping that some of those people are gonna move up to that. Oh yeah. Maybe they're gonna die. Maybe they're gonna kill someone. No. Yeah, I didn't even get credit for it. Oh my god, that's so annoying.
One they won't learn, I'm sure. We'll have to take that camp to prevent another attack.
We'll have to take that camp. So they're gonna be taking this camp. Is that right? Are they gonna try to do that? Oh my god. Are they gonna be taking that camp up here? There's no environment. Oh, there's some dollars. Bye. Hi, bye. You didn't see me. I was never here. There's no environmental weapons? Oh my god. I was talking about how many. There's so many of them, but. Are you guys gonna take the camp or what? You're talking about it, but you're not doing it. Are you or no? What is going on here? Alright, fine. I'll just leave. I know that as soon as I leave, they're gonna be that's gonna happen. I know exactly that's what's gonna happen. I'm predicting this, and I know I'm gonna be right. As soon as I leave, as soon as I get over there, as soon as I get trapped somewhere with it. Okay, so like I said, some of these people are going in there. They can probably sneak into the camp. I can probably do that. Sneak in. You guys going? I hate that they look exactly the same. That is so obnoxious. I mean, I get like wanting to play with people that you know or whatever, right? Your partner or whatever, and you're like, oh cool, we're playing together. But why do you have to look the same? Oh my god, I'm running. I'm gliding. Escape with my gliding. I'm dying. I freed a slave. I did one slave. I'm getting there slowly but surely. Oh my god. I want to get up on this hill, please. All right, I got to do another like, you know, little infiltration, sneaky snake infiltration. Oh no! Whoa! Why was I on auto run? It was like on auto run. I guess I must have hit that button accidentally. Okay, are you going into the camp? I'm following you. I'm watching you. I'm like the order. I'm like an agent of the order. Order of Whispers agent. I'm watching. I'm doing infiltration. Jump down. I'm gonna use you as a scapegoat. No slave here. Okay, I gotta go. Alright, I'm gonna run behind. I'm gonna get that slave back here. Go. Okay, I don't need all this. One plank. I'm just gonna pick it up. Oh no. Thought I could sneak behind there. Okay. Thank you. Perfect. Please leave that slave for me. No. I get. Oh no. Okay, I did the heart. I got. Please kill that guy. I'm running away. I don't care. I'm running. Run. I did the heart. Go. Alright, I gotta go to Edna's. Edna's, here we come. Oh. Good. They're paying attention to him. They're paying attention. Okay. I think that guy's after me, but that's okay. Alright, so I gotta venture all the way across Queensdale onto the other side. Back again. We're back going to the other side. Yeah, so we're gonna go across. We're gonna do that. From that point on, I don't know how we're gonna get a whole level. I gotta find a way to get a whole level. The world boss is spawning. It's a really bad idea for me to do that. I am not doing the world boss. Some people might say, well, it's easy XP. You can do the world boss. Yeah, but listen. First of all, there's a lot of enemies that spawn. Even if there's 300 players, there's still a lot of enemies that could, like champions and elites that could one-shot me. And also, the Shadow Behemoth does a ton of damage on like the red circles and stuff that he has. And being at first person, I cannot, like, the water obscures much of the circles. It's really hard to see. So I don't think, okay, they finished that event. Okay, sure, fine. I wanted to kind of see if I could get credit for that event, but that's fine. Yeah, so I'm not doing the world boss. The world boss is too dangerous. Again, if I had armor, weapons, yeah, heck yeah, I don't care. Like, I think I'd survive, but without that, not very confident that I'd survive. And I would like to not die again. You know, at least I'd make it to, want to make it to the second map. Not that I want to die in the second map, but I don't want to have my second death be like, I don't know, again in the same map, like early on. This is so early on in the run still. God. Well, these guys are low levels. I'm like double their levels, so I don't think they do that much damage now. I'm gonna ramp, you know, this challenge is gonna ramp up like as I progress through it, as I do more of it, and it's gonna come to the point where I'm gonna do it on like an elementalist, right? And like it's gonna be like, you know, elementalist, super squishy, you know, and it's gonna be really difficult. But the thing also is I want to try it out. I want to see what the easiest starting experience is. Because the thing is that, you know, I could say right now, like, okay, so here's the thing. The hardest part about finding where to level up is early on. Why is early on the hard part? Is because I'm not allowed to go to any other map that are not at my level range. Every other map is above my level range, so I cannot even say, like, if I wanted to say, well, I'm just gonna go over to Wayfarer Foothills, well, I gotta go through maps that are not my level, okay? But later on it becomes a little bit easier, because you could say, like, you know, I could go from Kessex Hills if I'm like, you know, I've done the content I can in Kessex Hills and I kind of need to level up. I can go over to Brisbane Wildlands, right? I can just take that portal over here, go to Brisbane Wildlands and do that instead until I'm level 25. Then I need to go to like a 25-35 zone, right? But even like, especially around here, it becomes very interesting because you have 25 to 40, right? You get 15 levels there. But then it's also like, okay, so once I'm 40, I can go here. And if I do this map and I'm at like 45, for example, I can go over here and do that map, right? And if I go to 50, I can go there. And then, you know, if I have some stuff left over at like, you know, or if I'm level 50 and I have a little bit left over here, I could even do, well, not really, but you know what I'm saying. Like if I'm like 49, let's say I'm level 49, I could say, well, I'm going to go over here, try to do something over here that's maybe left, get another level, then go down here and do that. You know what I mean? Like it becomes a little bit easier later on, but right now I'm kind of locked in this one map and I don't really have any other options. So there's a lot of like, you know, rules, and again, you could make it malleable. You could say like, yeah, no, it's okay, you can like using waypoints to go to maps that are level appropriate, for example. You could make that a rule, you know, if we were to like change some of the rulings, or you know, like this challenge run is gonna evolve a little bit. Like, as I do this, and maybe as other people want to try the same thing, right? Like, I don't know if other people want to try this as well, but as this like progresses, we're gonna kind of see what works and what doesn't work, and what we can do and what we can't do for these things. Yeah, and it's just gonna be interesting to kind of learn, and you know, if I realize, so the thing is, I'm probably going to be trying this out with a lot of different races, right? The main part isn't necessarily classes, the main part is races. So I need to try this with different races, okay? And as I try this with different races, and I broke my plank immediately on the first attack, because, you know, that's my luck. But as I try this with other races, it's gonna be interesting to see which one the easiest starting area is gonna be, because I think some of them are gonna be a little bit easier than others, where there's gonna be more. I think it comes down to the events, right? Like, how does it come down to the events? Well, depending on which area, and I can't think on the top of my head now, but or even the hearts. I think it's hearts and events, whichever is the easiest, like has the most events and hearts that I can actually do, right? Like, I think that's what it's gonna come down to in the end. And we're gonna have to find exactly, we're gonna have to find out exactly like which one that is, and that's gonna be the optimal, you know, from that point on, that's gonna be the optimal race to run for this challenge, because that's gonna make the starting so much easier, because again, later on they kind of converge anyways on the different maps that you can go in. So it does, that part is only important for the starting experience, you know.
I don't
so
have enough energy.
so I'm doing both this. Oh my god, thank you. I'm doing both this event. I turned on the camera shake again. If that bothers someone, just let me know. I can turn that off. If someone is like, please, I just getting nauseous watching this, it's totally fine. I can turn it off. I know that some people get like very about that. I used to like, so it was really interesting when the game first came out. I loved having the camera shake. It gave me a lot of immersion. And then at some point in time, I happened to turn it off. I don't know why or when. I don't remember. But then I remember, because way early on, I remember talking to friends and they were like, yeah, I turned that off immediately. I couldn't, it made me nauseous. And I was like, really? Because it doesn't make me nauseous at all. And I was like, that's crazy. And then I turned it off. I had it off for a few years, for like a couple of years or something. And I randomly was going through the options at some point or something, and I was like, oh my god, I have that turned off. I'm like, let me turn that back on. I totally forgot about that. And I started getting so nauseated from it so fast, and I was like, oh, Paris is still glitched. Like, he doesn't have an icon above his head. He's supposed to be standing right there. He doesn't move though.
God's smile
Oh,
on me.
awesome, perfect. Oh, I killed an enemy by, I think I killed an enemy.
Hit the trees and make them shake. How
Great.
else are you
I
gonna
got
keep
armor
balance
that I
down?
can't
Oh, and
wear.
watch out for spiders.
Yeah, I somehow killed enemies, got credit for a kill there. Weird. From leveling up, pushing them back. Alright, anyways, not like this is the rule of not killing any creatures. There's no rule about that. If you can find an environmental weapon and you can kill them, do it. Alright, so now I'm gonna go up that path. But yeah, so my friends were telling me about how they were getting nauseated from the shaking, right? And I was like, oh, you're crazy. I have that turned on all the time and blah, blah, blah. And then at some point I turned it off. Don't know why, don't know when. And then a couple years later, I turned it back on and I started getting so nauseated so quickly from it. I'm like, oh my god, I can't do this. So I turned it back off, and then so now I kind of like switch back and forth. Like 1 year I'll have it on, 1 year I won't. Like, you know, I'll have it on for a couple months. I'll turn it off for a couple months. Like, I don't know. It's kind of strange. So again, I've had it off for a while now, and turn it back on. Here's Meebles, by the way. We can talk to Meebles and we can roar at it. And that way he goes back to the farm. He goes back to the MOBA farm down below. Alright. Let me see if I can... If I can. I know there's a lot of Ettins here on this path. Looks like someone just came through and killed them all, though, which is really, really nice. Well, most of them at least. Ooh. Uh-oh. I have a boulder. They want to kill the rabbits. I'm trying to, like, get away from them. Ah. Alright, I have a boulder. That knocks down, right? Knocking down a foe. 900 range. Alright, I'm just carrying this boulder around with me. Like, la-di-da. It's my pet boulder. Alright, I got some credit for that event. Okay, Bird is here. I'm sorry. Sorry, you're gonna have to take care of them by yourself. Alright, I'm gonna run. Run. Okay, I dropped the... apparently I dropped the rock doing that. Alright, so we got credit for that. Oh my god, I'm running out of stuff here. Still need 3/4 of a level. Oh, I should have gone the other way. You know what? I'm gonna go the other way. I'm gonna run this way. I think I should be okay. Boulder. No. Like, my boulder is just gonna be my emergency, escape. My emergency escape. I'm just gonna throw it and knock an enemy down and run away. Ooh. Uh-oh. Because what I want to try to do is I want to go down here, and I'm gonna see if there's a lot of new players. I want to see if I can get credit for sliding down. Woo! All right. Yeah, there's a lot of new players around. I want to see if I can get credit for someone killing this guy. If I throw like a boulder at him or something. I think there's like cow pies and stuff on this ranch too. There's a wooden plank. I think a wooden plank is gonna do me better than a boulder. Thing is with the wooden plank, I have a chance of it. I mean, it doesn't. It has 50% chance to break. Don't know. I want to sit around and wait. Alright, while we're waiting though, while we're maybe waiting a little bit, I need to figure out where I can get credit. Where I can get more credit. I mean, I'm like 94% done with the map. Like, there's not much I can do. I can kind of see... What were some events that I could partake in? I mean, I could partake in this, so if this pops, I can definitely... Because there's wooden planks. I don't know if that boulder is going to despawn or not that I left there. So I could use some cow pies. I think they have cow pies around here. There's one there. There's one there. There's a wooden plank here. Yeah, my boulder disappeared. Oh, someone is fighting it. Did they already make it? There's already... Okay, they're doing it right now. They should be okay. Okay, I should be okay. He does a ton of damage. I gotta be careful. Franklin is really strong. Okay. I hit him. Is that guy gonna make it? I don't know if he's gonna make it or not. Can't help you. I'm sorry. I can go back and see if I can get a cow pie or something, or another plank or something. Is that plank still over there? I know they despawn. No, it's still there. There's a cow pie here. What does it do? Oh, it causes confusions for 10 seconds. That's actually really good. I'm coming to help if you need it. Hold on, I gotta see. Trying my best. I'm sorry, I only have so much. Oh my god, that guy's like struggling hard.
Running out of endurance.
Hold on. And throw it. Boom. Alright, confusion.
Cat.
Okay, I do a little bit of. Look, he's gonna attack and he's gonna get damage himself. Perfect. Okay. That should also hopefully be enough credit. It's so funny how like you have to think about like these things become like problems that you have to like solve. Awesome, perfect. So he did that. I've done like all the things I can collect. What's the hero challenge I have not done? I haven't done one hero challenge? Which one? Wait, which is the hero challenge I haven't done? It doesn't even pop up on the... Oh, I could do that. There's environmental weapons around there. And I can see Victoria's back up. I know that event I can do. I just need to find these. I just need to find events that I can do where there's either environmental weapons or there's like things that don't require me to attack, like fires to be put out or people to be revived or something, you know. All that stuff gives you credit, so I gotta kind of see. So I gotta run all the way back over across. There might come a point. See, I can't even do this challenge at all. Oh my god. I love that the earth elemental is like, sometimes the graphic glitches out, so you see the earth elemental just hanging out. It's like, it's not actually there. As I get closer, it's gonna disappear, but it would be kind of cool to have things like that in the world, though. Like, I'm kind of missing a little bit of the fantastical aspect in a lot of ways in the world of Guild Wars. You know, like giant mushrooms and floating, you know, castles and stuff. Like, we have the Wizard's Tower, right? Like, I get that, but, you know, like, you know, a lot of games have, like, flying whales and, like, I don't know, you know, stuff like that I kind of miss in Guild Wars. You know, Guild Wars, without, like, if you take the magic aspect out of Guild Wars, it's literally like the medieval times. Like, you take the guns and the magic out, and it's like, it's literally a medieval world, right? Like, there's nothing fantastical about, like, looking at Queensdale. It's a landscape. There's nothing too crazy, like, there's nothing that's out of the ordinary there. There's nothing strange you know? I want to have like something that's more fantasy, you know, a little bit. I want a little bit more fantasy in the environments that, and most of CORSAIR is like that, and it doesn't really change that much later on. Like, even if you look at like Nios, for example, Nios wasn't that fantastical, you know. It's like most of the stuff that we saw in Nios could potentially really be just what it is, you know. Like, could exist in the world. So I'm gonna try to see if I can get some credit, because I can use this. Come here. No, stop it. Stop it. I'm trying to catch up with it.
Quick, kill it!
Oh my god, this weapon sucks. Oh my god, I have been doing really, really good on the luck. Oh, Yeah, luck just ran out. Weapon, wooden plank.
Upsy daisy.
Oopsie daisy. Oh, there's a wooden plank here too. Good. Attack. Nice. Alright, protected that. Even if we fail it, I'm still gonna get credit. It's just gonna be a lot less credit, obviously.
Get the tools back to their cave.
Oh my god. These wooden planks suck as weapons. Is there a different weapon anywhere? Oh, just wooden planks. There's a ton of them though. Yeah, I'm by myself, and this is gonna fail because there's a thief on the far side, and I cannot stop him by myself right here. Squirt bottle, maybe I can grab one of those. No, I need it. Oh my god, squirt bottle is disappearing. Is there any weapon around? I don't think we're gonna make that. That thief has a thing, and it's gonna fail. Alright, that's fine. Where was I going? Oh, I was going... Oh, I can... Reviving people gives me credit. It gives me... Maybe I can revive these guys?
Get the tools back to their cave.
And get some revival credit? I can do that.
Yes. Ooh, watch the tail.
Get like a little bit of credit here and there.
Take care of those logheads.
What? What are you even talking about? Oh, I'm taking that wooden plank with me. Did someone kill that... Did someone kill that thief before it could get to the cave? Maybe they did. Maybe I need to just keep fighting. Script bottle. I want to see... Can't pick it up? Annoying.
Get the axes and cutting things.
Oh, I can... Oh, we failed. Okay. That's fine. I got a little bit of experience. It's not a lot. It's only 280. It's a little bit, though. Oh my god. It's not enough. I need more. Ah, the wasp. I'm so used to just going where I want to go and not have to pay attention to what creature crosses my path. Okay, I can revive this hunter. I was like looking to see if there was any veterans, but I think the only veteran in the area is that guy, because the veterans will just they have like the longest aggro range ever, and they're so aggressive. Not sure what's going on there. Dude, you're gonna die. Your bear isn't helping? What's happening? Why is your bear not attacking? This is strange. There's another one over here, but there's... Yeah, look at that guy. Look, he's already looking... Look! I barely even close, and he's like, I'm coming for you. Ah! Leave me alone, please. No! I don't know why Turkus is following me. I'm scared. Alright. Let's see if we can get that, slide down. Woohoo! Woohoo! Okay, why is my stomach growling? I'm not even, like... I'm not hungry, but, like... I haven't really eaten anything today. It's kind of weird. Like, my stomach is growling, I get it, but I'm also not very hungry, so...
He doesn't have a dog, idiot. Oh, yeah?
Okay, so I'm gonna switch maps, because the movement speed is super nice, and the experience gained from kills, while not really that applicable, like, it, you know, I don't kill that much, but... Nice. Oh, my weekly. Oh, weeklies, that's right. Weeklies just reset. I did my weeklies last week. There's nothing else to buy. I just keep buying the gold. I don't want anything else out of this. I've bought all the things. I've bought all the things in the past. Like, is anyone else in that same situation that you just get gold now? I'm like just buying gold, bags of gold. Alright, is there an environmental weapon that I can engage the fight somehow? Is there anything? Wood plank, a dead cat. I'm just kidding. Nothing. Really? I thought there was something around, but I guess I'm a fool. That's why I didn't do this. That's why I didn't do this.
Feeling hot.
Feeling hot. Nothing. Maybe in this house.
Step right up, carnival goers. Test your strength against
No.
mine and win a prize.
Just a puppet saw Kasura.
I carry only the highest quality goods.
Crap.
More people should learn to barter.
Shut up. That's why I didn't do it. I need to find an environmental weapon somewhere. Lady
Speak
Bower.
quickly.
You need some. Why are you here? I'm enjoying the solitude. I'm enjoying Beetleton. What sort of response? I'm in the municipal council for the Shire. So much info. I don't care. Is she a reference to Fable, by the way? Because I do know that, like, what, the first Fable had, like, or I think it was, like, didn't all of the Fables have, like, the Lady Bower that was always, like, the mayor of the town or something? Wasn't that a thing? Like, wasn't she alive in the first Fable, and then in the second Fable you could, like, go to her grave or something? Oh my god, it's been a long time since I've played Fable, but that feels like a reference to that. Okay, I gotta see if out in the fields here, if there's an environmental weapon. I don't see any weapons around here.
Centaurs in the wheat field! Centaurs in the wheat field!
Centaurs in the wheat field! Oh my god! I don't have a weapon, lady. I can't help. Give me a cow pie, or wood plank, or wooden sword, even better. Like, I can't help. I can't help you guys at all. This farmer is just... Is she dead? He dead? No, she's just sleeping.
You seem friendly.
Thank you. Oh my god. Okay, someone is people are fighting this. So I can get credit for this, you guys. I can collect the broken sprinkler pieces. They're disappearing before my very eyes. Oh no, they're in the fields. They're in the okay. I'm gonna collect these broken sprinkler pieces. Wasn't there another one around here? Let's see. There's one. There's some over there. Oh, there was one here. There's one here. Oh, stop it. Stop attacking me. I don't want it. I don't want it. Alright, thank you. Okay, and I'm just gonna bring this broken pieces to Clarence over there. Beautiful. Look at this. Yes. Credit to me. We're almost there. All right, Victoria, let's help you out again. Let's do the raisin wine. Hello. All right.
Finally found someone to help me. Unlike you worthless clods.
Still sore about that? We have our orders, ma'am.
So we're gonna help her out. We can get credit for that. We can't really help over here. I mean, I guess I could help, but
The ministry
I know that I can do this one. Like, I don't know what I can do on the other one. I don't know. Oh, I gotta run each piece. I forgot about that. What is this? Throw a grape. Blind a target with a handful of
May Traina
grapes.
bless you.
Wow. Oops.
Can I help you?
Wrong button. Into the whole thing. Okay.
Greetings.
Okay. Okay. That's just scaled up with more people being around, but at least there's people to kill these guys.
From ruined grapes.
So, well, I'll get that done. I'm gonna try to run down to that other event. Maybe, maybe. Okay, that's enough credit. I'm gonna get gold for that. It's only 5, so I'm sure it'll be fine. Or, I mean, it's 5, but, you know, it looks like it's only 5, but I think it's more than enough to get good credit. Oh, there's people here. That event just ended. Great. Okay, we're not going to that event, because that is not in existence anymore. I just need to wander around the map, I guess, right? Like, go to where I know events happen. That just happened. That just happened. So, I don't... Is this under centaur control? Looks like it is. I got 800. Okay, that's kind of nice. Slowly getting there, you guys. Slowly getting to level 15. It's funny because even in low-level areas, like I get scaled down. So even in low-level areas, like in level 5 areas, I still gotta be careful. I might still die. I'm gonna use these ruined grapes. Smack someone with these nasty grapes, or blind a target. So I can smack them with these nasty grapes. So if I need to defend myself in any way, or get participation in an event, maybe. Right, so apparently I can't take the grapes too far. They just despawned out of my hand. The grapes have expired. They're now raisins, and they're not worthy of being used as a weapon anymore. I'm trying to think of, like, you know, what's the safest area to do events? It's probably Shaymore Fields, right? Like, I'm thinking Shaymore Fields. If I can find environmental weapons there, what I wanna do is I wanna go where the Windmill King is and get one of those like toy swords or whatever that was called, or wooden swords or whatever. Ooh. Can I somehow get credit for this? Guess I can't pick up these bottles. It looks like you can, but alright, I don't think I'm gonna get credit for any of this. I'm just gonna try to destroy these and see if that gives me credit, but I doubt it. I wish those bottles, I thought, wasn't it at some point that you could pick those up and they were like broken bottles you could throw or stab someone with or something? I know there's like broken bottles in the game that are environmental weapons that bleed foes. I'm pretty sure. What do we have in here? A metal bar,
Attack,
a garden
yes.
hoe, a boulder, and a wooden plank. What's the chance of this breaking? It has a chance to break. It doesn't tell me the percent though. Oh my god, look at these guys. I really want to get... I want to get the Splintered gate piece? How well? That's the same as a wooden plank. Metal bar. That's what I just had. Where did the sword go? There was a sword. Leave me alone, please. Far enough? Far enough. Bye. Jeez. So annoying. I guess I'm gonna take the metal bar. I was really hoping I would get a wooden sword, but that is just fine. We gotta take what, you know, take what you can get. Trying to think. Over there's the water pump. Yeah, I definitely gotta go back to Shaymore Fields because that's the safest place, really. Like I said, to do. Because I'm still scared. If I go to Centaur Land over in the east side, they could easily overwhelm me. Like, you know, because I can't rely on new players to just hang out there and just be there or whatever. So I gotta be careful with that. I don't know how long I can hold these in my hand. Oh, this is on fire, which means the event is going on. I can get credit for that if there's other people, and it's going on for another 4 minutes. That's a really fast second counter. That's not... Wait a minute. Is that actual seconds? I'm looking at like my timer, and it's like, it seems like it's faster. But I don't think it is. Anyways. My foot fell asleep. Alright, there's people doing it. Perfect. So I can go down here. I can hit this bomb carrier guy. Bam. Great, and I broke it in one move.
It's exploding time.
It's exploding time. Alright, weapons. Environmental weapons. I need to know where they all are. Oh? Okay. I got some credits for killing an enemy and getting loot from them. Awesome. Does this house have any environmental weapons? I think they should put more environmental weapons in this game. Let's put them around everywhere. I always loved the idea. I remember they kind of, before Guild Wars 2 came out, you know, there was a lot of like they used to do so much coverage of Guild Wars 2. Like, you guys don't understand, like, and that's something that I try to make, like, where my frustration comes from a little bit with Guild Wars 2 and specifically ArenaNet a little bit. Because, yeah, and I don't know if that's going to be enough credit, but we tried. Well, the worm is here. I don't know if I have, is there an environmental weapon here that I can use? I just don't see any environmental weapons. Is there cow pies around? Or something I can throw? Get credit for this. But that's the thing, like, ArenaNet used to engage, like, they used to be so out there. Like doing all these things with the community, and like there was just a lot, you know, and it was great. It was amazing. Like I frequently now, as I made this video series that's coming out right now, I've been looking at a lot of, I gotta see, there's no environmental weapons around. I guess I gotta change my thinking a little bit, and I gotta go with the places that have the most environmental weapons, so that makes it easier for me to do what I need to do. Alright, I guess we're gonna venture around a little bit. If I don't see anything around here that I can use as weapons, I'm going to, maybe there's something in this window. But yeah, so the thing is that, like, ArenaNet, you know, my frustration a little bit with ArenaNet is like how, you know, they were so active in the community and they were so active on like YouTube. Like if you go back to pre Guild Wars 2, like the amount of, or even like, you know, 3-4 years into the lifetime of Guild Wars 2, like how many videos and streams and events they were doing and all this stuff, right? There was like so much stuff. Like I go, because of this video series, that's what I was saying, like I go on their YouTube channel a lot now to look at like some of the trailers and videos and blah blah blah. And it's crazy. Hi kitty cat. And it's wild to me like how different the ArenaNet from back then was. Like they were so active in the community, they were so active with like, you know, just talking about the game and showing it off and like doing all these different things. Oh, thank you for subscribing. Someone subscribed. I appreciate it. I didn't get, was there a notification? I didn't see it, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Cal. Thank you so much. I don't know if they're watching or not, but thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, it was crazy because they were so much, right? There was so much coverage of the game, and they talked about it, and they had like these interviews and streams, and they showed off things in the game. And like I said, this was even like years after the game released. They still made videos about like all these different things. Like I was watching a stream that they were doing about yeah, I gotta go away from this area because I don't think I can really do, I can do like this, the red apple event. I can do that. I can help with that. Let's do that. But yeah, so it was just like, I don't know. It was very, very different. You know, it's like, I think back on that time and I'm like, man, I remember like there was something all the time on their YouTube channel that they were like releasing videos and they were showing off the game and stuff like that. And I remember one of the streams, and that's where the original like thing came from. But I remember that originally they showed off the environmental weapons. That was like this one thing. They were kind of proud of doing that. And it was super interesting because, you know, the environmental weapons were never big. They were never like these ultimate, like, oh my god, this is going to be like life-changing. You know, this is not like revolutionary in any shape or form. But I do remember them being very, very excited about these environmental weapons. Where they talked about, this was pre-Guild Wars 2, like, you know, before the game release, but they were talking about, like, yeah, you can find, like, you know, broken pieces of this, or you can find that, and they're, like, all over in the world, and, you know, they all have, like, different effects, and, you know, it changes the way that you play the game, because, you know, rather than just using a weapon, you're gonna just pick up something from the ground and use that instead, and it might have, like, some really cool effect that's gonna help you out. And they were so excited about that. I remember when ArenaNet was excited about Guild Wars 2. You know, it's been such a long time since we've really seen ArenaNet be excited about the game. Which is such a shame because I feel like there's still so much that makes Guild Wars 2 just amazing. You know, and really, like, especially with all these new players that are coming from, like, all these new, what is it, like, what's the Epic Game Store and Steam and stuff. Like, we've gotten a huge influx of new players, and it's just amazing to see, like, people, you know, going through this experience for the first time, right? Like, like for us veterans that have played the game since the beginning, you know, we had that first experience way early on, and it was a much different experience. The game was much harder. It was much more difficult. There wasn't all these resources. You know, now you have all these resources about like, there's hundreds of builds out there, like thousands of builds probably, that you could just pick up on the fly, you know, look at and whatever. You know, there's guides to every achievement. You know, everything has like a guide, you know, to you know, from new player guides to, you know, what to do after level 80, like all this different. We didn't have all that back in the day. We didn't even have like builds and stuff, like websites for builds and stuff that didn't exist. I'm gonna try to deposit all these apples now. That should be enough. We have an awakened of invasion in 1 minute. Joko sends his love to Queens.
Not enough energy.
God, there's so many spiders around.
I'll take what you have.
Okay,
We're
perfect.
almost
That's
out of
40 apples. Jesus. But yeah, so it was a way different experience, but I still think that the core experience of Guild Wars 2, the leveling experience of it, is fundamentally like really, really good compared to some other games. There are certain games that still have a good leveling and like open world experience. Like right now I'm leveling through ESO, and I think that there's a lot of similarities. Not between the worlds. The worlds themselves and like the mythos and like all that stuff is very different, I think. You know, it's very, very different, right? Because you have like different elves and you have like all these societies that are like well established and blah blah blah. Like there's a lot of history that ESO has, right? And it's a very different world, right? But the experience of leveling through is very similar to like Guild Wars 2. It's like even the main story of it is almost like a like there's so many similarities that I see between like in the main story and the leveling between Guild Wars 2 and Elder Scrolls Online. Like there's a huge amount of similarities. For one, like you have, right, in Guild Wars 2 you have Destiny's Edge. Well, in ESO you have the 5 companions, right? Like they take kind of the same role, right? They're these heroes that are, you know, these big figures, and they kind of they try to fight, you know, the good fight against the bad guy, right? Now by the end of the main campaign of ESO, you go to Cold Harbor with you create an alliance between these different factions, and you go to Cold Harbor. You invade Cold Harbor, and you establish like a town in Cold Harbor, and in that town you kind of you pretty much like you fight the bad guys in Cold Harbor, spreading your influence, right? Weakening the bad guys by doing different things, like assaulting different like areas. And what do we have here? Wooden plank, I'll take that. And then you go assault the bad guy at the very end, right? Once you have weakened him, then you meet back up again with the companions, and you do the last final fight against the bad guy, okay? In Guild Wars 2, you band together these different factions, right? The 3 different orders, and then you invade the bad guy's land, which again in Guild Wars 2, it's Or, right? So Or is Guild Wars 2's Cold Harbor, right? It's like it's this country that you invade. Obviously in ESO it's like a different plane of existence or whatever, right? But it's the same kind of idea. There's someone on the ground that I can probably revive and get credit for. At this point, I'm so close to level 15, I'll take anything I can get. Oh god. Hello. 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 No, I'm sorry. I can't. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I cannot. Can't help you. I'm sorry. I have no weapon. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't have any weapons, and there's way too many of them, and their soldiers are not helping. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, person. But yeah, so that's where the similarities come from, right? Like, it's crazy to me, like, you know, and that's the thing. So you invade Or, right? Like you do with Cold Harbor, and you weaken Zaitan, right? You weaken Molag Bal in Cold Harbor by taking over all these different things and fighting biggest minions and stuff like that. You do the same thing in Cold Harbor, and then you do one final push, right? Like towards Ara, right? Like that's kind of like in the story, you know, you go to the Artesian Well and you do the ritual and blah blah blah, and you cleanse the land and blah, 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 whatever, right? And then you meet back up with Destiny's Edge, and you defeat Zaitan, right? Just like in ESO, in the story, you meet up with the campaign. You go back to the harborage or whatever it's called, and you meet up with the companions, and then you go defeat Molag Bal, in the last like story thing, right? Story instance of going in there. So there's a lot of similarities in the way that the story pans out and stuff like that, and how like in Cold Harbor you see all these people that you met throughout the maps and stuff like that. It's a different experience now that they have done like one Tamriel where you know, every like level scaling, like everything is your level. It doesn't matter where you go, you can go anywhere, and you know, stuff is scaled to your level. So it doesn't, there's no real progression really anymore in like the maps and stuff. But nonetheless, the idea still is that you have I can't do this. I can't go in there. I'm gonna try to like revive
Hello, I'm in turrets.
this guy right here
I owe you one. I feel.
and this sheriff right here. Oh, there's things I gotta. Oh my god, you guys, we almost died. Okay. Revive. Where's the portal? Is it done? No, it's over there. They're over there. Okay, perfect. They're just far enough away. Just far. I don't know if I'm gonna get credit for that. But whatever. Ooh, wild. That was crazy. But yeah, so there's a lot of experience. So I really think that ESO, even though they have one Tamriel, you can still like, there's all these, you know, it's fully voice acted, which is very similar again to Guild Wars 2. You know, and it's not like you have all these different quests you gotta do. You know, it's like you pick up a little quest. You know, you have quest hubs, I guess. You go from like one quest to another, but they've done a good job of like placing, like if you're at the end of doing the quest, then you don't have to walk all the way back. Like most times you can find like the NPC has like moved closer to you and you can just turn it in or something. You know, it's not a big deal. Like they loop around a lot on the different like on the different like the dungeons and stuff that you go in, the little caves, the delves or whatever they call those. They do a good job, right? So there's a lot of similarities between those two games, and that's why I like ESO a lot. The combat is where it's kind of iffy. The combat is kind of janky in a lot of different ways, and it's very iffy to me. I don't know if I'm gonna get credit. I'm just gonna kind of hang out here. I'm gonna see if I can like. Oop, I didn't mean to scroll. I'm gonna see if I can, if someone goes down, if I can revive them. Oh god, the shaking is like maybe I'm gonna turn the shaking off right now. It's actually in here.
Seriously.
Hunter Zephyr is a warrior. I'm just kind of stand here and hi Sheriff. I love that he's level 16, even though it ends at level 15. This area, I'm so close to level 15, you guys. I just don't want to leave here because I gotta go to the next zone anyways. All right, they did. Let's see. I got credit and I leveled up. Oh, you get a lot of experience too from that. All right, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. None of this matters. None of this matters.
That looks valuable.
None of it matters. Can't equip any of it anyway. Alright, I'm gonna sell everything. Alright, we're off to go. Wow, that's a lot of experience already into the next level, which is super nice. Alright, we're gonna sell everything. I'm not gonna break it down. I'm just gonna sell it all. I don't really care. Alright, off we go. Next area. Nope. Oh my god, Kitsix Hills. Alright, let's see. Why did I get mail? Oh, because of the stuff. The awakened incursions. I don't care, dude. Yeah, I have those. Okay. But yeah, so I really do like ESO for that reason. You know, I do like it a lot in that sense because it feels very similar to Guild Wars 2 in that regard. This is gonna be dangerous. gonna be dangerous going in here. Can I take this? Okay, yeah, I can steal those. I can do this hard. I can steal these supply sacks. Hello. I just need to be quick. I just need to run around and be quick. So, but most MMOs really don't have that, right? Like, I just, like I said, with Throne and Liberty, for example, you know, people literally, I saw a post online, and it's good for them, right? Like, good for them, but I saw someone say, like, oh, this game is amazing, right? There was, like, a post that was done. It was just nothing crazy, you know, but it was just, like, this post that someone had made where they were like, oh my god, this game is amazing. And I was like, I didn't have that great of a level experience. It was just a matter of like I said before, it's like they placed a bunch of like enemies on a field and we're like, okay, go here and defeat them because, you know, we don't really care about the leveling experience. We want you to get to endgame where you start doing the dungeons and you start doing all these like crazy things, you know, and the raids and stuff like that. And as someone put it recently, I heard someone say that before, right? It's and I think this has recently like come up a few times, but people were saying like, you know, if you want your player to just be max level, if you don't want them to have a good leveling experience, then just have them start at max level with everything unlocked. Like, if you don't want them to have a great leveling experience and go through and like do the things to like learn the game and stuff like that, like, you know, you could just have like a tutorial area where you instruct people like how to play the game, and then just like have them play max level stuff, or do it like, you know, how ESO does it, where like, you know, and I'm not saying leveling in ESO, like there's still a fun experience in ESO doing leveling, but just, you know, do the 1 Tamriel thing where everything is like adjusted to your level. And it doesn't matter how well. Oh my god, the bottle! Look, it's floaty. It's a floaty bottle. It actually says something on it. What does it say? Is that an M? Does that start with an M? No. Yes. M. I think this is M-E. Oh my god, I can't. M-E. T-U? Yeah, it's moving so much, it's hard to see. I think that's a U. M-E-U? M-E-U-H... S? M-E-U-H-S? No, I don't think that's what it says. I would have to like look at a model of it, because I can't read it. It's so like... I would love to see a model of that, but yeah, we have a bottle. Floaty bottle, look at this. And we can throw it, and it says ... Let's see what it does when we throw it. It does nothing. It does absolutely nothing, and I'm about to die because of that. It does ... because it doesn't... Oh my god, I gotta run away. Oh, help me. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And don't come back. But yeah, you know, and I think games that are like that, like I said, no hard feelings, but then just, you know, why create a whole world, fill it with enemies, fill it with quests, when you don't want people to experience that, right? Like, I still don't get why games like ESO could easily do it, right? Like, and newer MMOs, why they don't look at Guild Wars 2 and like the dynamic event system, right? My back is itchy. Oh my god, where's my back switch? Right there. Like, why don't they look at, you know, Guild Wars 2? Like, the dynamic event system is so good. It is so good. It makes every, like, the thing is, it really has the potential to make the world feel alive. Not only that, right? You know, it makes the world feel alive. It gives you an interactive leveling experience. And it also, whenever you level up different, like, new characters and stuff, it gives you, like, a different experience every time. Because you could, you know, you could level through an area with one character. I have nothing else to do in this area. This is wild. I gotta wait to see if, like, any of these bushes eventually, like, respawn or something. Oh god, there's a bandit lieutenant. I don't even have a weapon. There's no, like, wooden planks or anything around to attack with and stuff. I wonder if I can, like...
Please, I need to thank the gods you came along.
Okay. Well, I didn't get credit for it yet. But yeah, so, you know, I could go through an area with two separate characters and have a completely different experience. Because I'm experiencing different events, or I'm getting to an area that has, like, you know, when you... Simple, right? You look at Shaymore Fields, right? So, you have the broodmother that spawns here sometimes. You have the field can be on fire, or you can have the worm there, right? You can have the ox that goes through here, where you have to, like, shoo it back to the house. You have the collecting apples, or defeating spiders, or defeating the large spider. You have the defeating the elder earth elemental that walks around, or the harpies that come down, right? Like, all that in this area. You know, you have the bandits breaking the thing over here, you know, exploding the thing here, or you have, like, defending, where is it? Right here, I think Ranger Meppy stands around and he needs to be defended or whatever. Like, you have all these experiences in this area, like, all these events in this area, and I might go through, right, on my one character, and I might experience the bandits burning this, and then I go down here, and then I have the harpies attacking this, and then I go here, and I have to collect apples, and I go here, I defend Ranger Meppy, and then I move on with my life, right? And I maybe I defend the thing here, and I move on with my life, and I go to this area, right? And then from that point on, I'm just leveling my character, and I go through the world, and I get to level 80, and I never come back to this area. I make another character a week later, and I go in, and oh, I have to defeat the worm now. I have to go in here, and now there's the elder earth elemental and the broodmother that's here. I defeat them. I go over here. The spiders are up, and then a huge spider spawns, and I got to do that. And then the ox is running wild, and I got to do that instead. And then I go here, and then everything is fine here. No Meppy. But I go over here, and now this time, the bandits are poisoning the water supply. So I got to defend that. And I move on with my life, right? And it's a completely different experience in just this area of the world, right? There's also the kids that are on the hill that go back into the cave, and you have to answer their questions about Destiny's Edge, right? Like, there's all these little events that happen everywhere. But I'm saying, like, you can have such a different experience going through the world on, you know, just because of the dynamic event system, which gives it so much replayability, right? Like, we talked about this, where this one event, you know, actually going back to that same area over here, if you have a lot of people in the area, apparently there is a thief that spawns, and he runs all the way down, and you have to kill him because he takes the blueprints for the water pumping station. He steals them, and you gotta, and it was the first time in 12 years that I'd seen that event, or at least if I did it, you know, 12 years ago, like, I don't remember. But we had such an influx of new people that there was so many people in this area that this event spawned, which I hadn't seen spawn in a long time. And I was like, oh my god, I've never seen this event. Like, what is this? You know, and it was a different, and like I said, you can have all these different experiences based on, you know, the dynamic event system. And I think it's such a great system. And I cannot believe that Guild Wars 2 is the only game that has that. Yes, you can argue Final Fantasy has their fates and Rift, that they're little rifts and stuff, but is it the same? I don't think it's the same. The thing is with Rift, is the rifts all felt the same. They were all the same exact thing. You go through, and it's, you know, rows and rows of enemies that you feed in a little area, and yes, you get different enemies based on what kind of rift it was, and blah blah blah, you know. And there was different, you know, they would have, like, these areas that were invaded by enemies, and you would have to defeat, like, these rows of enemies that would, you know, these waves of enemies that would come in, and you have to defend an area and stuff like that. So, but there was no variety, right? That was about it for variety. There was really nothing else. And it's kind of like, okay, well, you have that, but it feels flat. Same with Fates. The Fates are kind of like, well, defeat enemies in a thing here, or like do something in a thing there, right? And it's not, again, it's not the same. It's not as in-depth as the event system that Guild Wars 2 has created. And it's such a great system, and I cannot believe that no other MMO has taken a look at that and said, man, we need to add something like that in our game. No other MMO has done it. In 12 years. Almost 13. Like 12 and it's crazy to me. It's crazy. It's one of the things that makes Guild Wars. I don't know if I can. I don't think I can get credit for that waypoint from up here. Can I? Can I? Can I? No. I think I gotta go all the way back down. Alright, I gotta take a short break here. I have to use the restroom. Right back. Pause that. I'll be right back, guys.
Watch the perimeter. Don't let them inside the defenses. We must hold this ground. The northern gate is lost. Regroup. Across the western bridge! Move to engage! Watch the perimeter. Don't let them inside the defenses. We must hold this ground. That seems to be the last of them. Rest up and tend to your wounds. This isn't over yet.
Alright. Sorry about that. So, we're back. But yeah, so anyways, that, you know, and to me it's crazy, you know, because we, you know, as we talk about the leveling experience, like, it makes the leveling experience of Guild Wars 2 so unique and so good, that I cannot believe that there isn't. Man, my cat is so, it's been so annoying. I don't know. I gave you food. I don't know what to tell you. Sorry, buddy. You don't want to eat it. I don't know what. Hold on. Let me just close my door. All right. Sorry. I just want to close the door. She meows so loudly. It's like it's distracting to me because it's just literally like so loud in my ear, and I'm like, holy crap. But yeah, so I really think that that's something worth looking into, right? So many MMORPGs really miss out on the like RPG element of it, you know, too, where like so many MMOs now have it, like they're MMOs, right? Like they're not MMORPGs anymore. They're MMOs because the RPG part of like creating a character and kind of going through and like trying out different things and leveling this up and leveling that up, using different weapons, learning different spells, learning different things here and there, you know, that's what RPGs are like pretty much about. And you lose a lot of that in these other games. You know, it like I said, so many games just force you into a role. Like when you look at something like, oh my god, I like fell way down there. When you look at something like Final Fantasy 14, for example, right? Like it's a great game, but it kind of forces you, like as you level up, you get a rotation, right? Of like, not even a rotation, but you get a set of skills and you have to use them in a specific rotation, and that's your build, right? That's your thing. You equip the best equipment that you can find, and that's it. There's no experimenting, there's no like moving around. Like that's what made Rift so great, right? Like Rift was awesome because you had all these options on like how to combine these different like classes and stuff. And there's so many options on like different paths that you could take, you know, where you could do, yeah, I want to take this and this and this and like create my own class. And you could create, and it like it really had that RPG element to it, you know. There used to be a lot more spike traps down here, but I think at some point in time they removed them for whatever reason. I don't know why. But I remember there being a lot more. There's some over here. So yeah, I really wish that like MMORPGs went back to that a little bit, right? Like nowadays it's all about like, well, no, you know, you want to do the dungeons and you want to do the raids and you want to do the strikes and you want to do that, right? And that's the mentality that the players have like kind of, you know, mass shift in this mindset, you know, in the player base of MMOs, where it's like, yeah, like even nowadays, lots of times in Guild Wars 2, many people will say, oh, we'll just skip through all of the stuff, like no one cares about the story, no one cares about all of the stuff, you can just get to endgame and do raids, right? Which works for some people, right? Like some people, like I said, recently I watched some people starting the game like new, you know, there were brand new players and stuff like that, and particularly there was like two people specifically that I watched, and there was one, she's a younger girl, and she was playing through this, and she you know, or young lady or whatever, right? And she was playing through it, and she wanted to experience the story. She loved playing through the story and learning about the characters and like going around the world and just seeing all the different things, and she didn't care about getting to like level 80 and endgame and stuff like that. And then I watched a gentleman who was like, kind of, he was playing the story, but he wasn't really paying attention, and he's like, I don't even know what's happening, I don't even know what's going on, right? Because he wasn't like, it wasn't that he was ignorant to it, like he still had a great time leveling, but he was like, that's really not like my thing, you know. I don't go I'm gonna go back here and see, yeah, the sacks are back, so I can finish this now. I'm gonna finish this, and then maybe by the time I get back over there, some of the stuff will have respawned there. But he was kind of saying, he's like, you know, I'm more about the like raiding and the like end game stuff and the like partying with people and going through like difficult content, and like that's what I like to do, right? And I totally get that, you know, but he still had a great time playing through the experience. And I forgot what the original point of that was, why I brought the two of them up, you know. But I don't know, it's just really cool to see people experience that level. Ooh, rusty swing, and it doesn't do anything. Does it at least poison someone? It's like the bottle has just ... which usually means it doesn't do anything. So I want to try that out. Is there an enemy? There's this guy up there. Let's try it out on him. Let's see what this rusty scrap will do.
Help me over here.
Oh no, it does. Okay, it does a lot of stuff. Okay, cool. If we ever get it, remember that. It's like that sword. It's like that rusty sword that we can find. Oh, I keep forgetting about the timer, you guys. I'm sorry. It's fine. I'm not gonna add any minutes to it. It's fine. I'm just gonna, by the end of tonight, I'm gonna let it run a little bit for a couple minutes. A little bit long. Oh yeah, there's a spike trap so back. Is there any here? But yeah, it's like great to see you know, people playing through the game and really having that RPG you know, experience where they go in and they level up different abilities and they're trying out different things, and they're, you know, it makes it more fun. The thing is, I think MMO companies, or companies that make MMOs, like, they don't really understand the like cause and effect, maybe, or I don't know really how to describe it, but because the thing is, like, they think that you should skip the leveling experience because, you know, no one cares about the story and no one cares about the world and blah 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 blah, right? And so you just want to do the end game stuff, right? But many of the people that are going into the end game stuff, they play regular RPGs. So the thing is, like, what comes first, right? Is it the you know, is it the bad story, or is it because you don't want to put too much effort into the story because you want people to just get to that good part, right? Like, why don't you make the first part the good part already, so you don't have to worry about the last, like, having all of them, like, having people skip through 80% of your stuff and then just do the last 20% of having the raids and the dungeons and the whatever, right? Like, at the end, you know what I mean? So it's like, I wish companies would kind of have this realization where they come to understand that you should really have oh wow, there's a spike trap so far out. You should really have a great leveling experience because it helps your game, right? Like, the thing is, Guild Wars 2 has a great leveling experience, but what is it missing is it doesn't really teach you about the game. Right, there's a little bit of a disconnect where there's a huge gap between getting to level 80 and doing endgame content. There's a huge gap between these two, and that's because the end game, the leveling experience, the 1 to 80, all those maps, all the core maps and all that, doesn't represent what the end game is anymore. It used to, right? Like, dungeons were just an extension of the world that they were in, right? And that was the original end game. But Arena has never gone back to updating the core game. So there's a big gap there that kind of, I think, again, is to the detriment of Guild Wars 2, because a lot of people, like, we see these posts all the time where people go through the core game, they level to level 80, and then they go into Heart of Thorns and they die 75 billion times, and they're like, what is happening? Like, why am I so bad at this game? I just got to level 80 and all of a sudden I don't understand anything anymore, you know? And I think it's because, you know, it does such a bad job. Like, the core game doesn't represent what expansion / whatever other like past, you know, expansion, you know, Heart of Thorns and past all that stuff. It doesn't represent that anymore at all, right? And I think it could, I think ArenaNet would really benefit, like Guild Wars 2 would really benefit from having an overhaul for the core game, in that sense, because it is still a great leveling experience. It just needs to get to the point where it represents what the end game is, right? Kind of bridge that. Give us proper tutorial areas, right? They could really redesign all the 5 areas, right? If you guys have ever noticed, every starting race area, right, has like one area that's like early on the leveling that has like 4 or 5 hearts that are kind of blocked off from the rest, right? Like this is blocked off by having, you know, a lake here, the garrison here, long path here, mountain here, long path here, right? It's isolated in this area. You have to venture far out, you know, in order to get to other areas that are higher level, right? They all have that, right? Wayfarer Foothills obviously has the first valley here. You have to go either across the mountain or through the pass here in order to get, you know, to the higher level areas that are north. This one is like the easiest one to identify, I think, right? Where like it has all of this, where it has all the shrines. It has the Raven Shrine, it has the Bear Shrine, it has the Wolf Shrine, it has the Snow Leopard Shrine, right? And it has all the other stuff in between, right? So that's the leveling thing here. Then, you know, you go to Plains of Ashford, right? And it has all that stuff here, right? Where you have like the cow pen thing over here, and you have the like Skrid attacking the thing over here with the Devourer Cave on the side. You have the lake over here, right? And it's all like blocked off, right? You would have to go either like, it's actually shown right here. You have to go through the path because this all like extends around this way. You have to go through this little path in order to get to this area, or you have to go through Smokestead in order to get to the higher level areas, right? It's all like blocked off right here, this area, right? The Sylvari area is the same way, right? You have this whole area down here, okay, which like has like Morgan Spiral over here, and you have that like camp, the Nightmare Camp over here, but it's blocked off. There's like a mountain range that goes all the way like around here, and you have like one path that leads through here. Okay, you can go through that path here. You have like another path on the side that leads through this, and then you have the village of Astoria that you can go through, which goes above this little path that leads to the higher level areas way down there, right? But it's all pretty much the starting areas over here, right? Where you have a couple of undead events here, Morgan Spiral. You have the inlet over here where there's a few events. You have the Wardenhurst area over here. You have the Sylvan Hounds area over here. You know, and that's blocked off, right? Sorendra, right? You have the Hinterlabs, as they call them, the Hinterlabs down here. Which again, there's a if you go across the river, you can go up through. There's like a little mountain range. You can get to high level areas if you go through the mountain area there, right? But it's kind of, again, it's isolated over here. Or you can go, there's the fun houses over here, right? And you can get through the little building that's over here, the little pyramid, like the little, it's not a pyramid, but the little like cube area, cube building. You can go there and you can go up there, right? Or you can go along the river. But it's, again, it's kind of blocked off, and you have these areas. The High Lake are down here. The little labs are down here where you can help out. There's like 3 separate labs that you can help out. There's a lab over here, you know, with the water in the middle. You can kind of help them out with the High Lake tribe over here. So again, they have those areas, right, that are blocked off. And again, I kind of wasted a little bit of time. Hi, Jacob. How are you? Wasted some time to make sure that the timer is a little accurate, but it's super inaccurate right now. But oh, there's Chaotic Dom and Chaotic Lollipop. We saw them earlier. Ooh, we have a weapon here. We have a tree branch. Ooh. Okay, it has a chance to break. Break your branch on the foe's face. Nice, love that. Oh, hello. I'm gonna revive this guy. So I would love to see like a redone, you know, for those areas where they maybe really instruct you on things like defiance bars and dodging. You know, you know, they added the little dodging chests, but it doesn't really, you know, they have that dodging chest like right here or whatever, you know, but it doesn't really teach you how to dodge, right? Like I really wish they would like give you actual events where you have to dodge or something, you know. I think that would be really, really cool. So I don't know. There's precedence to go back and redo some of that stuff to enhance that leveling experience, or really go to the point where they give you a proper tutorial into the game. Again, it's not about hand holding. They could make it they could design it in a way where it feels interactive and it doesn't feel like, oh, they're just showing me how to play the game, right? Again, you have the great system of a dynamic events. Like, you have dynamic events, right? That really, like, are so unique, such a staple, such a great unique feature in the MMO space. That you could have, like, you could redesign all of those events, right? We talked about the Shaymore Fields events earlier, but you could take all of those events and you can redesign them and like make them interactive, you know, and make them really teach you about Defiance Bar. Like, you could have the Worm Queen that spawns in the field have a Defiance Bar, and really have them, like, have the NPCs call out, like, here, take this brick and throw it at her to break her bar so that you can damage her, right? Like, showing you, oh, hey, this is how you can break the enemy's bars, right? By using something that does, you know, crowd control damage or whatever. Crowd control stuff. So, how are you, Jacob? Science Trio. Right, I don't know if I can do this hard. I don't think I can do... yeah, this challenge is gonna get rougher before it gets easier, I think. For the most part, at least. Is no one doing this over here? No one's doing this. Okay. I'd come back at some point if someone decides to do it. There's a player running around. I see that. Maybe they're gonna come down here to the hero challenge. Maybe not. Who knows? I guess not. Well, maybe. Wow. Are they lagging or what's going on? Alright, I can do the mud wallows. I know the scales are gonna attack me. Oh my god, it broke on the first attack. I always hate when that happens. Why does that happen to me so much? Why does it happen to me? Oh my god, this is so dangerous too, because the basilisks, if they freeze me in place, I'm done.
I could use some help.
And I don't want to die yet. I'm gonna go get the Vista. Sorry, it was quiet for a second. I was like way in my thoughts there for a second. I was like thinking about tomorrow, actually. All the stuff I gotta do tomorrow. I did some stuff today. I actually like cleaned my house a little bit. It was kind of nice. I was like, I don't know. I sometimes I get like so depressed that I tend to not live life properly, I guess. So I just kind of waste away a little bit. Especially with how much I've been working a lot. Working a lot in the sense that, like, you know, it's been the weekends that I've been working a lot, and we were super busy Valentine's Day just happened, and it was like crazy busy. And so I'm like exhausted as well as like just over everything, as well as depressed. So it's like a whirlwind of like emotions happening, and it's like, yeah. So it's just everything. Everything just kind of takes its toll. So when I can get actually stuff done on my days off, I'm like, wow, I did something. I took out the trash. Woohoo! Like stuff like that, you know. It's the small things in life. It's small victories. Every small victory, right? Like, I've also been just kind of exhausted because I streamed a lot. I've been working a lot on the videos and stuff, and working a lot on top of that. So it's just been kind of exhausting in that sense. But it's been good on the content creation part. I mean, like I've been really enjoying my streams, and I've really been. I don't know how long I'm gonna be streaming today, but I've been having like a really good time with this challenge and stuff, and doing Guild Wars 1 again, you know, kind of going back to that. Legendary MOA spawn. Ooh, where does it spawn over here?
I'm dying here.
Never seen it spawn over there. Anyways, I've seen it spawn before. I've fought it many times, but never run there. Those basilisks are bad news. Ooh, suspicious bush goes all the way down here. Love that. And I can probably use some of those mud wall. Oh, there's a boulder. I take that with me. Little souvenir. Carrying around a boulder. Maybe turn up the sound a little bit for you guys. I don't know how bad the sound is for you guys. How low.
I have given your debts value. Your flesh will serve those that require your strength.
I am ready to serve.
Draethor, stop hiding in your cave and face what is left of the lives
Maybe I
you
can
have
get
taken.
credit for this.
Strong words, little one. But we are not afraid.
Okay, I attacked once. Maybe I can find another. Maybe there's a weapon in here. Environmental weapon. There might be. Gotta get in there. I'm not gonna make it in time, but I know that this here. Okay, I gotta take the meat rack. I gotta escape.
How it's done.
Okay, perfect. Leveled up.
That looks valuable.
And just super
Such
nice.
useful vessels. Their accomplishments
And then
in
I can
death
take
far
this.
exceeded those in life.
Get more credit. I don't need any of this stuff. So many. Alright. The heart is almost done as well, which is nice. The wallows have not come back. But yeah, I'm kind of excited to see where Guild Wars 2 is going. What's going on with Guild Wars 2? You know, I don't know. I know people have gotten very jaded, like myself included. I'm not saying, like, I'm not excluding myself in this. I'm including myself, but we've gotten very jaded on, you know, the expansions and the stuff like that. You know, a lot of people are like, well, you know, is it really worth it? Is it really working? You know, is it good? Whatever. Apparently, based on the financials recently, that, you know, people posted about the financials. Apparently, it's doing just fine. Guild Wars 2 has been doing better than it has in a few years now. Like, it's doing pretty good. And, like, it's doing better. Not that it was doing bad, but it's definitely doing even better now. Yeah, and, it's just kind of like...
You're kidding, right?
This is so weird. You guys see that? There's a wooden plank on the map? Is that here? See, it's interesting to look at, like, it's supposed to be right here, but there's nothing here. Weird. That's weird. Okay, we finished up the heart. But yeah, so I don't know. I know that a lot of people are, they're missing the big features things, and they're missing the, like, there's no elite specs, and there's no, like, there's no grandeur to the expansions, right? Like, usually MMO expansions have always been, oh, new area, new classes, new this, new that, right? You get all of these different things, and, you know, now that we have these annual ones, they feel very, they feel kind of minuscule in size, you know, in the sense where they kind of, yeah, you get a few maps, and you get, like, a strike here or there, you get, like, whatever, you know, get, like, maybe a raid, but I don't know. I still get very excited. Like even for like the challenge, like we have the challenge mode coming out for like the raid and stuff soon, and I'm so excited. I'm so excited because not for myself, but I'm excited for other people because I know there's a ton of people that are really looking forward to that are really gonna want to experience that and get in there and really like try their best. And you know, people are going to compete against each other, and it's going to become like a whole like thing on Twitch where people are going to be, you know, like timing this and trying to get it done, and like who's going to be the first to get it, and blah 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 blah, right? And it's just so cool to see. Like I don't know, it's again, it's nothing for me. It doesn't do anything for me having that come out. Like, I'm excited for the new map, I'm excited for the new story, I'm excited for the new masteries, I'm excited for those types of things, right? But like for the most part, doesn't really affect me, you know. The other stuff doesn't affect me. I mean, so it's just kind of like, you know, most people would be like, well, that's kind of, you know, it's like you don't care about. Like, I care about that because I care about the community being excited about stuff, you know. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's part of like why I make the videos and stuff, because I want people to get hyped, and I want people to be like excited for things to happen and for things to going on. And you know, I'm always sitting there and I'm like, what mysteries could we possibly like explore now in the Guild Wars space? Like, what are some of the things that we could experience and play through? And you know, what are some things like, you know, we're going to Bava Nisos, right? And it's like Bava Nisos has been a mystery in the Guild Wars space for a better part of 20 years now, right? Like just as long as the Wizard's Tower, if not even longer than the Wizard's Tower, you know? And it's like, I don't know, it's just exciting to go there. I don't know why I'm yawning. I literally just finished drinking an energy drink. God. Wake up! So, but I'm excited for all the things. And I want other people to be excited as well. The other day... What was it? What was that? How did that... Oh, no. I saw another person play the game. And they were coming here, and I didn't see the tower in the distance, and I'm like, oh my god, why is the tower not there? But the tower ended up like being there. It was just in a weird spot. Oh, I love that the terrified villagers here randomly when you're not even doing the mission. Wow, level 25, level 19.
This place is fantastic. We should get elementals to help out in our city.
You work in a quarry. If a bunch of elementals...
But yeah, and they were like, they were like, "Oh my god, a floating castle! I love floating castles and stuff." Oh, it's so exciting to see. And you know, and it's funny to tell people like, yeah, we had to wait 11 years for this to like turn into something. You know, what, 10 or 11 years or whatever we had to wait for that to like actually become a thing, you know, and it ended up looking very different and being this big mystery or whatever. It was kind of cool. What am I gonna do here?
I'm tired of tourists gaping at us like we're putting on a show for them. I like my
We
privacy.
have a taker.
Where
Baby
will we
bird.
go?
Those of you on the
Divinity's
sidelines,
Reach,
pay
maybe.
attention.
Might join the carnival.
Maybe you'll learn something.
You make no sense.
Okay, I'm gonna try to run away. I'm out of combat. Sorry, I keep yawning. Jesus, I don't know why. Dee dee dee. I think I just need to turn that off. Just because I'm cold. I get tired when I'm cold. Alright. Kind of trying to figure out where to go next. Kazakh Hills is very like kind of tough to find things to like events and stuff like that I can do, because most events that I'm thinking of on the top of my head now in Kazakh Hills all require me to fight properly. Like I have to actually do damage. Like that elemental thing, if no one fights it too soon, I'm gonna lose credit for it, so it's just gonna be like whatever. And I'm gonna have to go back at some point and try to like do it when someone is doing it and just throw a boulder at it or something. Hello. Oh, look at this guy. He was the guy that was earlier. I guess he's doing map completion, but he was the guy that was earlier in the Centaur camp with us. But yeah, so I hope you guys are excited for the new release coming out. I know it sucks that it's like it was pushed back by like 2 weeks, because the thing what they do, like it creates this artificial like, I don't know if it's artificial, but you know, the expectations go up a little bit, right? Because we're like excited to see the new release. Is there even anything in there? Do I even need to go in that cave? That's from this cave. There's nothing in this cave. I just gotta go up there, so I don't need to go in there. I don't know why I thought I had to go in there. But you know, the expectations go up a little bit, you know, because you know, we're like getting anxious, right? We're trying to get to the new release and we're waiting on it, right? And then it gets pushed back 2 weeks and we're like, oh my god, you know. So I feel like maybe it's definitely gonna be to the detriment that it's taking longer, because if it doesn't hit home, like if it's not the best thing ever on the like experience and on like on the new map being really good and stuff like that, then people are going to be more frustrated than it would have been if it came out 2 weeks earlier, I think. Probably just slightly so only, but I could definitely see it be a problem. Let me out. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I always forget how this starts. We need to go. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh my god, I almost died, you guys. I'm trying to see. I don't know if jumping puzzles give experience points. I think they do? Like, don't they count as like events or something? Oh god. I have no speed boost. Yeah. Shouldn't have done it that way. Oop. Alright. Oop. Oop. I can probably jump to this over here, but then I'm back on this plank. Oh, right. It's from this plank. See, that's what I always think I have to run up that plank and then jump up from there, but it's not. You come down this, and then you jump here, and then you jump here, and then you go over here. That's where it goes. Then I always get that wrong every time. After all these years, still. I can go here. I don't need to fight him. I don't need to fight any. Oh, I'm back to where I was before. This is, oh, I need to jump over there. Got it. Okay, so I gotta jump here. There we go. All right. Oh my god. Ooze everywhere. Jump down into the hole. Uh-oh. I did it. That's no experience points. What a waste of time. Run! I thought they'd give me extra, but does it count as an event? I don't know. It says like event finished or event succeeded, but it gives me items. Yay! Can't use any of them, but sure, thank you. Alright, we got this. Let's see if there's anything environmental here. What is she wearing? Oh, wait. That is wait. What is that? Is that the outfit? What is that outfit? Wait a minute. I hate the way her face looks. It looks really bad. But is that the It's not that. I do love this outfit though. I think that outfit looks really, really cool. I was talking about this when this outfit first came out. Oh, I love that it tells you right here like how many jumps it is. But that's like new. I don't think that was like that. But I would love to see an enemy. Like I was kind of, when this first came out, this was before, right before Eparch came out. Like this was during one of the Nios releases. This came out, and I was kind of talking about like how I think that this might be like how Eparch looks or something, like which obviously isn't true, but it would be kind of cool if they had an enemy that looked like this, right? Like like he could be, I mean, again, it looks very demonic, so do we want to do demons again? You know, I don't know, but it would be kind of cool to see an NPC, maybe a friendly demon. Wouldn't that be something? Oh my god. Yeah, this is like the new, what is it called? The Eternal Tights gown. Super watery. What is that outfit that I'm thinking about? White tiger. Wow. There's so many outfits that I forgotten about. Is it this? Oh, this is it. Right here, the Dark Tyrant. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I do like that outfit. I think that's a really cool outfit. I might get that at some point. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Alright, is anyone doing that over there? Is anyone doing... No one is doing that over there. I'm gonna just glide across. See if there's any...
orders? You need to learn how to handle this elemental.
Okay, so it looks like she did that. Again, no environmental weapons around, so I can't really do anything. Is there something down
The
here?
wizard tower tours are expensive. What else can we charge tourists for?
What else is there? Wizard dolls? Tower construction sets?
This place is fantastic. We should get elementals to help out in our city.
You work in a quarry. If a bunch of elementals showed up to do manual labor, you'd lose your job.
Oh, right.
Alright, so I think I can't do that. Oh, Ettins. I love that they're just hanging out there. Okay, so where am I going next? I don't have that. And I probably want to go up there. I don't think I want to go down here yet. I think I'm gonna just travel back up north and take the route. Take the regular route there. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I don't know what level those other areas are, but I think this area is like level 18 or 16, 17, 18, something, somewhere around mine. I think down here is just gonna be like level 20 something ish. So I don't want to deal with that. I'm gonna take this gate piece. I wonder if there's other environmental weapons in here. I know it's dangerous to go in and with all these spiders around, but that Spider Queen should be an event. I'm just saying. There's not enough events like right in this area. Because there's nothing that happens here, like at all. You have stuff in here, you know, and stuff like over there, but and I wonder if going to the next map, I wonder if we're gonna kind of find out where the next expansion. Again, Arena is so hush about like the expansions and stuff, which is fine. I think it's really cool that they wait until the last release of a current expansion for them to then talk about the next expansion. Because I think if you were to talk about the next expansion earlier than, you know, finishing this expansion, like I feel like. And I don't know how other MMOs do it. Like, I feel like maybe some MMOs do it where, like, they're not even done with this expansion and they're already talking about, like, the next expansion. And they're kind of giving you, like, a preview of, like, oh, this is what we're doing. But we still have, like, content coming out for this expansion, right? And I think that that's not a good idea to do because you start taking away from this expansion, right? We're still, especially with Guild Wars 2, where it's, like, these expansions come out feeling a little like incomplete until they're fully released with all these other, you know, with the strike missions and the like all those different things, you know. So I think that that's smart to do it that way, where you don't really indulge players in like where you're going and you kind of let it, you know. I think there's something where. And I really wish they would have done a better job of, like in Nios, because I really think they had an opportunity of ending the Nios chapters, which, like, you know, I've talked about the couple of changes that I would have done, and I kind of thought about making a video at some point about it, but I feel like at this point it's kind of like talking about something that's like long gone and like no one really cares about it anymore. But, you know, if they had done like a really cool, oh my god, the bombardments from that are like, oh my god, no, this is so bad. No, stop firing these freaking things at me. That's such a long range. Oh my god, oh crap. But if they had ended on like a high note with Nios, really made that final encounter like feel significant, and then right afterwards talk about where the next expansion is going, they could have really carried a lot of hype into that next expansion, right? But the problem is they ended on such a low level, And then they started talking on the next expansion, and everyone was like, no, we don't care. We don't care about Giantia Wilds, because the expansion, the post-release stuff for this last expansion was lackluster, to say the least. And we are not excited for the next thing, you know. I'm obviously always going to be excited, but even I myself, you guys know, I was not happy with the Nios releases. Like, I'm like, ooh, rough. So, but no, crow. It's not a raven, it's a crow. Interesting.
Alert!
Usually you see ravens. I don't know how many crows there are. We talked about pets. It would be really cool to see some cool pets in Bavanisos. The thing is, we know nothing about Bavanisos, right? Like, Bavanisos... oh god, this is gonna be dangerous. They're level 19. I don't think I'm gonna try that. I'm not gonna go in there. I'm not gonna go in there. I'm not gonna do that. I'm really not.
An unfamiliar place.
Alright. I can definitely do this hard. Oh, sure. My god, these centaurs are...
I need healing.
No,
Seriously.
no. Oh my god. I gotta run. I gotta run. This is so bad. I gotta wait until I'm full health. I gotta escape to somewhere. Okay, there we go. Holy crap. That's scary. You could technically translate this, but it's so smeared that it's gonna be incredibly hard. Ah. Rock pile. Oh god. No, not going to the pits of bats. Pit of bats. Oh god. Ah! Boulder! Oh, I thought I picked it up, but I actually forgot that I had a thing in my hand. Perfect, I have support. I can grab. Oh, yeah, I got credit. Boom! Haha!
Easy does it.
Fight! Oh, I can actually use it? Here, boom. Air card is an environmental weapon. I get to use this. Woo! Nice. I wonder... Oh, I can attack that bat. Can't see it. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh. Such old animations. So there used to be Air actually has it where like she uses barrage that has these red arrows like that. And that's like a way early on. Okay, I can't. Ooh, lazy miners. I think I can I? Yeah, motivate them. I was saying something earlier and I forgot. But it's okay. It's okay. It'll come back to me, I'm sure. I was talking about like the expansion stuff, but I don't really remember what it was. But yeah, anyways, I think I was talking about like Bavanisos or something, but yeah, it's gonna be interesting because people have, you know, we've discussed like pets and stuff. We've discussed like, oh, what can we expect? And it's really like we know nothing about any of that stuff. You know what I mean? We don't know any of the stuff that's going on there. Oh god. Oh god. Soldiers help. Yeah, yeah. Alright, go. Boom. Inji. Scare away the rabbits. Done. Alright, cool. Oh god. Because, you know, I always love seeing the pets. I find it really interesting how we only got like 2 pets for like Heart of Thorns, right? It was like, I think we got what? We got the tiger and, well, actually we got 3, was it 3 pets? The tiger and the 2 wyvern?
Yes, sir.
Something? I don't know if we got any more, but we got like 3 with like Secrets of the Obscure or something, didn't we? I think we got 3. I don't remember. Yeah, we got the demon, we got the sky chalk and the chalk. They're not chalk, they're chalks. Right? Chalk? How do you pronounce that? And the Aether Hunter or whatever they're called, the little Aether, the little sand shark thingies. So, you know, we got 3 with like the smaller expansion. So it'd be really cool to see. We only got like 1 so far. I really hope the new map has something else. I can heal him. I need to talk to the mayor. Is there anything I can do? Sickened villagers. Okay, supplies to help sickened villagers. So I have a backpack on now. Better or no? Oh, okay. Takes a little bit, I guess. So sink in. Medicine takes a second to take effect. Alright, no one up there. There's one down here. And yeah, so it's really hard to think about like what's the content gonna be like in the new release. It's really hard to think about what, you know, if we're getting a pet, what kind of pet. We don't know, right? It could be like anything. You know, I've talked about like it could be an owl or it could be something completely different. Like we don't know, you know. Which is fine. I think that's okay. I think there's a lot of possibilities, and it's kind of nice because it also helps us kind of sit here and theorize on stuff. You know, I love theorizing, and even if none of the stuff that, you know, that I talk about comes true, it still makes me care about the game, right? It makes me think about what's going on. Like, instead of just being shoveled down my throat like all the information and just like everything is told to me, no, rather than that, they like let you kind of sit there and think about it for a little bit, you know. And that's nice. I actually like that. I think it's a great idea. I think there's something with the smelly fish that I could do. I need to talk to Mayor Trisk again to kind of see what needs to be done. Hello. Is there anything I can do? Toxic sludge, healthy shrimp, toxic sludge. Lock. Okay, hostile creatures. Great. Still trying to catch them. Second villagers. Anything in here I can do? No. Yeah, and some of these environments are really, like when you go down here, like there's so many details and everything. Like I said, that's what I love about ESO as well, because their map designs, for the most part, are also really, cool. There's a lot of details in the villages and the houses. And one of the best parts of ESO to me is that you can read all these books. That they have all these books, and there is incentive to read them because they actually increase your levels on certain things. And I love that. It's so cool. Oh my god, it's like, that's one of the greatest systems ever. So good. Yeah, you can put water on it and it makes the smell go away. Alright, let's water these fish. And it makes the smelly go away. Hey, at least it's hard I can do. I'm okay with it. Even if it isn't something that's like super exciting. Does it have to be exciting? Not always. I don't want to have to fight for my life every single time I try to do a hard, because that's super annoying. There's a second villager. Fend off sharks. Clear the lake of toxic sludge. I can kind of try to do that. I'm gonna go in. I think there's some shrimp traps. You can like let out the, or you can check them. Barracuda. I'm just gonna run away from it. Not too much. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Where am I gonna go? What am I gonna do? Toxic sludge. Can I get there without? Uh-oh. Oh, that shark is coming straight for me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah! No, and he bleeds. Not good. Oh, this guy's like AFK. He's gonna die. No! Wow, there's two sharks after me. Oh, perfect. Do I still have the? I do still have the pack on, so I can heal these villagers. And doing this should be, that should finish it, yeah. Fun, and I leveled up. Yes. Woohoo. All right. I don't know why I'm looking at that. I can't wear it anyways. We leveled up. Heck yeah. Leveling up is always good. Doing maps best part of Guild Wars. It can be. Yeah, I think for a lot of people it is. After like the 20th time of doing it, it gets kind of boring, but yeah, it's definitely fun. Mostly unchanged. Yeah, I wish it was changed a little bit, you know?
It hasn't been cleaned in days, maybe weeks.
I'll get the kids to clean it today.
Everything's popping. Jesus. I'm like 50,000 years old. My job is aging me way faster than it should. I feel it. I feel like I'm way older than I should be. I feel older than I am, not should be. Someone, you guys can't read chat, but it says, how do I ping a location? And someone said, shift lick. So it's shift click. That's funny. Oh yeah, doing map completion is super fun. I think it's still one of the, like I said, I think the leveling experience in Guild Wars 2 is still really, really good. You really get a solid RPG experience. Obviously, it doesn't have the best graphics, and obviously it's not the best writing or whatever, but even nowadays, RPGs come out and they're not fully voice acted. Like, there's RPGs that come out and you know, they're very, like, you know, just they're not good. You know, there's a lot of games that come out that are just not good, and I think ArenaNet did a really good job with the core game. Like I said, I wish I would see some update to it in some shape or form, but it's still very, very solid, and it's still a really good experience. It's still very memorable, to the point where at some point it's going to be very nostalgic. Like I earlier today, I went through Wayfarer Foothills, I think it was, and I had the music, like I didn't have headphones on, I just had like my regular speakers on or whatever, and one of the songs came on, and I just got this like blast of nostalgia, because I remember I had the sound a little bit too loud, more than usual. Like I usually don't have the sound super loud, but I had it like kind of loud, which was kind of nice because it was actually giving me like a lot of immersion. So I was like kind of really into it, and I'm like playing, and I was only playing for like a couple hours, but I kind of sat there and I was like, man, I'm like really into this. And then I heard the song, one of the Shiver Peak Mountain songs or whatever, and I literally was just like, I was like teleported back to like 2012, and I like even 2013, because the memory that popped into my head was when Frost and Flame, the first release of season 1 came out. It like flashed before my eyes because I was in Wayfarer Foothills, and that's where it started. I remember it very vividly, and I was like, oh my god, I was like just thinking about this, you know. I love what I look like. I'm just carrying this crate and I have this backpack. The backpack was gonna expire in a minute, but it's really funny that I can do this hard by bringing these supplies to this guy. Super funny, super fun. But yeah, so and just it's such a great, like, Guild Wars 2 is such a great experience right from the get-go, you know. And I just, you know, I want more people to experience it. I don't know if people realize how different it is to other MMOs. It feels very, very different. Good old Dominion of Winds right over there. Look at it, you guys. Maybe one day we'll get to see what's inside of it. Maybe one day. But today is not that day. Today is not that day. Maybe Guild Wars 3 we'll find out. Someone said on the subreddit the other day, like, oh, Guild Wars 3 is not being worked on or something, and I was like, huh, that's an interesting take, because I'm the only person I feel like that I've ever heard say that, where I've said, well, they didn't really confirm that they're working on Guild Wars 3, like, because I feel like a lot of people misinterpreted what was said at the meeting, right? That was like the big thing that they talked about, was like, I guess there was like a meeting with NCSoft or something about Guild Wars 3 or whatever. And the only thing that meeting, from what I could gather, from what I remember, the only thing that meeting was about was really like that they were okaying that ArenaNet could work on Guild Wars 3. But it wasn't a straight up confirmation that, hey, they are working on Guild Wars 3. I guess it was just like, yeah, Guild Wars 2 is doing just fine, and we're gonna allow you guys to work on Guild Wars 3. But I guess a lot of people took that as a confirmation that Guild Wars 3 is being worked on. So I don't know. I could be wrong too. I don't know. I could have misunderstood all of it. Nope. There you go. I love that I can do this entire heart. Great. It's a level 20 heart. It's gonna get me a lot of experience points. Uh-oh. 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 Run! Escape! Escape! Ooh, that line guard got smashed. Smash! What is she wearing? Oh, she's wearing that academy outfit. Yeah, that's like Guild Wars 1 music. Yeah, but it really, that nostalgia just hit me in Wayfarer Foothills, and I literally had to stop for a minute, and I was like, just kind of like, you know, it took me back a little bit in time, and I had this like weird flashback in my mind on like, you know, thinking about season 1 and like, you know, going through that area. Oh my god, that was, I did not even see that guy attacking. Holy crap. So funny. But yeah, it was, I mean, it was definitely, it was interesting, and it really, I think it speaks to the quality of what Guild Wars 2 is, and like even the core experience, that I could have this like flashback with how many times I've gone through Wayfarer Foothills. It shouldn't feel nostalgic to me anymore to go through Wayfarer Foothills, because I've just done it so many times. But that music just hit that right, you know, it just felt like everything kind of fell together like in place, right? And I was just like, oh my god, it fell into place, and I was like, holy crap. The Guild Wars 3 is very broad. It just means they're working on another game based on the Guild Wars franchise. In my mind, it doesn't have to be an immediate successor to Guild Wars 2, and it doesn't have to be. And I don't know if maybe the problem is, I think what it's gonna come down to is it gonna be called Guild Wars 3, or is it just gonna be like Guild Wars the New Age or something, right? Like, is it gonna be is it gonna be like you know, like what was it, the Legend of Korra, right, was like not called like Avatar the Last Airbender 2, right? It was like a separate show that took place like after, with like different, you know. So if they could like they could still have it in the universe of Guild Wars, but they could have it maybe like if they changed the name of it. Because one of the things that was such a detriment to the start of Guild Wars 2 was that it was called Guild Wars 2, right? Like, it was like, it carried the Guild Wars name, which made a lot of people very excited, but then people realized, well, it's not Guild Wars 1, 2, you know, it's not the second Guild Wars, it's nothing like Guild Wars 1, it's a completely different game, and a lot of people didn't like that. And there was, I remember, I had many people that I knew that jumped back into Guild Wars 1 after the fact, because they were just like, well, we don't want to play Guild Wars 2. We want to play Guild Wars 1. Like, we want to play this game. We just want to play a continued version of this, you know? So I don't know how ArenaNet is going to play that, right? I think we're gonna have to see what way ArenaNet is going to make this, like, advertise it, and how it's going to be, you know? Is it gonna be something that just takes? Is it even gonna be an MMORPG, or is it gonna be something else, right? Like, is it gonna be something completely different that, you know, is it gonna be like a single player game or something? You know, I mean, that would be kind of crazy if they did that. But you know, is it gonna be, like I said, is it gonna be a first-person shooter? Is it gonna be a battle royale game or something? You know. Who knows? I don't know. We'll have to see. It's gonna be exciting, but I don't know. I was on the team for a long time that said, like, oh, Guild Wars 3 is not in production. Like, it's just said that they were allowed to work on Guild Wars 3, but that doesn't mean they're actually working on it. But now, with the way that like the releases have kind of been, and with the way that the last couple expansions, because you know, I try to give them the benefit of the doubt, and I kind of try to say, no, they told us that their focus is Guild Wars 2, but with the last few expansions, it really doesn't feel like Guild Wars 2 is their main focus. Like, and I don't know if I'm reading too much into any of that, but it really feels like Guild Wars 2 is not their main focus right now. It feels like there's something going on in the background that they're absolutely not telling us about. That's taking, developer resources away from the production of Guild Wars 2. I gotta be careful here, because the destroyers could be really bad for me. Again, I love that I have a heart that I can actually finish. Oh my my god. Sangdo Swiftwing, I must hang out with you for a second. In my opinion, a shareholder meeting guy just called it Guild Wars 2 because it was easy to show that ArenaNet were working on another sequel within the franchise. I suppose, right? That's an interesting take because we don't think about the situation that the meeting happened in, right? We don't know because we don't know the standing of, like, you know, is NCSoft fully, like, in, you know, how involved are they with the production of the game? Are they very happy with the way that Guild Wars 2 has been coming out and stuff? I don't think they've been very happy with it. I think that was clear during the firings and stuff, and during the cancellations of all those, from what we know, at least 3 big projects that were canceled. I think NCSoft was not happy with the way that Guild Wars 2 was going, and they wanted, like, change, you know, whatever they wanted to change. But you know, I think they're, you know, I've talked about this recently where, you know, I kind of disagreed with what Mukluk said on one of his videos, you know, about how he thinks that it was like a show of good faith by NCSoft to letting ArenaNet develop annual expansions, and I think it was the complete opposite of that. It was a complete, like, we're reeling you guys in because you guys have been out of control and been able to do whatever you wanted to for a long time. A lava rock. I shall take this and hopefully not die. I gotta run away. Ah, there's so many enemies up there. Oh my goodness. What do? You do burning, which is really nice. For 8 seconds, it's really good. Oh, and it's a projectile finisher? Interesting. At this point, I'm 100% certain they're working on Guild Wars 3. That doesn't mean Guild Wars 3 will replace. It could be a different game. Yeah, and that's what I'm kind of thinking, right? It could be something. We know that they're working on a mobile game of some kind, right? They could be. I'm not saying that that's what they're working on, right? But they could be working on something that could eventually maybe be ported to mobile, right? Like I said, I mean, it could be like a battle royale game, you know, where it's like a team-based game. You know, maybe they have, maybe it's gonna be fully PvP. Maybe it's gonna be something that's like just like imagine a Guild Wars 3 that's just World versus World. I think it would be a fantastic game. If you have a game that's just focused on that game mode and like having, you know, improving that experience, I think World vs. World is super fun. The only thing that's kind of bad about it is that it hasn't been updated, or hasn't seen enough of the resources to update it for a long time. I need to find more of those mounds. But I don't want to go in the cave because then I'm trapped in the cave with destroyers. That's never a good idea. Like I said, I think I'm like 80 to 90% sure that they're working on Guild Wars 3 because of the last 2 expansions. It really doesn't feel like they've been focusing. Wow, I've never seen a Norn with the with that dragon head and tail. That's actually an interesting thing to see there. But with the last 2 expansions, it's become clear that Guild Wars 2 is not their main focus anymore. Even though they said it is, I don't think it is. I think there's definitely more stuff going on in the background that we don't know about. I'm gonna try to use this boulder here. To throw at this. And I missed. How did I miss? I guess I had to target it on the ground. Is there another boulder around? Oh, there is. Oh, no, please. No, please help. Someone help. Oh, I'm so dying. Please don't let this be the end. Kill that harpy. I got bronze. Please don't run away. No, why are you running away? Revive me. Oh my god, are you people blind? What's happening? Oh my god, that was so close. I'm like, holy crap. I really shouldn't be around champions. Like when there's champion fights, I need to run away. I need to learn that. That's bad. Hold on. I'm gonna get out of this cave. Like my heart is like racing. Like I just chugged a whole energy drink too, so that doesn't help. My poor heart is going 100 miles an hour. Sorry, wait for me. I'm scared. Don't leave me. I'm so scared. Everyone just left me. I was on the ground dying. I'm like, do you people even look at your whatever? Oh my god. Here, take a boulder. Interrupted the guy. Alright, I'm just gonna stay back here. Ooh, I got a volcanic rock. Okay, I'm gonna go up here so I can read this message and I'm gonna drop off this.
It is my honor to meet you.
For you. Here's a rock. Well, they were upset with Arena and Guild Wars 2. I'm pretty sure NCSoft were the ones that forced them to make it with you, and it seemed that Arena wanted to move on.
I'm so glad to be out of that cave. We aren't safe yet, but it shouldn't be so bad.
I don't know if Arena wanted to move on. I think ArenaNet wanted to make End of Dragons, but I think ArenaNet was this company, you know, and it's really changed. But for a long time, ArenaNet was this company that always did stuff on their own terms. They're very much like the From Software of the MMO space, where they created their own games at their own pace, and you know, and kind of did what they felt was the best, right? And because I think they were like committed to Icefruit Saga, but then Icefruit Saga had to be cut short because, yes, you're correct. I think NCSoft forced them to make an expansion, make End of Dragons. They were like, because I think there was, NCSoft was probably really pissed off at ArenaNet when ArenaNet went on stage and said, "Oh yeah, we're delivering expansion level content for free," and at you know, Icefruit Saga, when they did the Icefruit Saga announcement. I think they were probably really pissed, and they were like, well, we're gonna see the performance of Icefruit Saga, and we're gonna see. And then they probably weren't happy with the performance and with the way that the numbers were working for them. And they were like, yeah, this is not, we're not happy with this. We need you to make more money. We need you to work on an expansion, and we need you to release an expansion. You can't just like stop making expansions. Like, we need you to do big boxed expansions and release them, and that's when they forced them to you know, shorten Icefruit Saga and kind of really work on End of Dragons. I think they were always planning of doing End of Dragons, because I think that ArenaNet was working towards finishing the Dragon story. I think ArenaNet realized that a lot of the players were kind of sick and tired of the Dragon story in a lot of ways. I mean, I wasn't, but I know a majority of the player base were. And I think they were like, it's time for us to kind of really get to that point. So I think that's why they wanted to, like, Icefruit Saga, like, let's get rid of 2 dragons at the same time during this whole, like, saga that we're doing, you know, blah, blah, blah. And then, like, do the last dragon, you know, do the whole Mother Suwan thing, blah, 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 whatever. I think that was probably for a while, probably at least since like the start of season 4 or something. That's probably was the plan. I don't know. Obviously, I don't know, but that's kind of the feeling that I get. But yeah, NCSoft definitely went in there and shook things up because they probably weren't happy with the way that the Icefruit Saga model was, right? Of the like whole like going on stage and saying like, we're giving you expansion level content for free. You don't have to pay for anything. You just have to be there, like the Living World season. Then, you know, you have to just be there during that time and you get it unlocked. Otherwise, you have to pay for it. And then NCSoft was like, no, we need to do like a big box thing that we can advertise, that we can like, you know, get like a push in sales and stuff like that. So I don't know, but it's always such a mystery because ArenaNet doesn't talk about those things. You know, they probably aren't allowed to talk about it. But they've also, like I said, ArenaNet has kind of stepped back, I feel like, in the way that they interact with the community, right? They don't really interact with the community anymore. in so many ways. They haven't really, I don't know, just there's no interaction from ArenaNet. You know, like the AMAs are gone, the interesting developer backgrounds, the interesting like interviews, the previews, the reviews, the streams, the little videos that they used to do, like all of those things are gone. They're just gone, you know? And it's a shame, but it is what it is. I can use a metal bar underwater. Heck yes, I love that. All right, I gotta get out of this lake. This is gonna be very dangerous. These sharks are strong. I'm gonna go over there. Well, don't forget that Scene 4 time was when they were working on their side project. Well, that's true too. You know, they were working on the side projects, but I have a feeling that, you know, the thing is, NCSoft canceled all those projects because they probably weren't happy with what the projects were turning out to be. You know, or maybe there wasn't enough progress done on those projects. We've gotten a couple of like images and like, you know, there's been a lot of like stuff that we've seen over the years now from these canceled projects, you know, screenshots and different things and stuff like that, different assets that we've seen, but we don't know, you know, again, we don't really know the reason why they canceled those. In my opinion, it probably was because of like there wasn't enough progress done on those. They probably looked at it and they were like, this is all you have, like you spent all this developer time on this, and they're like, we can't support that anymore. We can't, you guys don't have anything solid to show us or whatever. I don't know, that's kind of the feeling again that I get. So yeah, it's a shame. Guild Chat was so much fun and really gave you something. See, but that's the problem. I loved Guild Chat for the idea that we had a and you know, I don't fully disagree with you on that. I think it was a good thing, right? Like let me just say that. I think Guild Chat was a good thing for the community because again, it was a way for the player base to interact with the developers and see them on screen and see the excitement and the passion and like those types of things, you know, see those things, right? The thing with it was that I feel like they didn't really, I've talked about it many times, I really don't think that the way that they had those developer streams and stuff, like I think I would have done them differently, because while I like Ruby, I think she's a great person, I don't think she was like the best of hostesses when it comes to that. Not to the point, like I've talked about this, and I don't really want to, like, because I feel like any way that I put this, I'm gonna just sit here and talk shit about Ruby and like and those, like, you know, I liked her, I like her, and I think she does pretty good at what she tries to do. But it's also like you have her who doesn't really, she doesn't really, like, she kind of keeps, you know, she has a schedule to, you know, and she keeps them in line, the developers and stuff like that. And then you have these awkward developers, right? You have these nerds and these people that work on video games, and they're programmers, and they're like kind of these, you know, they don't have like, they're not huge personalities, right? Like Colin Johansson is a huge personality, but he's an exception when it comes to the rule of things. Okay, I gotta attack. Do I get credit for that? I do not get credit for that. Okay. I guess, is it cheating if I do this? If I do the pig magic? Is this cheating? I don't think this is cheating, because it's not technically equipping a weapon. So I think I'm okay doing this. So I can attack, bite your foe. Okay. Truffles. Do I bring them back? So I would have really loved to have seen an improvement to the streams. I've talked about this before. Where's my healing? What's my healing? That's my healing? That's my healing. Where I wanted to see them do, like, you know, I talked about this. I want to see them, like, I wanted to see those streams have content creators, right? Their partners be there. Like, the people that know how to hype a crowd. You know, the content creators, the partners that they have in the content creator like space, you know, those people, like, that's what they do every day. They sit there and they hype up a crowd and they, you know, they interact with them and they know, like, it was so awkward sometimes in that space to see these developers talk about these inside jokes that they have, and they talked about these little things that are like going on in the office and blah 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 blah, and like talk about these jokes. And like, you know, I remember how they were like, oh, the Wizard's Tower, oh, we can't talk about the Wizard's Tower, ha 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 ha, and everyone just like in chat was like, question mark, like what are they talking about? Like, it's kind of awkward and weird. Like, it just made it feel weird, you know. So I was hoping I was hoping that they would improve on these streams and just bring in other people that would kind of like, that were outside people, that they could kind of like get an outside perspective, like someone that represents the player base in this group of people, right? Where pretty much these developers are showing off this content to one of the players. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I wanted to see. And unfortunately we didn't get that. And that was kind of a shame, in my opinion, you know? To high school media class. That's really what it was, right? Like a high school media class. It was just as awkward too, you know, where it was like these inside jokes and these really weird things, and everyone was kind of like, you know, we're not part of this, like, and you kind of don't make us feel included with the way that you're running this. I'm really cold right now. Give me 1 second. Let me grab a jacket. I'll be right back. I'm trying to pause this. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta grab a jacket. That's why I keep turning the AC on and off, because I need to have the AC on because this room gets really warm, but then it gets immediately as soon as I turn it like as soon as I turn it back off, it gets really hot in here, and then like it gets really cold really quickly again, and I'm like, oh my god, what do I do? Okay, so this is much better. But yeah, so I was really hoping to see the streams improve, right? Like I wanted to see more of the streams. I wanted to see more of those, because I do love those developer, you know, to see the passion, right? There was something that really drove the player base, with seeing the developer passion behind the projects, but now we don't see that anymore. So it just feels kind of like, a lot of people talk about how like, oh, well, Arena doesn't even play their game anymore, and it really feels like that because we don't get to see these inside things anymore, you know. Like, I'm sorry to say, like, nothing against Cal and nothing against Roy, but those preview streams of the balance updates and stuff, they're first of all half-assed, and there's no passion behind them, and they're so awkward and weird because, you know, it gets to a point where, like, and I talked about this before, like, I watched the very recent one for this balance patch that we just had, and it was like, at some point Cal was like, yeah, well, they have the information on stream, we don't need to talk, but they have it on screen, they can pause it, they can look at it if they want to, we can just move on. And I'm like, but you're here to talk about the changes, why won't you address them? Like, it really feels like they can't be bothered to do the stuff they did before. It's like, that's such a bother, we don't want to do that anymore, it's too much work, it's not, you know, we don't really care. Like, it really feels like they don't care anymore about that stuff. Like, those streams to me honestly are like the worst streams ever. Like, I really, really hate them. All right, I'm gonna get out of this form so I can run away from this grub. And it's a shame because I really think the little bit of interaction that we have, which now the only thing that we have is these, you know, balance, like the preview balance pad, and they have the potential of being really good because they have Roy, who used to be a streamer, who used to be, you know, a content creator, you know, so he has a little bit more of that personality where he can kind of engage with the people. Like, he has like the true personality that they kind of need a little bit on stream, even though he does work for ArenaNet and he's not an outside person. But then they rush through them, right? They kind of have like this hour limit where they have to rush through them, and it feels, I don't know, it feels a little half-assed. And I feel like my thing is also, I think about, okay, well, so we have these streams, and, you know, I think about, okay, so a new person that comes from WoW or Final Fantasy 14 or ESO. I don't know how ESO, how they interact. Who are the developers? I don't even know. But you know, how they interact with their player base. Like, I know Final Fantasy 14 does their streams, and they have like Yoshi P's on stage, and they have big reveals for the expansions, and they have all these like developer streams, and they have all these like really cool things, you know. And WoW has probably their own things, right? Someone that comes to Guild Wars 2 and kind of is looking for the same thing, the only thing they will see in that regard, right, they might look for that, right, is the preview balance, like the preview streams for the balance patches, and they're so half-assed and so like there's no heart behind them, there's no passion behind them, you know. It's like the camera setups are all over the place all the time. They always have to move everything around. The slideshows are just like there's no graphics, there's no pictures, there's no nothing. It's literally just like you know, a PowerPoint presentation of having text on screen. What's the point? You know, what's the point? If you're gonna have a slide and you don't want to talk about it, what's the point of having the slide? Then just release all the slides, give us the PowerPoint presentation in the forums. Put a file on Google Docs or whatever, put a file on there where you have all the changes for the preview, and just put them there with a couple of explanations of like why you're doing it. There's no reason to do a stream if you're not going to interact with the people, if you're not going to make it fun, if you're not going to make it like, you know, oh yeah, we have some, you know, if you're not hyping the people up, if you're not really showing the passion behind it, what's the point, right? Like, I kind of like, I lose to understand, like, I kind of, not lose, but I don't get where they're coming from when they're doing these streams that are half-assed, you know? Maybe that really shouldn't be their job. Like, why are the game developers being put in charge of making player-facing media, especially without someone who has that media experience? And I agree with you 100%. 100% I agree with you. I agree with you. I think there should always be, for any of those streams, there should always be a developer, because you want to have that developer side. You want to have that developer background. You want to have that technical know-how. You want to have that technical, like, you know, like the knowledge, the background knowledge of like, what were they thinking when they did this, right? You want to have someone that sits there and can kind of explain, well, this is why we're doing this, or this is why this works, or this is why we're doing this, and blah blah blah, whatever, right? You want to have that. But you're 100% correct. It shouldn't just be all these developers that sit on screen that tell you about it, right? Like, that's not their job. They're there to make a game. They're not there to tell other people about how they're making their game. You know what I mean? So I 100% agree with you. I think, you know, I'm sure there's some developers that enjoy being on screen and kind of talking about it or whatever, but again, they don't have those personalities. So, you know, it's just kind of like, I don't know, those, you know, those are the only interactions that we get now, are those preview streams for the balance patches, and it's so disappointing. Because, and I talked about this earlier, you know, if you go back to if you go to the ArenaNet, like, the ArenaNet YouTube channel, you can see all the, like, really cool stuff that they used to do. All the really cool videos and, like, interviews and, like, all the people that, like, you know, Colin Johansson was the Yoshi P of Guild Wars 2, right? He was the hype man, right? Like, if you guys remember the hype train images, like meme images that they used to make all the time for like Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire and all these, like, what was the face that we would always see, right? We would see Colin Johansson's face with that big old smile, you know, on on the front of the train, right? And it was this thing that doesn't exist anymore. People don't make those images anymore because you're kind of missing those hype people. You're missing those people that used to do exactly that, you know, and it's such a shame. It's such a shame. And I really think there's still precedence to have that, you know? All right, here, have some water. Have some water. But yeah, I agree with you. It's not their job, you know, but I'm sure there's people that would enjoy doing it, but it really feels like, and like I said in the last stream too, it was kind of like they had, what was his name? Taylor, the third guy. Was it Taylor? I want to say it was Taylor, but they had Taylor do all the heavy lifting. Because again, it felt like they couldn't be bothered to actually do the thing they were supposed to do. Like, Cal felt like he didn't even want to be there, which is fair. I'm not saying that that's horrible of him to do. Again, like you said, they're developers. They're not content creators. They're not streamers. They're not internet personalities. They're not whatever, you know. These are like developers. They sit there and develop a video game. Why do they have to be on camera on stream, right? Like they shouldn't have to be, you know. But it's like, then why even do the stream? What's the point? What's the point? You know, then just stop it altogether. You know, because I feel like new people that see that, they watch that, they see how half-assed, how half-hearted all of it is, and they're gonna get a wrong impression. They're gonna get an impression of like, wow, these developers, they don't really like seem too engaged with the stuff that they're doing. You know what I mean? So it's kind of a shame. I really wish they would kind of go back to having these really cool big streams and these interesting interactions and stuff like that. I don't know. Preview videos and trailers and all the things they used to do. It's just really diminished over the years so much. You know, I remember the, like, which you cannot tell me that that's a lot of effort, but I do remember, if anyone remembers, on Twitter, this was when X was still Twitter, they had a video during season 4 where they previewed the sky scale, but all it was just like a long distance shot of a player gliding down on a sky scale, and that's it. That's all they showed. And the internet went wild. The Guild Wars community went crazy over that because they were just like, "Oh my God, it's not a griffin. That's not how a griffin flies. This is a new mount. We're getting new flying mount and all this stuff." And people were like getting crazy over that stuff. And it was so cool. It was so cool, and it was so simple. It was such a simple act that hyped the community so much, you know. And we really don't have that anymore. It's so sad. So sad.
We live in danger.
Well, you know, the guy I liked was the guy that hosted the Homestead preview stream. And then scuffed mics, the energy from that guy. Oh my God, the preview of the... I'm trying to remember who that was, because I must have watched that. Oh my God, is that on their YouTube channel? Because, oh, I didn't turn on the timer. I keep not turning on the timer. I keep forgetting about the timer. So that timer is like way off. At this point, it's like redundant to have even the timer, but it's fine. Let me look on the YouTube channel. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember where the Oh my God, you type in Guild Wars 2 and I'm number 3. Wow, with my current stream. That's so cool. Oh, I love you guys for watching my stuff. Let's see. I'm really trying to remember. There's something leaving the water. Do they even have it on their Guild Wars 2? Guardian, Necromancer. Homestead. Is there homesteading anywhere? Demand. By popular demand. No, this is not a... Launch trailer. It's not even on their YouTube channel. See, they don't even add any of their videos to the YouTube stream. Like, at all. They don't add, like, half the videos to the YouTube stream. Or to their YouTube at all. I can't find it, so I don't know who that was. The guy from the floating tower we can't talk about. It's on their Twitch. Let me look on their Twitch. From the tower we can't talk about. I don't remember. I remember the scene. I remember the developer sitting there, but I don't remember who the heck he was. No, I gotta go on there. On there, actually, right? I gotta go on there. Yeah, there it is.
Was it in competitive mode?
Balance
or is
preview?
this just
No.
specific to
Video.
that are just doing just granting too much might, or kind of both?
Mike was originally added to these skills back when we did.
Sorry, that was the actions of balance preview. Oh no 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 no! What is happening? Someone get rid of that guy.
Help me, please.
I thought it was safe. I'm like, there's so many players around. I gotta find a safer spot. Can't be doing this. Jeez, I almost died. I should be okay. I love how he like ran me over and then walked away. Super casually too. Oh my god, this run almost ended because I'm like looking on the interwebs for videos. Alright, I'm gonna stay up here. I'm gonna stay with Cadman. K-Admin. Cadman? I don't know how to pronounce that. With this guy. Alright. I can find it. Hold on. Well, they do the extra life. The extra life is always nice. Can't find it. Do you have a link? Oh, you can't send a link. Stupid YouTube doesn't allow them. I can't find it. I don't know. Is it the... What is this? What is the name? What's the exact name of the video? Do you know the exact name of the video? Because I would love to look at who is... I'm sure I know them. I'm sure I know who that person is. I see a map design. I see a Janthia Wild's map design video. It's like an hour long. Is that the person that you're talking about?
We rebuilt a system that we introduced in a little small part of Soto that is essentially water currents. But the way that it was previously implemented wasn't something that we'd be able to do physically for this size of kind of water currents, especially with all of the branching deltas. Like
Warclaw, checking and seeing if you're...
Hi, I'm Elizabeth. I am a game designer, and I worked on the...
Are you guys talking about Nick?
5 Lowland Shore.
No, Rich. I know Richie is the digital marketing specialist for them. He used to be the content. He used to be a content creator. Are you guys talking about Nick? Because Nick was really cool. Yeah, I sent it earlier, but yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Guild Wars 2 Gen3 Rust Homestead preview with Richie, Sarah, and Joel. Can't I find that? It's so weird.
We did a larger rework to how Druid functioned in
Shut up.
PvE to help its might generation.
Shut up. Hold on. My neck is like... Okay. No. Oh my god. I hate Twitch. Why is Twitch just... it's awful. I hate it. So bad. Shut up. I'm getting really pissed off. For no reason. It's literally not even that bad. I remember the otter guy. Yeah, Rich. He's great. I loved him. I used to watch his content all the time for Guild Wars 2. And then now he works for them, so he doesn't do any Guild Wars 2 content anymore. Janthia Homestead preview. Oh, there we go. Okay, it's because I'm an idiot. Okay, there we go. I can find it now. I didn't press the right button. Okay. I can find it now. There we go. There we go. Got it. Okay. Alright. So you're talking about Joel or Richie?
Using to craft homestead decorations. So you need refined homestead materials for every type of decoration we have. And so in the refiners, you will see the UI that allows you to refine all of our basic nodes into that homestead-specific material. Now, you can do this in a couple of different ways. At the top, you will see the material market, but down at the very bottom, you will
Richie's great, but I like Joel too.
Black market you can actually use to access.
He's talking right now.
Materials
He's probably really loud for you guys, but
happen to have a lot of gold sitting around. Sure, go ahead, buy it. This changes as you purchase it and goes up. It gets more expensive.
he seems really good too. I don't remember this stream.
So it'll
I don't remember watching this stream at all, but the other two are devs.
300 that you can do a week. I just had purchased some earlier. And yeah, you can see as I
Yeah, they seem kind of
use the
passionate.
black market, the price is going
She's
up.
kind of quiet. I can't
But
hear
this
her.
is a nice way if you have extra gold and you want more refined materials, you can just
Oh my
buy
God,
them
you have
here.
10,
So if you notice on this
100,000
screen,
gold
there
on this
is,
account,
like,
not 10,000,
you can only
100,000
purchase
gold
so
on that
many,
account, which is like the
refined
dev
materials for the
account
conversion
or
per
whatever. That's funny. Okay,
But-
interesting.
and-
But
and-
yeah, I do like them. I do like Richie. Richie's great, but again, Richie has the personality because he's a content creator, right? He's a developer in the sense that he's the, he's, I guess, technically considered a developer because he is the senior digital marketing whatever, right? Whatever the heck he was, but I just said it earlier. But so he technically is a developer too, but he used to be a content creator. He used to be a streamer. He probably still streams on his time off or whatever. Probably not Guild Wars 2, but yeah. Oh my God, I'm scared fighting these guys. Ah! Don't point me. The microphones are all scared. Oh, they are 100%. But that's why, like, that's the thing that I don't understand. ArenaNet has like a studio set up, right? Like when you look at guild chat and stuff. Like, if you ever look at the guild chat had like a whole studio set up in their headquarters with like, they had like background with like whatever, right? Like, they used to have all this whole setup thing and they don't use it anymore. Now all the streams they do is like people sitting in their living rooms, right? With like their whatever personal microphones that are all like messed up. All the audio levels are all over the place, right? Because it's all just coming from different things and there's no one in the background, like, it's there's no production value in any of it, I mean, my microphone probably sounds like shit too, but again, I'm like a small time streamer that like, whatever.
I'm grateful.
Where, I'm not a, multi-million-dollar company. Like, if I was, I probably would have a great sound setup. But, the point still is, like, they have all this setup in their like headquarters, but they don't use it, right? They have a studio that's set up. They have all this stuff set up, and they don't use it, and it's crazy to me. It's wild. I'd be down for you to host all of the balance streams too, do live interviews. I would love for him to do a lot of things. I think as the like digital marketing guy too, like I think it's kind of in his range. Like I know that Ruby is like the community manager and stuff like that, but like what community management does she really do? I mean, we don't know what happens behind behind closed doors and stuff like that, but I feel like when you're the community manager, you should really be like out and about and be like talking to people and like engaged with people, but I really don't see her be engaged anymore. After the whoa, okay. Taking half my life with one attack. Love it. Love it. I don't think
Not worth my time.
not worth your time. Good. Love to hear that. Best. Ow. Ow, I got so nervous that I fell down. Jeez. Can you actually get in that tower? Hello. Oh, it's hollow. Interesting. But I guess he could get in there. With him out. Yeah, I don't know. I just think they need to do more of something. Give us something. Like, it's... Your audio sounds a million times better than the stream. Oh, I'm glad. Thank you. I'm glad that my sound isn't awful. It's like I've worked on my sound a lot because over the years I've come to kind of understand how the sound. I've never been a good sound, like never really understood how microphones work properly and stuff like that. So my early streams from like, you know, I've been doing this for like 6 years, and for like a majority of the time my sound has been kind of like, but no, oh no, I'm gonna die. There's no one to help me. There's no one to help me. I'm gonna die. This is the end of the stream, or at the end of the run. No. All right, what was this? 5 hours and 12 minutes. Oh, we're done. Oh man, I didn't realize there was a veteran here. Yeah, no, you don't have to revive me. We're done. Level 18, you guys. Kessex Hills was the end. So I might try a different race this time, because I feel like humans is a little hard. I'm gonna try Sylvari. I'm gonna make a Sylvari. We're gonna try again, okay? Survivor Raleigh is dead. We have to increase our count. We're gonna reset this. How do I reset this? I don't have the button set up because apparently my settings were destroyed. Reset. Do it on insert. You're still a streamer. Yeah, I know. I'm glad my audio doesn't sound too bad, but yeah, I've kind of learned over the years. Kind of learned how to deal with it. We're gonna do warrior again. Yeah, I don't really care. All right, let's reset that. First one. I'm crazy. Stop it. Cables. There's a cable right. That's in the way. Reset. No, not to 219. I had to set that up earlier. Right. Death counter. And we're at deaths 2. Not 12. 2 for now. 2 for now. But yeah, I don't know. I really would love to see the
I am Sylvari.
And that was, what was
25 years ago, my people
minutes
first appeared in Tyrion. The pale tree flowered, and the firstborn awakened.
Was it 5 hours and 9 minutes? I can go back and check it later. I think that's what it was. Alright, anyways, let's run through. Let's try Sylvari instead. Oh, first of all, unequip everything. Unequip everything. I guess throw it all out. Throw it all out. Alright, let's see if Sylvari is easier.
Yes, I'm here.
Why are we being
I don't even need to talk to you.
I've never felt anything like this.
Yeah, but I don't know what the future holds for Guild Wars 2. You know, because the thing that I think is kind of crazy to think about is
Kate's gone to fight the Nightmare Beast. I'm sure she could use you there.
like, you know, we're talking about Guild Wars 3, right? We were talking about Guild Wars 3 earlier. Outfits on mail are like for norms and armor. No matter the body size you choose. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be naked. I'm gonna look like that. I could put it on an outfit, but I'm not going to. The real true spirit of a survivor is being naked. Naked and afraid. But we were talking about the like Guild Wars 3, right? So the developer interaction has gone down so much, right? So much over the years, to the point where we don't get AMAs, we don't get the streams, we don't get all the things, we don't get the interviews, we don't get the previews, we don't get the images, the fun little memes, the fun little whatever, right? We don't get any of that. So what does the future hold then at that point for Guild Wars 3? Right? In Guild Wars 2, that has all gone away, which is fine. I'm gonna just stay back here. I'm just gonna stay like way far away from all of this happening. Because if they stop doing that, how are they gonna treat Guild Wars 3, right? For Guild Wars 2, they did all these streams. You know, like I said, go back to their YouTube channel. Go back to the Guild Wars 2 YouTube channel, and you can see, and you look at, like, you can sort by oldest videos, and you can see all the different videos and previews and interviews and all these different things they used to do. Are they gonna start doing that again? Or are they just gonna do like one trailer for Guild Wars 3? Maybe do like one stream where they kind of talk about it a little. Oh my god, that tail is like right in my face. I'm gonna bite it. I'm gonna jump on it. Like, that's what kind of worries me, you know, because when we talk about these streams and stuff like that, it's like, okay, you know, as a veteran player, like, I'm hooked on Guild Wars 2. I'm always going to play Guild Wars 2. I'm going to play Guild Wars 3. Like, it's going to happen. But what about the new players, right? The new players, they don't have the experiences that we had, right? We had the company behind the behind the game that was 100% about the game. You know, that was there, that was hyping us up, that was talking about all these things, that was just really fun, and it was a good time. You know, we had all that, right? But what about
I'm in.
the what did he just say? I'm in? All right, go ahead and be in. I don't know what that means, but you know, it's like, what does the future look like? Because the thing is that society, like, ArenaNet is going against the grain of what society has become, right? Now everything is based off of social media, right? Like, physical releases aren't really like that big of a thing anymore. You know, they used to do, back in the day, there was like events at different, like, you know, GameStop and Toys R Us and all this. Like, they had all these like promotions of like, oh, if you do a pre-order with us and blah 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 blah. But now what has it become? It's become more about it's become more about the, like, the social media aspect of it, right? Like the Instagram pictures and the TikToks and the YouTube shorts and all those things, right? But ArenaNet has gone the opposite way, and they've removed themselves completely from any of those things, right? Like, they only post very PR whatever, right? It's like, oh, experience the new thing with this, boom, and you get like a little ad about it, right? There's nothing fun, there's nothing. They kind of lost the humanity that was behind all of that. It's all very like robotic and corporate and whatever, right? But like, how are they gonna hype up Guild Wars 3? Are they gonna go back to the old way that they used to be? I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think that's gonna be the case at all. I feel like they just don't have any positions that are player facing. Like, you have a review for the occasional forum post and that's it. Yeah, but like, you know, I've talked about this before. What about their partner program? Right? Like, get Ruby, one developer, and put on, they don't have to be in the studio, right? They could just have a feed that feeds into the stream, right? Of one of the partners, of one of the content creators. I can bet you right now that all of the people that are streamers that are in the partner program would love to be a part of their developer stream, their guild chat streams or something, right? To be the third party that's there, right? So you have Ruby that has a list of what she needs to go through. This is what we're going to talk about. She has the schedule. She has the, okay, we have that many minutes for this. We have that many minutes for that. This is how long the stream is going to be. This is what we want to talk about. Don't talk about these things. If we steer, you know, if the conversation goes in that direction, steer it in this direction, blah, 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 all these things, right? You have the developer that can give insights as to how the game works, how all of this stuff works. And then you have the content creator, the partner that kind of gives the, like, that is the outside force that can kind of react to the things that they're seeing. Like, whoa, okay, that's really cool. So how, you know, and it can kind of ask the questions that the players would be asking, right? That are like, appropriate for the conversation at hand that they have, right? I don't think that that would be too much cost to have two developer, like Ruby and one developer for a couple of hours, you know, getting one of the partners to come in to do that stream. You know, you already have the partner in your partner program. You already pay them however you pay them or whatever. I do love that outfit. It's a good one. You know, so I don't know. That's what I imagine, right? Like, you have a studio set up already where you could do this, you know? And I don't think that that really is like, is that too much? Do you guys think that that's too much? Do you guys think that that ArenaNet just doesn't have the resources to do that kind of stuff anymore? Also, what the fuck? Yeah, I mean, you know, what about him? He was the, like I said, he was the Yoshi P. He was the hype man for Heart of Thorns. He was the hype man for anything pre-release, like Guild Wars 2, during Guild Wars 1. Like, he was the guy, right? Like, if you guys remember, he was the guy that was front and center, like, that would hype the people up, right? Like, people remember that smile that he has, right? That was, like, contagious. Because this guy was, like, at all the events, at all the different places, and he was just like, yes, we want to do this, you know? You look at the Manifesto trailer, right? And you have, like, what's her name? Was it Reese? What's her name? She was one of the developers. She was there, right? They had Colin Johansson talk about all these different things, and that's how they hyped up, right? That's how we all got hyped for Guild Wars 2. We had Colin Johansson be our hype man. He hasn't been on a stream. I want to say the last time I've seen him on stream was for End of Dragons. I could be wrong. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know if he was like doing the extra live. I don't know. There's been a couple of streams on Twitch that I've missed, so he could have been on some of those. The last time that I've seen him was during End of Dragons, or before End of Dragons came out. Like one of those preview streams that they did before End of Dragons came out. Which has been like a long time now. That's a long time ago now that has happened. So I don't know. I mean, you know, again, I don't. The problem is many of the people that have been veterans have become very jaded about Guild Wars 2. And I think a lot of people are going to need some big convincing to be jumping on the Guild Wars 3 train when it gets there. How would they bridge that? How will they get from point A to point B, you know, building that hype? From moment A in time where they announce Guild Wars 3 to hyping to getting people to pre-order this shit. If they're not doing the preview streams, if they're not doing these things. I don't know. I'm kind of worried about that. That's like one part that I'm very worried about. That it's gonna fail right off the get-go because ArenaNet fails to do what they used to do, what they used to be good at. Okay, I gotta run away. There's way too many enemies. Ah, it's an army of spiders after me. Problem with devs nowadays are mostly two. First, are disconnected from community, and two, they're not gamers themselves. Well, and that's, I mean, that's, you know, that's exactly what I said earlier. You know, that's exactly the rant that I had earlier, was like, just that, you know, they're not developers. They have these, or they're not players. You know, they're not content creators. They're not streamers. They're not internet personalities. They're not on camera all the time. They're just developers, you know, and the passion, you know, ArenaNet needs to show the passion of the game. And these preview balance streams, they don't show the passion, right? Like, they don't show the passion like they should be showing it. And it's to the detriment of the game because the people watching it, they're not engaged with the content at hand. When they have Cal sitting there and they're going through the slides and they have Cal saying like, you know, like saying like, yeah, let's not talk about this slide. Let's just move on. No one needs to talk about it. We don't need to talk about it. Like, that kind of makes it feel like, well, you don't really care about all the stuff. You just want to talk about the little bit that you maybe worked on, that you have some insight for, but the rest of the stuff you couldn't care less, right? Like, I want to see the developers that want to talk about every little thing because they're excited to see it happen, right? Not like well, this is my job and I gotta balance the game somehow, so I just added this page, and there's some balances in there because, you know, my boss wants to see me do some balance changes. Like, I don't want to see that. No one wants to see that. It's half-hearted, half-assed, right? Like, but I also get that he is not a streamer, he's not a content creator, he's not, you know, he's just there to kind of do that because he's probably told to do that by his boss, right? Like, I want to see people that want to be there, that want to talk about this stuff. I want to see the people that can hype up the community, that can hype up these changes that are coming, these new things that are coming, right? But they're kind of missing that a lot, you know? This is just another clear example that shows that they have been working on something else since the launch of End of Dragons. For what reason do you need a studio director and a game director for a single game studio? For a single game studio. I suppose. I mean, see, the thing is, and it sounds like you have more knowledge about that. I don't know anything about game development. So I don't know if that's something that's not the standard, right? Like, I don't know what the standard is for gaming studios on how they're staffed properly. You know, I don't know. So I guess it's a good question, right? Like, it's a good question. I mean, you probably have more knowledge than I do. I don't really know how all of that works. So, I mean, it sounds like, you know, a studio director and a game director, you know, it sounds like that they, you know, like you said, maybe that hints at
an award.
Exactly that happening. Like, there's something in the background going on that we don't know about. But again, that's kind of like it drives me crazy that is how Arena ended. I gotta run away from this real quick. There's a lot happening here. There's a big old mosquito. This is like a Floridian mosquito right there. This is what they look like. They're probably just about that size. You get bitten by them, you just get shriveled up because they suck so much blood out of you. You know, that you gotta go like lay down and like drink a glass of wine to get like build those blood cells back up. But anyways, but it's to their detriment that they don't talk about what's going on in the background, because people, you know, people are taking what content we're getting at face value, right? They're taking the Secrets of the Obscure, the Janthia Wilds, and they look at it and they're like, well, this is lackluster. This is not what Season 4 was. This is not what Season 3 was. This is not what Heart of Thorns was. This is not what Path of Fire was. This is not even what End of Dragons was. Okay, like none of this is like that. Okay, but you're saying that your sole focus is Guild Wars 2 and that all of your resources are going towards that, when it's really, really, like, really obvious that it's not, and that there's something going on in the background, but you're not telling us any of it. You're not telling us anything that's going on, and you're, in a way, kind of lying to us by saying that your sole focus is Guild Wars 2 when it's really not. And we can see that in the way that the stuff that's coming out, the you know, the hype trains are gone, the AMAs are gone, the previews are gone, the guild chats are gone, the streams are gone, like all these things are gone, and the developer interaction isn't there, the community the ArenaNet interaction with the community isn't there anymore, right? Like, obviously there's something going on in the background, but you're making people feel like there is nothing going on in the background, and all you're releasing is just this stuff that's kind of lackluster, right? Like, we kind of know that Secrets of the Obscure and Janthia Wilds so far, you know, comparatively to previous releases, have been very lackluster. So what's going on? I think a majority of the player base would be a lot more forgiving if they were to come out and say, we're working on something in the background beside Guild Wars 2. You don't have to give us a title. You don't have to give us specifics. If you tell us Guild Wars 2 isn't our sole focus, we have something going on in the background, I think a lot more people would be forgiving. A lot more people would be like, well, Secrets of the Obscure wasn't so good because there's something going on in the background. But we have to sit here and we have to speculate that, there's probably something going on in the background because of this and this and this and this, you know, and stuff like that. So the mixed messaging that gets me going. Yeah, right? main focus while hiring for unannounced projects. And that's exactly it. Like, if ArenaNet was a little bit more honest with us and would say, hey, we are working on other projects in the background, I think many people would the content that's coming out right now would be received way better, because people would be way more forgiving on the lack of stuff that we're getting, and just saying, well, you know, half of their team is devoted towards these other projects. But they went into Secrets of the Obscure by telling us we're focused on Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 is our focus. This is it. We're doing Guild Wars 2. And then you're releasing the Nios releases, and it's just been like everything collapses on itself, right? Like it's not been, they were not good releases. Where I wanted them to be these amazing releases, but they were not. You know, so it's, you know, and I'm like, okay, where does it go from here? Like, I also feel like it's gonna be kind of a backlash, because people are gonna get that realization, right? Like, let's imagine 2 years from now, ArenaNet says, all right, here's our reveal trailer. We're bringing you guys Guild Wars 3. It's this big trailer. Game looks fantastic. Blah, 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 blah. But, you know, we have this year's expansion coming out, next year's expansion coming out, and they all kind of tank. Let's say they don't perform well. The people aren't hyped anymore. People are just kind of like, you know, Guild Wars, whatever. You know, everyone gets kind of jaded. Everyone kind of just leaves for other games, you know, like Final Fantasy 14 gets their shit together and they start releasing all this amazing content. WoW does like a couple more expansions that are really, really good. People loving it. ESO gets like a combat, you know, overhaul or something, and like people are getting hyped for that, you know, and it's like maybe a new MMO comes out that's like really, really good, right? It kind of, people are moving on left and right a little bit. They bring out Guild Wars 3, or they announce Guild Wars 3, people are just going to be bitter, right? Because they're going to be like, well, why didn't they just tell us that they were developing Guild Wars 3? Like, you know, we're mad about these releases. We've moved on with our lives because we're kind of like not really hyped for Guild Wars 2 anymore. Why didn't they just say we're making a Guild Wars 3, or we're making these projects in the background, like, please be patient with us, or whatever, you know? Like, just give us something, you know? I think there's going to be some backlash from that, if that is what's happening, you know? I mean, I don't know. Like, but, you know, that's just my opinion. I mean, it doesn't have to be that way, but I feel like that's what's going to happen, you know? Okay, this is not getting me any... Come over here. Aha! Trapped you. Trapped you. Wait, did that... Yeah, that gives... Okay, these are like little traps. Hi. Hi. Do you want to attack me? Do you want to come over here? Come on, little Spidey friend. No, don't kill him, please. Oh, I want to get credit. Oh, I can wait right here. Wait, if I run over there, maybe there is a thing over here. No, don't run over there. Don't. Oh. I guess I gotta wait right here, because this one is right in the doorway. Oh, there we go. No! Oh, please, no! Alexia, why? Why must you be like this? Anyways, I guess I'm gonna... Ooh, I'm sorry. I think I tried. Ah! Yeah. So I don't know. So the future, right? Like and that's where I kind of talk about, you know, the interaction a little bit. I don't know, Ruby as the community manager. I'm like, what is, like, I would love to like kind of know, and I've talked about this so many times. I would love to know what a day in the life of a developer at ArenaNet looks like. What do they do on a daily basis? Right? Like, specifically, like, what does Ruby do? What does she do? What is, like, she goes to the office, and what does she do? Does she write, like, emails to people all day? Like, what does she do? I don't know. It's really hard for me to, like, imagine, because she's the community manager what does a community manager, again, and I don't know, and I'm not saying this as like a patronizing, like looking down, like I'm just curious because I know nothing about game development, right? Like I know nothing about game development. So, you know, my thoughts are coming from, you know, explain to me what it is that's happening behind the scenes. You know, the studio updates have become very shallow in terms of telling us about the background of things. You know, the last time that they really have been like telling us about what's been going on in the background of things and stuff like that has been with when they were
I'm wilting. Need more
I
endurance.
love that. I wish we had more of these things. Yeah. Like, I'm gonna get enough credit to actually get gold on this, I think. Like, just with the amount of stuff that but yeah, I don't know, I'm just curious, you know. It's like, I just want to know, like, if they have something where they're like, oh, well, we do, like, Ruby does all this every day, and she has all these different people that she has to oversee, and emails to send, and things to, like, write, and, like, you know, like, forum posts to make, and, like, you know, kind of looking, like, all these different things that are coming, like, writing up, like, balance, you know, or not balance, but, like, patch notes and stuff. Like, she has to write all of this stuff or whatever, you know, if this is all part of her, like, thing. But she's like, that's the thing, when I think of a community manager, I think someone that interacts with the community, right? Like, I think of someone that interacts with the partner program. Like, I feel like she's probably in charge of that, and interacting with the community in other ways, like being on the forums and answering questions on the forums and doing that type of stuff, and like even on social media, like being on social media, maybe answering questions there and stuff. But does that really take like a whole day? Like, I don't know. I feel like there's not that much to really do in a day. I know what a community manager does because, but I'm not seeking the work. She doesn't even write the patch notes or updates. I always see it signed by other people. Interesting. I read it, but I forget whoever is always on it or whatever. whoever signs them. Yeah, I don't know. So, you know, again, I'm not trying to bash her or anything. It's just, I would be interested to know what it is. Like, when she was doing guild chat, I could totally understand that there was, like, she had all this stuff to do, right? Because she had to, like, plan the streams, right? They're not like what I do, where I just, like, I'm like, all right, I'm streaming today. I'm in my pajamas, like my Pikachu pajamas, you know. I'm like wearing those. I'm like hanging out in my room, you know, in my game room or whatever. Like, I just turn on the camera and I'm like eating a Cheeto or whatever, like right in the middle, like, you know, drinking a Red Bull. Like, it's not like that, right? There's like planning behind them. They have to get the studio ready. They have to get the cameras. They have to get like all the stuff set up. They have to make sound checks. They have to like get the microphones working. You know, who are they gonna, you know, they gotta kind of probably talk to some of the developers, like who's gonna be on stream, what are we gonna talk about, you know, get like a time frame going, get all the stuff, right? Like the lighting, there's a lot that goes into that. Like, probably they have like maybe some people doing makeup and stuff, you know, those things. Like, I get that, but now that those are gone, I'm like, well, you know, like, it's like, okay, like, what do you do now? Like, I know that took a lot of work, but like, okay, you don't do that anymore, so you interact with the community, you manage the community. I don't know. I agree, it's not coming. I agree, Ampersand, it's not coming after her, but really, what does she do? I see Grouch on Reddit more than her. I actually don't think I've ever seen her make a comment. I don't think I've ever seen her on Reddit ever. I agree with you. I think I've never seen her comment on Reddit. If I have seen her comment on Reddit, it's probably some throwaway line where she's just like, we'll check into that for you or something, you know, one of those, like, you know, we have people working on it, you know, something like that, where it's just like this random, like, nothing interesting, nothing that actually warrants anything, you know. I mean, I'm guessing her job probably entails just being solving these things in the background or something, you know, where like it's like informing different people of issues that the community has come across, like, oh, well, there's this, or we got to fix this, or I don't know. But even that doesn't feel like that's a lot of work. So I don't know. I would just love to know. You know, I would just kind of love to know, because I feel like I don't know. I feel like I'm just kind of bashing her, and I don't want to do that. But yeah, it's just interesting to me to think about those things, you know. So hopefully they will find a way to create a great experience and a great way to hype up Guild Wars 3. Because I want to see ArenaNet succeed. I want to see Guild Wars 2 succeed. You know, I wouldn't be making videos and streams about it if I didn't want it to succeed. If I didn't like it, like, you know, some people may take my ranting as like, well, he really hates ArenaNet and the Guild Wars 2. I don't. I love it, right? Like, I love it, and I say it out of desperation because I want it to do better. I want it to do good because it could be the MMO, right? Like, it has the potential, it has the groundwork to be the MMO, but it's just not been utilized over 12 years now. So it's like, well, Guild Wars 3 has the ability to be that, potentially. Hi, Tammy. How are you? Welcome. Welcome. Well, here, I'll drop some knowledge about something that you might have missed. Oh, I would love it. I love stuff that I've missed. It sounds super sarcastic, but I'm actually super serious. I'm always like, give me little tidbits and little hints and things and whatever about something that I missed. Oh, it's the best. I want to hear it. Alright, I'm turning this off again. My hands are freezing. Ah, no!
Not enough energy.
Not enough energy. Alright, we're doing good. We've died twice already, but I want to say, so far, I will tell you guys, as we're moving along with this challenge, I think so far the Solvari starting area is a lot easier. The hearts are a lot easier to do. The events are a lot easier to interact, like, get credit for. Yeah, so far I'm having a better time with the Solvari than the human. So far, at least. Oh, it's a grab. I do love some of the models in the game. Like, look how gross that model looks. Ew. Bye. Some people, okay, Protoduction just said, some people suffer from insanity. I rather enjoy it. I'm like, right, and there's a hot take for today. But I hope you guys are doing good. Again, I wanted to tell everyone, like, thank you for watching my series, my new series that's coming out on YouTube. If you guys haven't watched it, we're on video, we're on Krita. It's the regional lore. Ooh, doing a jumping puzzle first person. Let's do it. Let's do it. I actually think that this jumping puzzle is easier in first person. Hello, Bad. Look at that little parrot guy. So cute. Is he like the only red parrot that's around? That would be an interesting fact. I would have to look around for some models, because we have a cockatoo model, but I do know that they use those in a couple of other places. This part is always the worst. Okay. And then they have this guy here. That's a unique model too, I think. We did it. Not like I get experience for that. Oh, how do I get down without breaking my legs? Oh no. Is there a way to get down from here without dying. The stream revealed some decent evidence that the music for the new game was at least partially recorded already. He will do some music analysis for the new game. That all goes up on YouTube. Wait, what? The stream. Did you link something? I gotta, the thing is, okay, so just so you guys know, with the linking of stuff, with the links, I have disabled them because over the years that I've been streaming, I've always had bots come in to the streams and drop random links to like dangerous websites, and I've been trying to like not allow that. One of my messages is gone. YouTube is stupid. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have to retype that. I apologize. Can I drop down somewhere where I don't die? I don't want to do the second part of this. The second part of this is gonna kill me. Oh my god, I almost died. All of this is so high, so low, so down low. Oh, I'm scared. Can I jump to that? Uh-oh. This might be a short... Do you guys think I can reach that? Oh, no. How do I get down from here without dying? Bad idea. I shouldn't have done this. I can't use waypoints, you guys. Oh no, what do I do? What do I do? You guys think that'll kill me? I don't know. Oh wait, I know what to do.
My destiny is taking
Alright,
root.
I'm taking a dangerous route, you guys. I'm doing something really dangerous here. I'm doing something really dangerous here. I know I can do this. I know I can do this. I messed up, but I can fix this. I'm not doing this jumping puzzle. I'm just... Oh god. I'm gonna heal. I gotta run over there. That's the exit. That's the exit. No, 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 no. Leave me alone. Please, no. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Not yet. I'm gonna die. I tried, you guys. I tried. I really did. Ah! I'm dead. Alright, well. Stop the timer. We're gonna redo this, bitch. Alright, well, don't go on jumping puzzles. Alright, well, let's try that again, you guys. We died 3 times. It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna do Sylvari again. That was great. I did like that a lot. I did enjoy that a lot. I think that was a lot easier than what we were doing before. Alright, timer go.
I am Sylvari.
And this. Uh-oh. Let's read them in reverse. Read what in reverse? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Once you have that message. Once you have that. Alright, we gotta retry it. It's okay. No worries. We got this. Unequip everything. Go on first person. And here we go. Start again. I'm gonna throw all these out. Need that clogging up our inventory. Alright. I was like, there's nothing to read in reverse, but you hadn't typed it yet. I should read the whole thing before I comment. Oh god, hold out against? Okay, I'm gonna depend on all these new... Look at all these new players. Holy crap, it's awesome.
Get this bridge reformed with the utmost haste.
Yeah, do it, Alboris. Hi, Kate. Look at her demonic red eyes. Jesus, that's scary. Great. Okay, there we go. I love the little, do you guys see the fog that they kind of have? It's a really cool fog effect. You can see that over like many of the lakes and stuff. Oh, it's so cool. It looks really neat. I'm sorry that your message keeps disappearing, or disappear, not keeps. I hope it doesn't keep disappearing. That would be even more frustrating. All right, we're just gonna have to sit here and wait. We can't do anything. We gotta wait until they defeat this dragon that's sleeping there. Sleepy peepee dragon. Sleepy peepee dragon. Da da da. That Red Bull is really doing a number on me right now. Wow, you guys, I got so many views on my new video. It's great. I love you guys. By the way, if you guys want to become members, you don't have to, obviously, but I'm going to just mention it here. If you guys want to become members, memberships are available. You got a cute little badge that I made myself. And you get access to my emotes. But it was, so you Chivalry Studio, it was really cool. One thing I thought about was that it'd be cool with in-game footage of the places and so on. Well, the idea was that I wanted to kind of, it's supposed to be like kind of a guide as you go, like as you learn about the world, right? So I didn't want to show it off because I felt like it was a little redundant to do that because and maybe you're right, maybe I could have put it in the background as like background footage, you know, of the different areas or something. I guess I could have done that. I could have taken some like first person like this, like environmental shots or something of the different areas. That probably would have been kind of nice to do. But I kind of, the thing is, I didn't want to overstimulate because the thing is, there was a lot of info, right? Like that I packed in these videos. A lot of like, because these are only like, I think the shortest one is like 6 minutes and the longest one is like 16 minutes or something. So they're like really short videos. And there's a lot of info that I packed in there. And I didn't want to like overstimulate people because I know how I am when I watch a video and I'm watching something on stream. Sometimes I'm like not listening to something and I'm like, wait a minute, I was watching what's happening on screen rather than listening to what someone was talking about. So I wanted to keep it simple. I wanted to really have it be like, okay, it's more auditory information that I'm giving you with like a couple of visual things to kind of, this is what I'm talking about. Here's a picture of this person, right? I'm talking about Prince Rurik. There it is, right? I'm talking about King Jalis Ironhammer. Here he is, right? I'm talking about the Ascalonian refugees. There it is, right? Dredge, you know, blah, 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 whatever. So I kind of wanted to keep it a little bit simple. It's supposed to be like, because it's supposed to be like informative. But I do see where you're talking about. I feel like maybe having some shots of the environment and stuff like that. You know, but again, I also don't want to necessarily ruin everything because then, you know, the point is for the players to experience the game. And I'm trying to enhance their playing experience by giving them information of about the places they go. You know, so, but I do see your point. I think maybe some environmental shots would have been a good idea. Yeah, I do think maybe that would have been nice. Again, I was trying to kind of keep it simple and easy, and so yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I appreciate the feedback though. What word is blocking, by the way? So you should it doesn't leave a message for some reason. I don't know what message is. Really? It's blocking a specific message? Maybe, let me see what I have for blocked words. Oh my god, I can't type. Let me see if I have, that would be interesting to kind of review, because I do have certain words blocked. Because I've had to. Like I said, I've had bots come in. I had like, this is like years ago now, I had a guy come in and he like completely went off. He like had all these slurs and he just went in there and he like just, he cursed and he said all these things and I'm like, oh my god, I guess I'm gonna have to get some of these words out of here because it's letting it through. It might also be my bot that's blocking it. Let's see what I have in here. Not copyright settings, I think this was. So I got a copyright claim because I streamed Elden Ring, and someone did a reaction video to the Elden Ring opening cinematic, and they have way more views and way more subscribers than I have, and I literally got a copyright strike for that. And I literally was like, I was just playing the I literally don't even watch the opening cinematics. It might have like played in the background when I was talking, but I got a copyright claim for that, which was really funny because I'm like, you can claim the copyright, I don't care, because I don't know. Community moderation, let me see what I have. Okay, there's 3 words, I don't want to say them, but there's 3 words that I have blocked in there, and I hope you're not using any of them. I hope you don't have any of the words in there, because there's 3 really bad words, and I literally put those words in there because he used those 3 words. They're very, very bad words that you don't want to talk about. Like, I don't want to talk about, I don't want to mention them, but I have those words blocked in there. So I'm not sure what the word is that they're blocking. Okay, how do I approve? Oh, I can approve users. Okay, so if we ever have, I'm just gonna tell you guys right now, if we ever have someone that needs to link something that's not like bots or anything, I can actually approve you guys as users, and then you guys can post those. I didn't know that. That's wild that it's not letting you. I gotta see. I do have a bot. I don't ever. Let me check on my bot. I don't even know if it's turned on right now. It always, the bot on this channel always turns itself off. My Streamlabs bot always turns itself off randomly. Is it turned up? No, it's turned on right now. What is the word protection? I don't have that turned on, so there's no protection on words. Looking right now. Oh no, my timer is just running. That's fine. I have protection level off on my bot, so my bot doesn't do anything. My bot doesn't block it. And if my bot were to block something, it would actually put it in chat, as in, you know, block this word or block that link. So it's something YouTube is doing. I only have 3 words blocked, so it's something that YouTube doesn't like just the platform itself. It's not something I can do. It's so weird though. Like, I'm like, what's the word that is blocking? I have 3 really bad words that I have blocked on my channel that you can't use, and I hope that no one in my community will use that one. Any of those. I mean.
Look at my talent grow.
Look at my what? Look at my what grow? Talent grow? Look at my talent grow. The reason that camera swung over is because I tried to turn off action camera and it didn't work. I tried it 3 times and it didn't work. I'm like, I don't know what's happening. Alright, anyways, we're moving on. We're getting this done. Let's do this again. I kind of had to check that, but... I'm hungry. I need to make some food.
So good to live here, just outside the city.
Agreed. I don't think I could live farther away.
Interesting. Really? You have to reword it? I mean, just paraphrase it or something. I don't know. That's crazy. That's wild that it's not letting you. I don't. What is the blocked word? YouTube is such a strange like entity sometimes. Like why would they? I don't know. You know. I feel like there's probably no bad words in that whole thing that you're posting, and they're just like blocking it for some weird reason, because like some of the letters from different words maybe line up to look like something specific or some weird stuff like that. I don't know. It just sounds strange to me. All right, let's not die. Okay, let's not die. What did we die to? Don't know what I died to. I died to something. Where did I die earlier? I don't remember. Oh, that's right. Doing the jumping puzzle. Let's not do the jumping puzzle anymore. Got it. No jumping puzzle for me. Heard that. I'm so sorry that you have to go through and do all that just for like this one thing that you're trying to pose. That's crazy. Jump, jump, get a hand, grasp the hand. Ow, no, no, please don't. I just grasped the hand. I helped your friend out of the ground. You should be thankful. Help. Okay. Tenebrae, you got to do this. You're on duty here, mister. That guns and a samurai outfit really works. Really works. Love it. Imagine, guys. Imagine a video game or a movie or a show that's about samurais from like old Japan, right? Old Japan and China or whatever, right? Like Asian countries, you know, wherever they had them. Are samurais like exclusively Japanese? They're not exclusive. They're Chinese, right? Aren't they? I don't know. Anyways, think of like, you know, some kind of show with like ancient samurais, blah blah blah, whatever, fighting, but instead of swords, use guns. Okay, the Guild Wars 2 composer did an IG live. He talked about the project he worked on this year. Mentioned he will be doing music analysis video for the project that will go up on the ArenaNet related YouTube channel. Okay. The stream revealed some decent evidence that the music for the new was at least partially recorded already. He will do some music analysis for the new game Guild Wars 2 music that all goes up on YouTube. Okay, interesting. I did not know that. All right, yeah, so I read that in reverse. Oh, cool. Yes, we want to swap maps because we want to get the experience points increase on kills and the speed boost. The speed boost is the most important part there. Interesting. Okay, I wonder what the word was that was blocked in that, because I feel like there was nothing bad in there, but interesting. So yeah, okay. I would love to see that. I would love to hear some of that music. You know, I would love to hear what the music for the canceled projects would have been like. You know, I feel like it's a waste not to use it. I wonder if ArenaNet will decide to maybe use it in Guild Wars 3 or in their new project or whatever, right? Like whatever this unannounced project is that they're working on. I don't know where to go. I'm gonna do this right now. That's interesting though. Yeah, I don't follow. Who was it? McLean Deemer that did it on his Instagram. I don't use Instagram. I barely use social media as is. Like, I'm on Bluesky, but that's about it. Like, you know, I don't really. I'm on Reddit too. You guys, I don't know if you guys have ever seen any of my Reddit posts. I post very rarely on the Guild Wars Reddit. But yeah. The cancel project probably did not have music since it was so early in game development. Oh, okay. You know what? I didn't compute the message. So, okay, so what we're saying is once we see the preview of this music, we can kind of hear some music from the actual project that they're working on that we don't know about. So that's going to be our first preview into the new project. Okay. But it had to change it. I wonder what about McLean Deemer is like not okay. We post it. Weird. Oh, you know why? Because Die. He has Die in his name. Oh, YouTube. Never change. Never change. But yeah, so that's interesting. So I'm guessing that means our first preview for the new game, or whatever ArenaNet is working on in the background, is gonna be some kind of music analysis that he's doing. Oh, that would be so interesting. That would be, see, that's like, that gets me hyped, right? That gets me hyped because I'm like, man, the music is such a big part of Guild Wars 2 to me. Like, I love it. It's such a good part of the game, you know? And like hearing a song from a game that's not been released and having the analysis of it, of like how this all fits, you get, you know, it gets your like imaginative fluids going, right? And you're just like, oh man, what's the zone that's gonna be for? Like, what are the characters? What are the things we're gonna experience? Oh, that's so exciting. I'm so excited now. I'm so excited. That's great. I love that. I love that very much. Thank you for sharing that. That's really good. See, I miss out on a lot of things. I miss out on a lot of things. So people always have to tell me like, hey, this is going on. I'm like, oh, is it really going on? Great. I don't need these. I don't need these. I'm still mini. For another 2 minutes. I'll be miniature naked man. Naked man! Woo! Running. You also mentioned that he thinks the announcer... Oh, the announcer will be really... Whoa! Oh my god, I have so many videos to do before that! Oh my god, I gotta make videos! Just so you guys know, I have a list right now of videos that I want to make. So, I want to make 2... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6 videos beside the videos that are coming out right now that I want to make before the next expansion comes out. Well, some of those can be past that. Some of those can come after. That's fine. I don't care. But oh my god, I have so much to do now. Oh my god. The announcement for Guild Wars 3 might be this year. That's super hype. Soon, I hope. He said soon, I hope. Will be soon, I hope. Got it. Well, I don't know. I mean, I feel like, I don't know. It has to happen at some point. But I'm just like super excited for it, right? Like I'm whether or not it's coming like today, tomorrow, you know, next year, whatever, you know, I wanted to do good. I want Guild Wars 3 to be a good game, and I wanted to do better than what the last 5 years of Guild Wars 2 have been, because the last 5 years of Guild Wars 2 have been very like, you know, when I announced my new series on Reddit, there was one comment, and I kind of talked about it, and I can't blame the guy or the person. I don't know if it was a guy, but everyone's a guy. She's a guy. You're a guy. He's a guy. Everyone's a dude. You know. This person was saying like, who cares about the lore of Guild Wars 2 anymore, right? And he wasn't exactly. They weren't exactly wrong. Right, it wasn't like they were completely off on that analysis, right? Because the Guild Wars 2 community has gotten very jaded ever since like End of Dragons and Icewood Saga debacle and the firings and the Secrets of the Obscured, like the Nios releases and stuff. A lot of people have gotten very jaded and have gotten very like, you know, very casual about the way that they consume Guild Wars 2 and its content, to the point where they probably don't really care that deeply about the intricacies of the world of Guild Wars 2, you know, which, you know, I obviously am still super involved in, and I wanted to, like, I'm still like, oh my god, it's so crazy stuff, you know, so, but yeah, I think that, like, I see where that person is coming from, and I'm like, yeah, you know what, I kind of agree, and I wanted to do good so that we don't have that happen. You know, I don't want people to go in with the feeling of Guild Wars 3, you know, who cares? Right? Like, I want people to go and be like, Guild Wars 3? Heck yeah! Right? Like, That's what I want people to say. The tunnel. Let's not even talk about the tunnel. It was so bad. It was so bad. And if you go back and watch my videos, if you guys go back and watch the videos that I did back then for I don't even know what was some of the videos that I made. If I'm dying, you guys have to let me know. I want to go back. What is some of the content that I did? I know I did like this must be what? How many? I have so many videos. Jesus. I talked about, okay, I have it right here. I talked about the oh my god. I did some really great videos. So what are I have all my Grandia playthrough is right at along that time. So some of the videos that I released right around that time, which was January of 2023, I talked about the other Spirits of the Wild, which is still a really, really great video. If you guys have not watched that video, I talk about the other Spirits of the Wild. I'm getting attacked. I'm gonna link them too. I'm actually gonna hang out with this guy in the house. I think the house is pretty safe with the pups. I'm hanging out with the little pups in here. It's safer. I'm gonna link it too. I'm gonna link some of these to you guys. So I can post links. I'm allowed to post links. All right, let me post some of these links. So this video I did, which this is not in reference to the tunnel or anything, but this video is, if you guys are interested, again, this is the talking about the other Spirits of the Wild, kind of talking about the spirit, specifically spirits of seasons, of fire, of mountains, and of darkness, or of the mountain and darkness. Okay, so that was a video I did around that time. Then I did a studio update video, the future of Guild Wars 2 on ArenaNet. I did that video. You guys can watch that as well. I'm just gonna post these guys. You guys don't have to watch them. I'm just leaving them there for easy access. That was around that time. So that was around the time that they did the they started, because the picture in the background is from the Gyala Delve. So that is around that time. So studio update. Then I did a What Lies Beneath playthrough. Let me go back real quick. Was that the stream? There was a stream that I did, which I don't know if that's on here. That was the time when I switched over from Twitch to YouTube. And there was a... Oh, this is it. Yeah. There's two streams that I did. So I did a playthrough. I'm going to link that for you guys. I did a playthrough of... Yeah, and you guys can save those. I mean, if you guys want to watch that stuff, this is like stuff from years ago, but if you guys kind of want to see what my theories were back then, I had like a lot of different theories. I did a playthrough, and then I did this next one that I'm posting right now. This was a stream that I did. I streamed this on Twitch. I posted it. I uploaded it to YouTube. It might not be the best quality, like video quality, but I did a. This was on YouTube. This is a 6-hour stream. The later hours are more important though, because the on that stream I actually got raided by my friend Chicken Nooble, who's one of the partners of ArenaNet partners, and he actually raided me, and we ended up having this really long lore discussion about everything Guild Wars 2, and specifically like, you know, Gyala Delve and the Jade Sea, and I don't even remember all the different things that we talked about, but we talked about all the stuff at the current time that was going on, and it was so much fun. We had a really good time. There was like 70 people in the chat. Like, this was like probably my biggest raid that I've ever had, and it was so much fun. We had a huge discussion. It was really, really fun. Good time, and that was right around that time. Then I'm gonna link all these videos. I'm sorry. So then I did a video. I released a video. This next video, the 5th link that I'm doing right now. This was talking about the creatures of the Jade Sea. And I talked about a connection between the Elder Dragons, or no, not the Elder Dragons, the Leviathans, to the creatures of the Jade Sea. Really cool video. Took me a long time to make. It's only 12 minutes long. Not that long of a video. Really fun video, though. Talked about a lot of really, really cool stuff. Then I talked about the color of the jade, which was really, really cool. That was another one. Even the thumbnail. The thumbnail to this day is one of my favorite thumbnails I ever did, because I had the 3 different colors of the... This is the 6th link now that I'm doing. Talking about the color of the jade, where we have the different colors from Guild Wars 1 to like Guild Wars 2, and like how everything looks different, and how like the connection and like the color of the jade, and kind of explaining some of the stuff. I don't even know what does this description. The description reads, consider this part 2 of my Jade Sea lore videos, which the first one was the creatures of the Jade Sea. It doesn't say anything. So then I did my playthrough of What Lies Within, which that's the tunnel. So if you guys want to see, this is my tunnels. This is my tunnel stream. This is again carried over from Twitch. Sorry, I'm posting all these links. I apologize, you guys. If you guys don't want to watch it, it's totally fine. I get it. No hard feelings about that at all. And I did right after the color of the jade. There was a studio update, and I had a rant on there. I guess I had a big rant around that time. So any of those streams, any of those will have my opinions on what I thought about the tunnel, what I thought about the Gala Delve, what my theories were at the time about what I think is coming to Guild Wars 2. Where they're heading with the story, where they're going next, what we could potentially see, like all those things. Like those videos is right around that time that Yalla Delve came out. So bringing up we're talking about the tunnel. So if you guys want my impressions on what I thought about the tunnels, you can go through, you can watch those streams, those links, those whatever. Some of them are a little bit longer. Like I said, the one stream where I talked about the where I got raided by my friend. I streamed for 6.5 hours that day. It was, I think, one of my longest streams that I ever did, because I didn't want to leave. That was the most people I ever had in my streams ever. It was like 70 something people, I want to say. I think it went to like 78 was like the highest viewer count, and I was like, I love this. There's all this interaction, all these people are there, they're all like, I love you guys right now because I'm actually like talking to a crowd of people that are like interacting with me, which is like so much better. But it was just like really cool because there was a lot of people like that didn't know about some of the things that I was talking about, and it was really, really fun. So, but yeah, anyways, it's cool. I remember the creature one, the time before the tunnel was nice. It was great, because like I really expected the tunnel to really be more than what it was. Like I had this whole theory, when you go back to the tunnel, and you like, you have the map that like goes down, whatever, it's like over here, whatever, and it goes down, right? And it was like this whole part on the side there, and I was like, oh yeah, it's gonna like expand over like all the way to like over here, and it's like it's gonna be this whole thing. Right, like this is the main part, and you have this extra part over here, and it like lets you out to that, whatever. And oh man, I remember all the theories, and then it's like, it was so disappointing. It's so bad. The tunnel was such a bad release. And one thing, so while we're talking about like things ArenaNet and stuff, one thing that really always has bothered me with ArenaNet, and you guys that have your own opinions, I want to hear how you guys feel about this. I hate, with a passion, that ArenaNet never goes back and says, we fucked up. They never go back and say, yeah, this content was not good. And we apologize that we let it be this way. We're gonna try to do better. They've never done that in their life. They've never acknowledged that any of their releases have been bad. Ever. Ever. They've never, not once, had a community interaction, like an AMA, like a whatever, where they said, yeah, well, we know that, you know, this release isn't up to quality, it isn't up to the standards that we as a company have, right? And it's not that I want ArenaNet to grovel at my feet and to apologize for the things that they have done, but I want ArenaNet to have a standard on quality, right? I want themselves to set a standard for what the quality of the releases that they're releasing is, right? And I want to have some kind of measure of it where they say, this release we're okay with because we're not apologizing for it. They don't have to apologize, or saying that it's not up to standard, right? Let's just say, you know, for this release, they're not saying this is not up to standard, but on this release, they're saying that's up to standard. So we can kind of draw like, okay, so this is what they want to go for, and this is not what they're gonna go for. But in my opinion, with them never talking about how the Gyala Delve, like the second part of it, was a bad release, or the Champions release of Icebreath Saga wasn't what they wanted it to be. They never said any of this, right? Without saying that, in my eyes, it sounds like ArenaNet is perfectly fine with these releases. Like the Nios releases, the second half of Gyala Delves, the Champions release of Icebreath Saga, like all of those releases that we all know were really, really bad, they never acknowledged them to be bad. So in my eyes, they're totally fine with those releases. That's what it sounds like to me. They're like, well, you know, you guys don't like it, but whatever, we don't care. So it sets the bar really low. It sets the expectations really low. Because we see ArenaNet releasing the Nios releases. You know, we go with something that's more recent, that's more appropriate to what our release cadence is right now. I really love the face combo with the hair and the lighting on this. That is a great choice right there. Love that. With the like the how it's green on the white with the like alien look of the face and stuff, it would look really cool. To me, that kind of screams like we could be getting another Nios release coming out, and ArenaNet would be perfectly fine with it, because that's what the standard they set at, right? Like, how low is the bar? Well, they've never noted any, like, they gotta go higher with this bar, right? So it's like, this would be okay. The bottom shelf would be perfectly fine with ArenaNet, right? To release that. So, one thing I love about fighting a big epic bot is definitely not running around for 20 minutes without ever hitting. Yeah, it was weird. It was really strange. You just remind me of the patch that moved the name over to the right a little and broke the subreddit. I mean, yes, yeah, I remember that, right? Like, people were just like, oh my god, it's gonna be this crazy thing. Like, people back then really still cared so much about the new releases. But again, because of ArenaNet's incessant need to not say anything ever about any of the releases that they're releasing, it kind of makes it like people care less, because their expectations are lower and lower with each release, right? With each bad release that's coming out, there's no ArenaNet saying, we're so sorry that this Nios release, that the map for Nios wasn't good, we're gonna try to do better. They just released it and they were fine with it. So in the community's eyes, it's like, well, what is stopping them from releasing that again? Nothing, because they've never acknowledged that it's subpar in their eyes. So it is an okay release in their eyes. They've never said otherwise, right? I don't need them to go on stream like Yoshi P does and apologize for a game that he never created, right? Yoshi P, again, it's a different culture. It's a Japanese culture, right? The Japanese culture. He becomes game director of Final Fantasy XIV. He picks up the pieces that are, 1.0, that are complete garbage, right? And he has to recreate a new game. But what does he do? He goes on stream and he apologizes. He apologizes for a game that he never created, that he had no hand in making, ever. He's just like, I'm so sorry that this is happening. We're gonna try to do better. And then what did he do? He turned that whole fucking thing around, and everyone was like, that's why Final Fantasy is the top MMO right now. Like, comparatively with WoW, whatever, right? But it's definitely up there with it. Because of that one person, because of that, the honesty and the humanity that's behind such an action, right? Like, that's what I'm talking about when I say, like, they need to have more interactions with us and talking a little bit more to us about the things that they're releasing, so that we can kind of see that ArenaNet isn't just a corporate entity, but it's a corporate entity made up of individuals that are passionate about making the game that we're all playing and that we're enjoying together, right? Like, that's what I'm talking about. One thought that I have is that they don't set a bar, then people can just blame it on the expansion model, that they're small teams compared to others or anything. Like, I don't want to say they have bad writers, but the thing, you know, I mean, I guess, like, they don't set a bar, so then people can, but that's the thing, it's like, the thing is then, you know, if they don't set the bar, and the idea is just that, you know, ArenaNet is like using that as a scapegoat and just, you know, being like, well, we're just gonna let the community come up with their own solutions as to what the problem is. It just creates all this, it creates this discord in the community, right? Because you're gonna have the people that are gonna say, well, it's because of the business model. And then people are gonna be like, bullshit, they could be doing a great, you know, great story, great releases within this 1 year that are not garbage. It has nothing to do with the release, right? And what it does is it creates discord between the player base rather than like ArenaNet, right? Like, I feel like there's like, it's not really about the blame, but it's about having the knowledge behind what's going on, right? Like, having, like, behind what's specifically what went wrong. If ArenaNet could give us specific details on what specifically went wrong with the Nios release, I think people would have a much better outlook on the future of Jantia Wilds or the next expansion that's coming out. Because if ArenaNet can explain to us what went wrong with the Nios release, then that shows us that they have an understanding of what went wrong. And then we can set our expectations accordingly and not sit there and just theorize on what potentially went wrong when maybe we're completely off on everything that we're saying. And we're just getting mad at each other because we all have our own theories and we all think about our own things and we have all of our own ideas about these things going on. You know what I mean? Like, it kind of unites us a little bit because we can all sit there and we can all talk about, you know, ArenaNet. This is the and then we can all come up with solutions as well. Like, we're the player base, we're the consumers of the product that you're providing to us. Let us help you, right? Like, I think most people that complain about the content that's coming out and you know, and the issues with it, right? They're doing it from a place of like, I care. People don't give a the people that don't give a shit play it, hate it, and leave it and talk shit on another MMO, right? Like, they go to WoW and they'll say, yeah, well, you know, and I see it on other subreddits. I see those people that go and say, well, I play WoW because I play Final Fantasy because I play ESO because ArenaNet completely butchered everything past End of Dragons. I see those comments on other subreddits on things, right? Those people truly don't care because they've moved on with their lives, which is okay. You can do that. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing to do. It's your life. You can do with it what you want, right? But, you know, let us help you. Tell us what went wrong with it, and then we can give you feedback as to, okay, well, maybe you know, the player base wants this, right? I've talked about how one of the reasons why I think that something like what's that game that everyone's playing with the anime characters and you get 4 in a team, and oh my god, do I even have it? Oh my god, what is the game? I can't I need to know the name right now. I need to know the name. It has to be in here. No. What the hell? It's a big game. It's a game that like many people have been playing. Oh, really? It's not there? No. I can't. Why can't I think? I can't ever think. I don't even have it. I don't think I have it on my computer right now. So, okay, it's not in that list. Genshin, thank you. Yes, Genshin Impact. That's exactly what I was thinking of. So Genshin Impact. One of the reasons why I think Genshin Impact does really well is because they do surveys. One of the things that Genshin Impact does is surveys. Whenever they have a new content drop, whenever they have a new feature that's being released, whenever they have a new character come out, whenever they have a new story for a character come out, what do? Surveys. How do they incentivize people to take the surveys? Well, they give them those gems, whatever those call, those little things that you can, you know, because it's a gacha game, whatever, right? They give them the equivalent of what gems are, right, in Guild Wars 2, right? So they incentivize people to take those surveys. That way you can get an unbiased, you know, because let's get real. Reddit is the small amount of the Guild Wars community. They're not the whole Guild Wars community. They're not all of the people. It's, you know, it's not representative of the entire thing. But if I were to get a mail that says, you know, from ArenaNet that says, hey, here's a link, or if you click this button, you're gonna be led to a website where you can fill out a survey, and you get 200 gems for filling out the survey. Every single person would fill that out. You would have every single player fill that out, including new players, old players, everyone. And you would get all of this info. You would have all of this info that would tell you, right? Like you could have it about the Nios release. How did you feel about the Nios release? How did you feel about the latest patch? How did you feel about our balance patch? How did you feel about this? How did you feel about that? How did you feel about homesteads? How do you feel about this new mount that we're releasing, or that we just released, right? Like all of those things. They could do that. Why don't they do that? Why don't they, you know, they have a community manager. She could be coming up with a survey, right? Like have her come up with a survey and then incentivize people to do that, right? Like I think that's one of the reasons why Genshin Impact is it does so well. Because I think they listen to feedback. I think a lot of the releases, they listen to feedback. Because I remember when I actively played it way early on when it first came out, I remember filling out the surveys and, you know, blah, 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 and the questions that they had, and you could clearly see where they're going with it, right? Where they were like, okay, well, did you enjoy this part of this? Did you enjoy this part of it? Did you enjoy this part of it? Right? And based on those answers, the next release had more of this one thing that was part of the last release. And it was like, oh, so the surveys that they took told them that people wanted more of this, and that's why they're adding more of that. You know what I mean? To be fair, it's hard to tell a good story with less than an hour of story content every 3 months. And you're right. And you're right. It needs to be the story chapters need to be longer. 100% they need to be longer. And I know that that's going to take more development time. I think one of the biggest mistakes that ArenaNet ever did is try to do multilingual, have 5 different languages. I would not do a game in 5 languages. I would keep it in your native language. It's going to be cheaper for you. It's going to be much easier to translate. You can obviously have, you could have it like, if you want to do German, you could have a German translator that does German subtitles. You could have everything subtitled, you know what I mean? And you can have it to the point where, you know, where it's still in English, right? Like the majority of the globe speaks English, and they will be able to understand what it is you're trying to convey to them. And if you do subtitles, you know, rather than, a lot of times they do speech boxes now, where, you know, you're in a conversation, you have to read the speech boxes. I would just make it as a subtitle, so you can more clearly see it, and you don't have to like zoom around and like, okay, who's talking right now? Like, let's say I'm a German player and I don't speak any English, and I'm like, okay, they're speaking English, I know what it means. You know what I mean? I think that's something that holds them back. I think that's why the story content releases are so much shorter, is because they have to translate it all into 5 languages across, the main characters. There's 10 times that they have to record all of the lines times 50 times. The main character's line has to be recorded 50 times. That's a lot. Even for just one line, that's 50 lines right there. Like, that's a lot. You know what I mean? So, because because you have male, female, and you have 5 different races. So it's a lot. It's a lot. And I think ArenaNet, if they had kept it with just English, it would have just been, they divide their whole workload for the story chapters by 5. Like, that's a lot off their shoulders. And I really think they should have gone back on that and been like, well, maybe we'll do the base game multilingual, but from that point on, we're not. Or just, whatever. I know going back on something like that is maybe that's not a good idea initially. That might kind of alienate some of the player base. But I think in the long run, that's going to be better for your game. You know what I mean?
Safe from harm. We live in
dangerous times. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to do those dialogue. But to be honest, when you look at the story chapters, and you look at Jantia Wilds and you look at like Trial and Error, I think it's like what, 2 separate instances, and then the next chapter 12 is one instance. It's the night before. The one of the chapters of Jantia Wilds is one instance where you have a little bit of a conversation about the night before the assault on the Titans, and that's it. That's not enough. It's not enough for a whole chapter. It's not. And I hate to say it, but it's just not. It's not enough. Oh, I didn't mean to scare him. Wait, you can get unprogressed? You can get unprogressed. Have you guys ever seen that? Did you guys see that? Hold on, I gotta show you guys this. Let's do some progress. I made progress and then I undid my progress. That is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. So let's make progress, right? We're making progress. And I press, so watch. You undo your progress. Never seen that happen. That is wild. I just learned something about Guild Wars 2 that I had no idea. My god. See, you guys didn't know that either. What? That's so crazy. I've never seen that in my life. That is so sad. Leave them alone. I pressed the wrong button twice. I didn't even realize I did that. But there you go. Leave them alone.
Thank you.
Alright, I can't do that because that's going to summon people. I'm losing health? I've never noticed that either. You lose health when you're in here? I'm learning all these things. I'm learning all these things about this one heart. You lose health consistently as you're in here? Your evil deeds are slowly corrupting your good nature. If you don't stop, the results could be fatal. Wow. Way to become the Nightmare Court. Get it? Becoming Nightmare Court is like dying. That is so weird. Never forget that All or Nothing is just like a random ass mid-season release, not even finale. Dude, and it was so good. It was so good. How emotionally attached were we all? Right? How emotionally, like, fingernail biting was that part of the story at that point, that we were so involved with Aurene and the characters. And, remember, was that All or Nothing, or was that the Star to Guide Us? I don't remember which one was which, but remember when they released the website where you could talk, or not talk, where you could go through the stories of the individual characters of Guild Wars 2, where you could get the story of Kaith, and we learned about Ridlock, who has children. Like, we didn't know that, right? We heard about Krisha for the first time, right? And then who was the third person? Was it Kanak? Who was the third person that had like a story there, right? They like those releases, like that was crazy that they had that. Like, you know, and it hyped us up for the next release because we were like, Oreen, what's going on? Oh my god. Everyone was like, my child is dead. You just killed my child. Like, it was crazy. It was amazing. It was awesome, right? But remember, War Eternal? War Eternal was the very last one. I think War Eternal was the very last. Was it the very last one? I don't remember. Actually, I can check it right here. I have it up. Right? Oh. Season 4. War Eternal, All or Nothing. When these are revealed, the commander and Marine must prove their trust for one another. Yes. So you're right. All or Nothing was that big one, right? Before the last. War Eternal is following their catastrophic loss. So War Eternal was the very last chapter. That's where the big reveal. But you're right. All or Nothing. So after the All or Nothing release is Sorry to Guide Us was the one before that. But the All or Nothing one is when they released all those stories online. But remember, right? Those releases for season 4, they came in 3 month cadences. Okay, the cadence was every 3 months we would get a new release. Just like now. Actually, now we actually have like 4 months cadences. What is it, every 4 months because we get 3 release? No, it's every 3 months, right? Yeah, it's every 3 months. Every 3 months we get a release now. It's the exact same cadence that season 4 had, but compare season 4 to what we have now. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy to like look at that and just be like, wow, that's different, you know? Like how different the times were back then. People were so involved with the game, right? Like people were like writing these sob stories. I need Oreen. She's been my life, and I just need her to be okay, and you can't rip her from me. Like, how many of those did we see? How many of those posts did we see online a day? For 3 months. For 3 months, people were like, my life is over. I can't play Guild Wars 2 anymore. It's done. Guild Wars 2 is done. We're done. Everyone's done. Right? And then they turned it around and they, you know, did whatever. Like, you know, some people say it's a cop-out answer. I thought it was just fine. I thought it was great. I mean, you know, just the reactions that you got out of people, it really didn't matter how you resolved all of that, right? Like, it didn't really matter. Also, they were working on side projects. Exactly. And they probably... I don't know. Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah, exactly. They were working on side projects at the same time. So, from what we know, the whole Jessica thing, you know, revealed to us that there was 3 projects that were canceled or whatever, right? But yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think about all that, you know, how different the releases were back then and how different everything was. And it's like, I want to go back to that, you know what I mean? I want to go back to being involved with the characters and the story and the, you know, the Nios release. Like I said, I would have done 2 crucial changes to the story of Nios that would have made it, wouldn't have saved it, you know, but would have made it, I think, 100 times better. There was 2 specific things that ArenaNet did in those releases that really, really bugged me. And it was both times that we saw Eparch. The 2 times that we saw Eparch in the releases really, really, really sat wrong with me. So, the first time that we see Eparch, we're at the Coliseum, and we have Labrys. She's our prisoner. We have a big speech about how we have to fight Eparch. All these cryptos are hanging out. They're like kind of deciding what they want to do. You know, they're like, wow, he's our king and he's gonna eat us and blah 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 blah. Right? and I've talked about this, but since, you know, some of you people might not know exactly, like, my rants, or I do rants all the time, so. But so he shows up, Eparch, so let's just first of all talk about what actually happens. So Eparch shows up, talks about, you know, oh, how dare you take her prisoner. We kill her right in front of him. And he says, you're gonna pay for that. He leaves. And that's it. That's what happens. People flee in fear for, you know, whatever reason. There's no reason for them, for the cryptids, like all the cryptids in the arena. I mean, they flee, right? They all get scared and they're like, oh my god, Eparch doesn't like this and we're gonna go. That's what happens. So, I'm not a writer, I'm not a game developer, I'm not a genius, I'm not super smart, I'm not, you know, this is just me throwing out stuff, right? This is something that I came up with. I talked about it, during the release, when I streamed that release. I talked about it, I think, after the fact, when we finished Nios, right? Like, what would I have done different in that instance, okay? So in that instance, what I would have done to make, because the thing is, Eparch was supposed to be the scary guy, but he shows up, he stuns all of us, right? He like immobilizes all of us. We can't do anything. We're hanging out. We're at his mercy. But he tells us, well, I didn't like you killing my wife. And he leaves. And that's it. That's all he does, right? And it's like, okay, great. So two changes I would have done. First of all, I would have had him, and bear with me, I would have had him kill Labrys himself. First of all, okay? Because he's supposed to be this scary king that eats his own people to get stronger. That's this ruthless ruler of the demon realm, okay? So I would have had him say, you know, you're too weak to be my queen, and just cut her down himself, right? Really showing the Cryptus and us what an a-hole he is, right? What, like, how ruthless and how mean and how, like, there's no love, right? It's just, she's a figurehead, right? She's just another piece of the, like, of his pawn. Like, she's just you know, another piece on the board for him. She doesn't matter. She's not, you know, if she gets captured easily by the Astral Ward and by us, then she's not worthy of being his queen. So he cuts her down himself. I think I would have gotten a way better first impression of Eparch if that's what would have happened. And at the same time, what he should have done is he should have, in-game, knocked us all down into, like, before he leaves, into downstate. Everyone that was there should have been in downstate. Like, all the NPCs should have been killed, because you can revive them anyways, right? Like, the functionality is that you can revive NPCs, right? So killed all the NPCs and put us into downstate to show how powerful he is. He can immobilize us, he can stun us on place, and he can just knock us all down with one attack, and he leaves because he says, you guys aren't worth my time because I'm so powerful I could just kill you with a flick of my wrist, right? And just kill you. Like, a snap of my finger is enough to kill all of you guys, to down all of you guys. You're not powerful enough. This is my realm. We didn't see any of that. None of that happened. Like I said, to me, that would have made him so much more compelling as a bad guy, because I would have been like, whoa, okay, he really is this mean guy. We got to be careful. He can kill all of us on an instance. We really need a plan to attack. But in my eyes, the way that it played out, he was just scared. So he just left. He was scared. He was like, oh, you killed Labrys. Oh, you gotta pay for that. Bye! And he runs away. Like, that's what it seemed like. Like, I'll make you pay, but at a later date. Goodbye. And he leaves. You know what I mean? There was no show of power of this, you know, magical prowess or whatever, right? There was none of that. Sarah's would have been a way better villain. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sarah's was a better villain. Sarah's was hands down a better villain the entire time for Secrets, like, you know, again, that's why Secrets of the Obscure was so good, because Sarah's was a way better villain. Like, That's why Secrets of the Obscure, the initial release, was so much better, because Ceres was way better of a bad guy, right? Like, way better of a bad guy than I think Eparch ever was. Eparch was awful. So then the next thing that I would have changed was the second encounter, the final encounter that we had with Eparch, okay? And I've talked about this recently, but we see him in the throne room. That's where we see him next, right? I don't think we see him any time in between that. He's in the throne room of Zakharos, okay? He's in there, and he sits on this throne, and he has the twin generals attack us, and then he attacks us, right? What I would have changed, and again, remember what I said earlier, the outcome doesn't matter as long as you have like a really cool twist and you can keep people on their toes. The outcome of the story doesn't really matter, because we're not going back to Nyos. We don't care what happens in Nyos. We're moving on with the story. We're going somewhere else. It doesn't matter what happens in Nyos, right? Remember, since we left Nyos, we haven't talked about Nyos whatsoever. Peitha hasn't appeared. No one has appeared from that part of the story at all. So it doesn't matter what happens in Nyos, okay? What I would have done, the thing is with Peitha, the entire time, everyone was expecting her to turn on us. What I would have done as a writer for Guild Wars, for Guild Wars 2 at ArenaNet, what I would have done is I would have said, we go into the throne room, Iskarin shows up, the door locks behind us, and Peitha turns around and attacks us. Why? Because she was working with Eparch all along. It was all a ruse to get us to be trapped in the throne room. Us, the commander, the big guy that has, you know, the dragon champion, right? And Iskarin, the big guy that is in control of the tower of the Astral Ward, blah, 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 right? There's bad blood already, right? Trap them there, get them to trust Peitha the whole time. Remember, cunning, right? These are demons. They get in your brain. They manipulate you, right? And from the get-go, Peitha knew that she wouldn't be strong enough to kill us because she was in our mind. And she has seen the things. And she has seen the things we've done. And she had known the things that we were too powerful to overcome. So she had to, like, come up with this ruse on what could she possibly, like, how could she make this happen? So she created this ruse of making us believe that she's fighting the Civil War. All she was doing is pretty much the Civil War just created, like, killed off all the weak cryptids, because we don't, you know, we're the Demon King, we're Peitha, right? We don't care about the weaklings, right? We're actually evil, right? You got to think of, like, you know, we're Eparch, we're Peitha, we're the evil people, right? And we don't want weak cryptids. So the Civil War, all the Civil War did was kill all the weak cryptids off, and now we're stuck with just the strongest of cryptids, right? Doesn't matter which side wins, because it actually turns out that Peitha's side, they were actually all along, you know, she was manipulating us, and it was all a ruse. And the Civil War was just to thin out the weak cryptids, create this really powerful army of cryptids, kill Iskarin and the commander in the throne room, have Peitha become the new queen, okay? Like, it was maybe also at the same time I would have kind of maybe made a twist on where it was a challenge for her to become the queen, where Eparch was like, well, if you can pull this off, I'll make you queen. If you can pull off this ruse, if you can get Iskarin and the commander in this throne room into this trap where I can kill them both and be done with it, you can become my new queen. You don't have to become king. You can be my queen. You can rule with me. And we can both, you know, you're not powerful enough to kill me on your own, and you can't kill me with these other two because they're going to run into my trap, but I can make you queen. And the whole time it was just a ruse. And that's when we fight Peitha and we fight her, giving us this huge twist on this person that we started to trust. We started to trust Peitha more and more and more, right? What was the one consistent thing that we saw posts about when the Nyos releases were coming out, when Secrets of the Obscure was releasing, was a lot of people are like, I don't know if I trust Peitha. So many people were saying, I don't trust Peitha. And it would have been really cool if we had this, like, this in the back of our minds where we're like, do we fully trust her? Actually come true and be like, we shouldn't have trusted her from the beginning, and like have all these people be like, I told you guys she was gonna be evil, all this stuff, right? Have that kind of give us a big payoff in the end. I think that would have made Eparch and Paitha as a character so much more convincing, so much better. I think it would have been so much more compelling. And you kill them, and then you have the general become the new king. It doesn't matter who becomes king, because we're leaving Nyos anyways. It doesn't matter how this all resolves, right? We're leaving Nyos. We're never talking about it. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter, right? We're moving on. It's fine. But just have something really compelling like that. Like, that would have been such a cool, in my mind, in my opinion, and you guys can tell me how you feel about that, but in my mind, that would have been such a compelling twist that would have made the release way worth. Way worth. Way worth. So, Ceres killed us over and over in the initial story, and we just barely escaped. Right, and that made Ceres feel like such a strong, like, didn't that make you feel like he is a really strong bad guy, right? Like Ceres did, and you're right, Ceres did exactly what I said, and I think it made him such a better villain because he was so powerful. But with Eparch, there was none of that. We didn't get any of that, and I'm like, you just wrote a semi-compelling villain like just like 3 chapters ago. How did you forget to do that, right? Like, and that's where my theory comes into play. Again, we don't know, and that's where I kind of talk about I would love to see the inner workings of ArenaNet a little bit more, because my working theory is that they had their A team, their senior people, their veterans of the guild were to development, work on the initial release of Secrets of the Obscure, which was really good. There was a lot of good story, compelling enemies, villains, great story, I think, overall. A lot of really cool lore revelations, a lot of interesting things that... are you gonna fight? No? Okay, that warden is not gonna help. We're just gonna run away. Like, and then they had interns and new people. Like, they moved those people, the A team, off of that to the initial Gianthia WoW's release, right? And then have the post Secrets of the Obscure story be created by the new people, by the interns, by the little people that get paid way less, that have only been with the company for like a year, and they don't really know, like, they're not super involved with all of this. They're not really, like, maybe they're not even like deeply invested in, like, actually, like, the ArenaNet, and the, you know, there's just a job to them or whatever, you know, and they're just learning about game development or whatever. Because narratively, the two feel so removed from each other. Like, I talk about this all the time, where I think that Secrets of the Obscure and Nyos are 2 separate stories. That if you kind of like if you cut out Paitha from Secrets of the Obscure, like all the Cryptus talk, and you made the Cryptus in the initial release of Secrets of the Obscure some other demon, like some other demons, you make them some other demons or whatever, and then actually have the Nyos release be the next expansion, and you kind of separate the two, like the two, because there's not much that actually connects the two things. Like, the initial Secrets of the Obscure release and the Nyos release aren't really very well interconnected with each other. If you kind of cut those off from each other, they feel like very different releases. Like, they feel so different in the story, in the quality, in the, like, in the writing, in the, like, all the different things, you know? I really, like, you know, I don't know. Well, a lot of vendors aren't even working on GoTo. Their LinkedIn literally says they're working on them. Oh, really? Is that right? Oh my god, that's crazy. So I'm guessing that's probably why a lot of the releases have been a little lackluster, right? Because they have all their senior people working on new projects. I really just want them to announce this new project. Like, get it over with. Just give us a name. Just really be like, you've all not been asking for it, but here it is. Boom. And just, like, literally give us Guild Wars 3 or whatever, right? Give us a logo. Give us a whatever. Give us a 10-second trailer of something that we can expect, right? Like, give us something, you know? Oh my god, I'm stuck. That's why I just want them to get it over with. You know, this unannounced project bullshit is like, the problem is that only us veterans know to check that. Only us veterans know that there's an unreleased project that's being worked on. New people don't know that. So when they're going into the NIO's release and they're like, why is this so lackluster? The veteran players have to be like, well, there's a background project. They don't want to talk about it. They've been kind of lying to us about like Guild Wars 2's their focus, but it's really not, right? Like, it just sets like a really bad precedence for new players too, you know? Even like their lore masters on the project too. Oh, man, I hope that it's good. Like, if they have all their senior people working on it, I really hope it's good, because I'm ready to do some lore theories and videos and all kinds of things. I'm excited for it. I know it's happening. I know there's something going on with this unannounced project. I'm just really hoping that it's good. Like, I want something. I want an MMO that I can like really dig my teeth into and really like make videos about and theorize about, and oh man, all these different things like that I want to do. I mean, I've like, you know, I have like 800 channels on my video, and like at least half of them are all Guild Wars 2 related, like, or Guild Wars related. You know, Guild Wars and Guild Wars 2 related. It was Champions era all over again. It really was. I mean, it really, really was. I agree with you. Champions was not good. Champions was not good. It was very, very lackluster. It was one of my first videos that I ever made was about the Champions release. What it was about Iceberg Saga. I think there was like, because I did my very first video series that I did was my first Elite Specialization Speculation video series. Was the very first one. I need a C. And then what did I do? What did I do after that? Because I know I did my Digimon World 2003 playthrough shortly after. But what was... Can we like not age? No. No, I want to sort it by... Oh, date. I gotta go back to... Is this the first page? Yeah, okay, let's go by date. Yeah, so my first set of videos, my first 11 videos were Elite Specialization Speculations that I did for End of Dragons. Okay, my very first video was the Sorcerer. I did the Tamer. I did the Phalanx. I did the Vampire, the Enchanter, the Ritualist, the Shadowmancer, the Commander, the Pirate Tech, and then I did a discussion video. And the next video after that was the Iceberg Saga finale, What Are We Missing? And it drove me crazy because there was two specific things that I talked about in that video. And it's literally like not even most, like, it's, I don't know how the quality is of this video. I'm gonna link it. It's literally my 12th video ever made. So don't judge me off of that, because I have no idea how good that video is. I haven't watched it in many years. It's my 12th video on the channel, but here it is. That is where I talk about Iceberg Saga and how I felt about Iceberg Saga, lore-wise, what was missing, all this stuff. Way early on. Audio quality probably sucks, but, you know, whatever. But I remember the stuff that I talked about in that video. Like, some of the stuff, at least. Like, one of the things was the Sanguinary Blade, and I was so mad that they did not use the Sanguinary Blade because there was such an easy setup to make a really cool, like, way that Jormag and Primordus could fight each other. You know, for those of you that don't know what the Sanguinary Blade is, in the personal story of Guild Wars 2, we discover a sword that is made from Jormag's blood called the Sanguinary Blade. Okay? In the story, we have to either build a sheath or find the sheath to the sword, because it has the power to transform people into ice brute. I've done this hard. I don't know why I'm still hanging out here. Because I'm just talking. So, yeah, so in the personal story, we learned about the Sanguinary Blade, and it gets stored within the Priory Vaults, okay? The thing is, during Iceberg Saga, we get the counterpart to the Sanguinary Blade, which is the Eris bow that gets that gets... How do I... Can I get up there without getting enemies involved? We get Air's bow, which gets infused with the Jotun scroll that gives it like this fire magic that lets Bram attack Jormak, right? Like break the tooth and show the Norn that we can fight Jormak, right? Like pretty much being the one weapon that can hurt Jormak, right? So you would think that the Sanguinary Blade becomes really important because it is this weapon that's made from Jormak's blood, and guess what? It could probably be damaging Primordius. But what happens instead of Ryland becoming the Dragon Champion and picking up the Sanguinary Blade from the Priory Vaults? He creates an icy greatsword of his own. Like, yeah, his greatsword was cool because it's his own greatsword that he created, right? It's supposed to be the, like, you know, my father has a Suhasin and I created my own magical, like, greatsword Suhasin and whatever, blah, 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 right? All this bullshit, you know, whatever. Not compelling. I thought it was really stupid. But anyways, the sword looked cool. It was very steampunkish. It was very, like, outside of what Guild Wars 2 really was. But anyways, not a big deal, right? Not a big deal at all. But they could have really had him become the champion and been like, Jormak told me to go get the Sanguinary Blade, which is, you know, the sword that was made from Jormak's blood, and I'm using that to fight the, you know, to create Ice Brute, and, you know, which is exactly what Jormak wants to do, and, you know, attack Primordius. It drove me crazy that they didn't use that. That did not return in the story. I was so mad. I was so mad. So mad. Like, that was one of the things that I really, really was like. I was like, I think, can I attack? I can attack with this. I have an environmental weapon. Take my shovel, you miscreants. It's healing itself. Stop it. Get out of here. Oh, it's out of the shell. So anyways, yeah, that was one of the things that I kind of missed. You know, talking about Ice Saga and stuff. Oh no, I want to have the shovel. The shovel is great. Does it break? Does it have a 10% chance to break? My voice is going. Oh my god, I've been, how long have I been streaming? Almost 5.5 hours?
I feel furious.
I'm probably gonna stop in a minute, just because of my. Just because my voice is going, and I'm like, I'm still gonna be streaming the next couple of days probably. So I'm definitely gonna be streaming tomorrow if nothing crazy happens in my life.
I feel furious.
It begins.
Collect the spike fruit. Do it. Yeah, you can't give them the spike fruit, which is kind of stupid. The scale are coming. Kill them. Bash them. Dude, this shovel is like the best thing on the thing. Are we getting a studio? I don't know. I don't know if we're getting a studio update tomorrow. That's the thing. They don't tell us anything about that. They just drop that. Don't they just drop those randomly? I don't know if we're gonna get a studio update. That would be interesting to know though. I mean, if we get a studio update, I'm definitely gonna talk about it. I don't know if I'm gonna make a video about it, but if I have time, I'll make a video about it. But if not, that's, you know, whatever. If we get a studio update, that'd be interesting. I would kind of love to see what they've been talking about. It's a wooden spoon. It's not a shovel. I'm taking my giant spoon with me. Thank you for this great weapon. It's a great weapon. I love it. Yeah, this is the one point of interest that I always forget when I do map completion. Always off on the side, because you don't really come in here for no reason. Typically, they're decently consistent with the end of their previous timeline. So does this align with their timeline? I don't know. Because we're not, like, don't they usually do like a studio update when all the releases, like when all the stuff they've talked about has been released? Or is there like a, I don't know. In the last one was until the end of, oh, is that right? Okay, never mind then. Okay, so they said at the end of Lunar New Year. So yeah, so maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow, maybe next week. I don't know, because we also got to consider like the pushback of 2 weeks of the new release, because the new release was supposed to be, was originally dated on the vault to be, we still have 21 days, but it was originally dated to come out during February 18th, right? It should have come out like, was it February 18th? February 25th? What was it? What was it originally? I don't remember what the original. No, you already defeated it? Oh. Alright, I'm gonna can't start it. Oh, wait, can I? I guess I can. Okay, I'm gonna run away. I don't know if I can defeat them.
I'm gaining adrenaline.
Okay, I lost my shovel. I gotta go. Oh, is that person gonna kill it for me? No. Okay, bye. I'm leaving. 25th. Okay, interesting. So maybe the 25th we're gonna get something, because I feel like maybe the pushback of 2 weeks might have delayed the studio update too. You know what I mean? Like maybe those kind of go hand in hand. Maybe they don't want to talk about anything yet because the new release isn't quite there yet or something. Or maybe they're gonna be like, well, good, then maybe we get something to hype the people up already. I don't know. We'll have to see. I'll be happy. I mean, I like any communication from ArenaNet. Like, I just think one of the problems is they don't communicate enough. So wait, what? Oh, helping with the fruit. Got it. Helping with the fruit. I want to just get the waypoint over here. Yeah, we'll have to see. I'll be curious to know like what's really what they're gonna talk about. You know, are they gonna mention the new expansion? Are they just gonna talk about like the current releases that they have? Like, you know, are they gonna talk about like the unannounced project? You know, it's, I don't know. The hush hush, because like I remember they announced Guild Wars 2, like they announced Guild Wars 2 very early before Guild Wars 2 came out, right? Like they announced it super early. And they you know, because it was like, because Eye of the North, right? Like Eye of the North was like the last expansion, stuff like that. But even after Eye of the North, we had all of Guild Wars Beyond that came out. You know, we had the story of like Hearts and the North or something like that, which was like the Eye of the North Guild Wars Beyond content. We had War in Kryta, which was the Guild Wars Beyond content. Then we had the Winds of Change, which was the Guild Wars Beyond content for factions, right? Like we had all this content still that was, you know, between Guild Wars 2 or Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. So it makes me kind of think like, I don't know. Are they gonna talk about that? Are they gonna announce it and then we have like 4 years to wait still? I'll be curious, you know, very curious. so we'll see. Tomorrow starts the World vs. World Rush, so I might do, if we get a studio update, like I might do. Ooh, I can't free them unless there's underwater.
I mean, you.
No, there's no underwater weapons here. No, like small cell. Oh my god, they're tiny little Hylic. So cute. Is there more small cells? There is. Okay, so I just need to go around opening those small cells. I was gonna say something. Oh god, I forgot that happens. Jeez. Uh-oh. Sorry guys. Been a long stream. I'm excited for Bavanisos because we're gonna get like new music and probably new meta events, new weapons. Ooh, I'm happy. Some Mersad lore, which is like the most important kind of lore to get. Gonna explode again, isn't it? Are you gonna explode on me? Sure is. But it didn't actually hurt me. Oh, small cell. I'll go another like 10 minutes. I'll go right to like midnight. Oh my god, please don't kill me. Ah! Okay. Jeez. No. Stop it. Boop, boop. See, those water droplets would be really great while it's raining. Not the big ones right here, but like on the outside, that would be really cool. I'd love that. Do you think they're Mersad? Oh, there are. Well, we know for a fact that they're Mersad on the other continent. So one of the last releases when Mount Belrior came out, there's actually like a journal or whatever you can find that talks about Mersad that left to go past the Horn of Maguma to the continent in the west. Which, if you have ever seen the world map, the actual world map is much bigger than what we see, and there's actually like a huge continent on the left side that you can look at. Yeah, and they talk about how Mersad went there, so we could potentially see Mersad over there. I don't think we're gonna see them in Bavanisos. I think Bavanisos is going to be an abandoned city that's probably going to be taken over by Titan spawn and stuff like that. I do love these fish. Like this one hooked through the eye. That's really funny. The fish skeletons. Ooh, I can use. You know what? I can use these turrets. Yeah, bro. Use these turrets, bro. It's too close. I can't use it. But I can shoot. You broke my turret. No, he's coming after me. No. In the story instance, no. Apparently it was in the raid.
Thank you for helping.
In the raid instance, but you don't actually have to. Actually, let's look at that. Because I never read it myself. I never got to read it. But apparently I read online that it was in the raid instance, I want to say. Let me pause the timer. Let's end the let's kind of wind down on the stream here. I'm gonna pause that. I'm gonna write this down. It's 131.11. Just in case that. And let me actually go check, because I can just open the raid instance. How do I open it? How do I? Oh, I just go to the thing, right? Yeah. So let's go there and check it out, because I think it's in. I think it's in the raid instance. You can find a journal, and it talks about the Mossad and how they had like a splinter faction, where they were like kind of split between the older, more wiser Mossad and the younger ones. And the younger ones were the ones that did all this, right? They were the ones that went in here, did all the experiments on the Bloodstone, and they created all these different things, you know. But the older ones kind of split off, and they went and they I think 2 of them. I think that's what the journal says. Is there's 2 of them that went to that went across the unending ocean to the continent to the west, which they never name the continent or anything. They just say it's a continent to the west or something. But let me see if I can. I probably could have gone to the raid lobby, which would have been way faster, but my brain doesn't work that fast, so. I'm pretty sure they left Tyria though. Is that what? Oops. No. Alright, here we are. So I
wasn't expecting a hike.
Can I? Oh, I can't. So I can get past all these enemies. I mean, I could kill them all. I could run this whole raid by myself. I would die so fast. Apparently, it's
timing,
somewhere
Commander.
over here.
I see little has changed.
This? Hello. Oh my god. What? Since when? No. Okay. Hold on. Is that the only journal that we get? Was it this journal? The features strange. Commander arrives. No, this is her journal. I'm still on the mindset of I can't die. It doesn't matter if I die. On this character, it doesn't matter if I die. So funny. It doesn't matter if I die. Here's a journal. Where is this journal?
Is that?
The heck you doing? I'll bite back.
Lena, I'm coming.
Lena, I'm coming. Is it over here? I never found it myself. I only read about it online. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see, you guys. Let's find out. Let's dig deeper and let's theorize a little bit. My favorite thing to do. Game updates, I guess. I don't know how to find this the best way. We don't want that. No. I need older releases. Not that old. Jesus. Give me the first ones ever. Godspawn release. Late notes. Update. World polish. General. Dungeon items. No. Creator. Fixed an issue. Inventory, new rewards, general, increased amounts, charge. Loot rewarded. Stacking, updated, convergence. Personal story, adjusted prices. Holy fuck. There's so much. And I can't find it. Because I don't remember what it was called. And I don't know how to find this. Let's see. If anyone has, like, it's the only book in the raid instance. Is it maybe not the raid instance? See, that's why I'm like, I'm not sure. I've never found it myself. I did I wanted to do the whole video, just so you guys know, there was a whole video that I was working on, where, because it was something that came after the fact, right? It wasn't, they had added, the books after the fact. And see, I don't even see it on here. They had added, like, it wasn't the initial release. They added the books later, and I was like, oh man, you know, that was the one complaint that I had, and I was like, oh man, I want to go in and I want to like read these books. And so I started recording a video, and then I like all these like lore books that they talked about, all of them except for this very last one were all just like talking about characters that couldn't make it to the invitation to the like party that they had. Like there was like 3 different characters that were like, oh, I'm sorry I couldn't show up, and it's like, really? That's what you talk about, like adding lore? So I never made that video. I recorded it, deleted all that stuff because I never found this very last book. And then I had a friend of mine actually, oh, you know what? I could probably find it on the wiki or on the Discord. I'm in a Discord with some people, and I think someone sent a screenshot of it actually. Didn't someone send a screenshot of it? Oh. Record of high I'll bring it up on screen for you guys as well. So you guys. High researcher. What is it called? High researcher Darda. Reachers. Okay. I'll pull it up on screen. Story books have been added to the story instance. Yeah, so I couldn't find that. I don't know why that wasn't on there. So let me just bring this up real quick for you guys. Here, real quick. See. Real quick like. There it is. Alright. You guys can see it now. I'm gonna zoom in. We can all read this in high definition. I think this is it. Okay, so right here it says, the heart of the obscure hums in your possession. Your eyes flash, an old precise script on the scroll shifts until it becomes familiar, readable. Pretenders. Never have I seen such a farce. I would almost be impressed. Is this it? Wait a minute, this might not be it. This is not it. Yeah, this is not it. Wait, what? Didn't he send me the picture of it? Oh my god. It's driving me crazy that I can't find it. Like the one piece of information that I need, I can't find it. No, not there. There it is. I found it. Right here. This is it. Yeah, scroll. Yeah. Okay. You just sent it to me at the same time as I found it. So this is in Ballior Peak, is a book found at the base camp during the story, I guess. This is during the story on the way. Yeah, you're correct. So there it is. I found it at the same time as you send it. Is this all on screen for you guys? Yeah, this is fine. Okay, so it says the art of blah 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 blah, so you can read it. I've come here many times at Darda's suggestion to break away, to reflect, to mourn. Thoughts of my kin have soured as of late. The youngest among our gilded, Manikaz, Poloni, Seraph, Barak. So we know Manikaz is the guy that we see at the Bloodstone. He's a Bloodstone ghost, right? Poloni was in Mersada, was active in Optimal. Yeah, so blah blah blah. So these are the youngest ones, right? They're talking about the younger ones, Manikaz and stuff. They are lost, right? So talking about how they're doing the bloodstone research, and they're the gods of the white mantle and blah blah blah. They claw and scrape the towns of their idols, dripping with zealotry, and for what? Optimus, Lazarus, Sarlacc, and the rest are gambling with our people's future, terrified by the visions of some outcast scion. Okay, so talking about Glint there, right? Outcast scion is Glint, right? You guys can barely see it. If I scroll out, you can kind of see it better. It's talking about Glint there, the outcast scion, right? Because Glint had the vision. Remember, she had the Flame Seeker prophecy visions, right? Which told of the end of the Mersat, okay? And all of these younger guys, all these 7 younger ones, they're all believing this stuff, right? So they're all preparing for this end, right? They're trying to manipulate the white mantle into being able to take over the whatever, blah blah blah, prepare for the Titans and all this stuff, right? Optimus, just so you know, Optimus, as far as you know, he was one of the big leaders, just like Lazarus. We know Lazarus Dyer, right? We've seen Optimus actually gets killed during Guild Wars 1. I don't know if Sarlacc does as well. I think some of these names do pop up in Guild Wars 1. But these are the younger ones. They're kind of they're believing these Flameseeker prophecies, and they think at the end of the Mersat are coming, and they're creating this white mantle cult and all this stuff, right? Some few of us elders keep to the fringes. For some of us, the isolation, the freedom from the prying eyes of the seers, paid in blood, was reward enough. To risk exposure and wage war against the peoples of this age is to court extinction. So some of them want to stay away. They kind of, after the whole war with the seers and stuff like that, they're trying to stay away from the prying eyes of the seers, all the stuff, right? Paid in blood, because many of their people were killed by the seers and stuff like that. They want to stay away from all of that. They want to be in hiding. They want to kind of keep away. They want to keep to themselves. They don't want to do all of the stuff that they're doing, right? They think that these younger Mersat are risking the existence of the Mersat just solely for no reason, right? And they're kind of just this shouldn't happen. I'm gonna move I can actually move this over. I'll move this over so you guys can see better. So that's what they talk about. So then we come to the really interesting stuff here. The worst has come to pass. So this is at some later point, right? This is kind of before, and this is after, right? The Titans have laid siege to the city. Our people's corpses litter its halls. Darda and I don't know if anyone else made it out, but we will not linger, even for other survivors. She suggests we cross the ocean to the west of the Horn and put this land behind us. I wanted to write on the scroll to see this view once more before we fade, from mortal memory and time. The storms rolling in over the lowlands to the south are beautiful this time of year. The bearkin will be on the move soon, I imagine. I will never see them dance again, hidden though I was. Janthier, I bid you farewell. Orestes, Archivist, Exultant. So, it talks about Darda and Orestes, who were these, Darda was the, we heard that she was the researcher or whatever, or they, I don't know, she, whatever. And then Orestes, right? Which, researcher, and I don't know, Darda says is also a researcher, right? Head researcher. So they leave. They right here, they say farewell. This is after the Titans, right? The Titans get brought onto Tyria. This is Guild Wars 1, right? Guild Wars 1, very end of prophecies. The Titans come. The Vizier Kilbron opens the portals to all these different places, blah, blah, blah. One of them that we don't know of, right? But one portal opens, sends them right to Bavanisos, where the Mersat are right on Janthier. They invade, they're laying siege to the city, they're destroying it, blah blah blah, all this stuff, right? Everyone is killed. Apparently no one survived, as far as we know. No one survived in there. They're not sticking around for the survivors, they're just fleeing, right? So that's the thing. So Darda and Orestes are the ones that went west across the ocean, past the Horn, which is the Horn of Maguma, to another continent. And they're really sad because they used to watch the Kodan dance. They would be hidden from sight, but they were watching the Kodan dance, and they would they'd like the storms that were coming in and all this stuff, right? So that's why, yeah, I still think that there are Mersat that are alive. I think there's Mersat that are still alive, because I think that they left and maybe they had children, and we don't know really the age of the like Mersat. Do they live forever? We don't know, right? Like, do they live for a long time? Do they expire after a while? Like, what really, like, you know, many of them have stories from years and years ago, right, that they were alive. So it's like, okay, they clearly are, you know, they live for long periods of time. Do they die of old age at some point in time? We don't know, right? I will tell you right now, that is the only noteworthy book they added. All the other books that they added with Godspawn are literally, like, all the other books that they added were just scrolls about characters that couldn't, like, there's one from Bram that says he couldn't make it to the party of the Coden. There's another one from Flund that says he couldn't make it. Like, from all the, like, Tyrian Alliance people, they couldn't make it to the party. I think that's it. Like, there's no other compelling... I'm gonna look through what we shared here. Trial and error. Yeah, so there's one letter from Queen Jenna. I have approved a shipment of necessary supplies to help the Lowlanders in their restoration efforts. The Titans have devastated much of their local agriculture and infrastructure. We will be utilizing the portal that connects Divinity's Reach to Mooncamp to deliver them in a timely manner. Countess Anise will provide you and Warden Frode with any details. I strongly advise you to cooperate for the sake of our developing bonds. So just Jenna saying, please don't be a douche. Counselor, I'm sorry, not Flund, Ludo was the one. I'm sorry. Ludo writes, just saying, this is an auto-generated mail, so someone was inviting Ludo to come in, but there's an auto-generated mail that came from Ludo that says, sorry, I'm not in the office. You can reach me at the regular office hours, blah, blah, blah. If you need me, if you're Counselor Flun, Counselor Ludo is only required to speak to you when the Arcane Council is in session and not a second more. Then there is one from Cresting Wave, which is one of the Shiver Peaks Coden that talked about, like, Jormag, blah, 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 and how they couldn't make it. I mean, there's really nothing. Like, Bram talks about how he's in Kragstead and they require his attention. It's really non-sequitur, really non-important text that they added, right? So, but yeah, so that is really the only exciting lore. I can tell you right now, that is the only exciting lore that we really got with Godspawn, was that we heard about how there was pretty much two factions, right? There was these young Mersat that were fighting back against the Seers, against the prophecies, right? Against the Vizier. Like, they wanted to undo the prophecies. They didn't want those to come true. They started the cult. They started the experimentations. There were these cruel Mersat, right? So kind of showing that there was more Mersat than just the evil ones that we met in Guild Wars 1 and, you know, even in Guild Wars 2 and stuff like that. There was another faction, the older ones, the wiser ones that have existed for a long time, that originated in Nios, perhaps. Like, we don't, you know, I don't know if, like, Optimus and, like, all of them, like, did they come, like, were they born here on Tyria, or, like, do we have any Tyrian-born Mersat, or the, you know, how was all that, right? But, you know, clearly the older ones, I do love the skybox in this map so much. It's so pretty. I love to see the little mountain in the back. It's very pretty. But, you know, like, we see that there's two factions, right? And out of the two factions, the nice people, the wiser ones, the researchers, right? Only, as far as we know, only 2 survived. We only have a count of 2 surviving. We don't know if anyone else survived, but we know of 2 of them surviving, and they fled across the Horn. So there is a possibility that at some point in time, we're going to go to the Western continent, which we have never seen, heard anything about, right? Which is completely new territory. That, and I keep going this way, for you guys it's actually that way. So it should be that way. But we're going to the Western continent, and you know, and there's Mersat there. We don't know. They could be living along with other seers, right? They could have been seers that have been, like, survived and that went over there a long time ago. We don't know that. We don't know what's over there, you know? And that's really cool. I think the premise of that is really cool because it gives them the possibility of doing all of these really interesting things. Maybe bring back characters from a long time ago, like Baltag, or, you know, people like that, you know, we are known time travelers, or, you know, that have all these like interesting stories. Maybe spirits from Guild Wars 1, maybe Reza or Raza or whatever from Guild Wars 1 that like maybe traveled over there for whatever reason, you know? There's a lot of really interesting things they could do with it. So, but yeah, anyways, I'm gonna head out now. It's been a blast. I had a really good time today, guys. We've died one more time, but it's okay. We started new. I will be back tomorrow night. I just don't know, like, you know, 90% sure that I'm gonna be back tomorrow night. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow night though. I don't know if I'm doing like Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars 1. If we get a studio update, you know, I might be like, I think because tomorrow is like the World vs. World Rush starting or something, right? So I might be in the mood to do that. So I'm probably gonna do some World vs. World. I'm still trying to finish up my whatchamacallit, my legendary armor. So I still need my helm for that. So definitely want to do some of that if I can. And probably it's gonna be busy and stuff. And yeah, so if you guys want to become members, I'm just gonna mention it again here. You can become members. I have little emojis that you can get and little badge or whatever. Don't have to. I'm just gonna throw it out for people, you know, that want to do that. I would really appreciate it. I really hate that cloud being cut off. I'm just gonna point it out to everyone, so you all have to suffer as well. That cloud is cut off. That is not the full. I don't know if there's another one that's like it, but yeah, it's cut off right there. You guys, just so you guys see it. So, but yeah, thank you guys. Tammy, Red Nui. I know that what's his face was here earlier too. Jacob was here earlier. Thank you, Jacob. And was there someone else earlier? I feel like someone else was here earlier. But anyways,